After the divorce, all the big guys came to pursue me. The day Qin Qin learned that Gu Mingye had cheated on her, she almost drank herself to death. After the heart-wrenching pain, Qin Qin decided to divorce. To fulfill him and let herself go. He just thought she was just having a childish temper, but she worked hard on her career and focused on herself. Everyone thought that Qin Qin would never amount to anything, and she would definitely go back before the deadline of their divorce cooling-off period. Unexpectedly, a thrilling accident made Qin Qin popular on major platforms and a phenomenal anchor sought after by the entire network. She spread the word in the live broadcast room, single, available for dating. All the big guys broke down the threshold of her house. Chapter 1, Betrayal. The day Qin Qin found out Gu Mingye had cheated on her, she nearly drank herself to death. When she sobered up the next day, she thought back carefully. Everything now seemed to have left a trail of clues. Frequent business dinners. Nights he never came home. That faint, unfamiliar scent of perfume lingering in his car. Lying in bed, Qin Qin felt like her heart had been gouged open, and the cold wind kept pouring into the hollow space left behind. A long time passed. She gently wiped away the cold tears from the corners of her eyes and struggled to get out of bed. But the piercing headache from her hangover hit hard. She clutched her head and let out a muffled groan, collapsing back onto the bed. Suddenly. "Sir, you're back." "Millimeter. Where's madam?" "Still upstairs." "She hasn't gotten out of bed yet." The vague sounds of conversation drifting up from downstairs jolted Qin Qin out of her dazed and chaotic thoughts. Gu Mingye was back. She had listened to his voice for 8 long years, from the crisp youthfulness during their college days to the deep, magnetic tones he had now. She had always loved it. Especially after marriage, in those nights tangled in the sheets, when he whispered sweet nothings to her in that low, tender voice Qin Qin used to drown in it, caught in the illusion that he truly loved her. But now, hearing his voice again only made her feel as if a knife were twisting in her chest. As the sound of his leather shoes stepped rhythmically on the wooden stairs, drawing closer, Qin Qin instinctively burrowed under the covers and pulled them over her head. The door, left ajar, creaked open. A glass bottle rolled and clinked on the floor. Qin Qin heard his footsteps pause. He must have seen the mess strewn across the room. She took a deep breath and tightened her grip on the blanket. His footsteps resumed, approaching slowly and finally stopping by the bed. As if knowing she was already awake, Gu Mingye's gentle, detached voice pierced through the blanket. "Did you drink?" Suppressing the tightness in her chest, Qin Qin gave a soft hum and pulled the covers down. Rubbing her eyes, she looked at Gu Mingye sleepily. "You're back." "Millimeter. I was on a transnational video call all night. It just ended." He was still wearing his favorite E-brand custom suit. Classic black, finely tailored. It made his tall frame look even more upright and commanding, like bamboo, like pine. Qin Qin had once been secretly proud of how loyal he was to his wardrobe choices. She used to believe that his consistency in small things reflected how he treated their marriage. But she had been wrong. Swallowing the bitter irony in her heart, Qin Qin lowered her voice. "You've worked hard." She paused, unwilling to give up, and cautiously asked. "Yesterday Su Ling went to the hospital. She thought she saw someone who looked like you from behind. Did you go to the hospital? If something's wrong, don't hide it from me." Su Ling was Qin Qin's best friend, the one who had sent her a photo yesterday of Gu Mingye accompanying another woman to a prenatal appointment. This was a gamble. She was betting that she had misunderstood. That maybe that woman was just a friend. Gu Mingye pushed up the golden-rimmed glasses on his nose. Behind the lenses, his eyes were as deep and distant as stars. No. She must have been mistaken. Qin Qin's heart instantly sank into an icy pit. His answer was proof that she and Su Ling hadn't imagined things. He had cheated. And the other woman was pregnant. Otherwise, why would he lie? A flicker of pain flashed in her eyes. Qin Qin forced a smile. "I see. As long as you're okay." That smile was as delicate as a fragile flower, seemingly harmless. A woman like that didn't seem like the type to get drunk. Gu Mingye's eyes darkened as he asked again. "Why did you drink so much?" Qin Qin didn't answer immediately. She sat up in bed, bracing herself. Gu Mingye reached out to help her, but she subtly avoided his touch. Turning her head away, she murmured, yesterday was the anniversary of my adoptive parents' death. His outstretched hand clenched slightly in midair. He spoke with a hint of guilt. I forgot. I'm sorry. Qin Qin pressed her pale lips together. In previous years, no matter how busy he was, he would always accompany her to the cemetery. But yesterday? Well, people always find time for the ones who matter more. It's okay. Work is important, she replied gently, but her fingertips dug into her palm. After a short silence, Gu Mingye reached out and tucked a stray strand of her hair behind her ear. You feeling sick? You drank too much. His fingertips were cool. Qin Qin used to love it when he touched her like this. Like a pampered cat, she would narrow her eyes in comfort. But now, that touch felt like a snake's tongue. The moment he brushed against her, her whole back went stiff. Holding her breath, she forced a smile. I'm fine. Not feeling too bad. Gu Mingye didn't seem to notice her stiffness. He pulled his hand back. Good. I'm going to take a shower. Go downstairs and eat something. Aunt Liu made fish more porridge. I'll join you after I'm done. He removed his glasses, his watch, and peeled off his jacket, his hand already on his belt as he walked toward the bathroom. Gu Mingye worked out regularly. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, toned hips, long legs, his sculpted body came into full view. Qin Qin's gaze involuntarily lingered, a trace of desire flashing in her eyes. She thought, even if she never had his heart, having this perfect body by her side for 2 whole years was enough. She shouldn't ask for more. As if suddenly remembering something, Gu Mingye turned around. Qin Qin didn't have time to look away and met his eyes head on. Her heart thudded wildly. She quickly averted her gaze. Oh right, my father called. He said he ran out of pastries from that old bakery he likes. I couldn't go this morning, I was catching up on sleep. Can you buy a couple boxes and take them to the old house? Qin Qin nodded. Okay. Soon, his footsteps faded, and the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Qin Qin, still flushed from earlier, got up, changed into a simple dress, and went downstairs. She wasn't hungry. Sitting at the table, she stirred her porridge absent-mindedly. She knew the pastries were just an excuse. Her father-in-law wanted them to visit so he could pressure them about having kids. She had been married into the Gu family for 2 years, and her belly had shown no sign of swelling. Her father-in-law was desperate for a great-grandchild. Every couple of weeks, he'd use the same excuse to see them in person and nag them about it. But what he didn't know was Gu Mingye had signed a prenuptial agreement with her. He never intended to have children with her. And now, he had a child with another woman. Her thoughts swirled like a storm, and suddenly a wave of nausea hit her stomach. Qin Qin dropped her spoon and clutched her mouth, retching. Alarmed, Aunt Liu, the housekeeper standing nearby, asked gently. Madam, are you all right? Qin Qin waved her hand, her voice trembling behind her fingers. I'm fine. Probably just the alcohol from last night. My stomach's a bit upset. But the nausea intensified. She clutched her abdomen and ran to the bathroom. She knelt over the toilet, heaving until it felt like she was about to vomit her insides out. Finally, it subsided a little. Worried, Aunt Liu came in and handed her a tissue. Then she hesitated. Madam, has your period been late this month? Qin Qin froze. Her period had been over a week late. But her cycle had always been irregular. It didn't seem like a big deal. Until now. Suddenly, a terrifying thought struck her. Her face stiffened. Gu Mingye, despite his cold and reserved appearance, had always had a strong physical appetite. The last time they had sex, he went 3 rounds, but they only had 2 condoms left. The last time he didn't wear one. He pulled out too late. Could it be? As she tried to recall the details, a voice called from outside the door. What's wrong? It was Gu Mingye. Chapter 2, Pregnant. Gu Mingye had already taken a shower. He wore a set of light linen loungewear, and his slightly damp black hair hung loosely over his forehead. His handsome features, partially hidden by his tousled hair, were like mist-veiled mountains, graceful yet refined, exuding both elegance and calm. But his expression was unreadable. Aunt Liu's face was lit with joy. Sir, madam, she drank too much. Her stomach's a bit upset. It's nothing. Aunt Liu, you can leave now. Before Aunt Liu could finish, Qin Qin interrupted her. Sensible as always, Aunt Liu shut her mouth and quietly exited the bathroom. Qin Qin closed the toilet lid and pressed the flush button. Do you want to go to the hospital? Gu Mingye walked over. His tone was caring, but to Qin Qin, it sounded distant and detached. She looked down at his feet. He wore a pair of iron grey house slippers, matching hers, a couple S set. She had picked them out herself when they first moved into their marital home. Italian calfskin, incredibly comfortable. No need. I feel much better after throwing up. She paused, then stood up. The smell in here isn't great. You should step out, I'll clean up. When Gu Mingye didn't move, Qin Qin pushed him out and closed the bathroom door. Leaning back against it, her mind was in a mess, flooded with the sudden possibility she had just thought of. If she really was pregnant, no. She had to go to the hospital immediately. Back in the living room, Gu Mingye looked over. Feeling better? Qin Qin nodded. Her lips were pale, and she still looked unwell. I asked Aunt Liu to reheat the porridge. Eat a bit more. Gu Mingye tapped lightly on the table with his slender fingers, eyes fixed on the bowl of porridge she had barely touched. Her stomach now empty after vomiting, Qin Qin was indeed a bit hungry. She sat down, picked up the spoon, and began to eat. Seeing her finish, Gu Mingye seemed to relax, a nearly imperceptible tension leaving his expression. If you're still feeling sick, I'll have the family doctor come check on you. I'll ask Li Fang to deliver the pastries to Grandpa. Li Fang was Gu Mingye's personal assistant, always on standby. Qin Qin shook her head, forcing a slight smile. I'm fine. I'll go. If neither of us shows up, Grandpa won't be pleased. Hearing that, Gu Mingye didn't argue. He hadn't slept much the night before, and exhaustion was already showing in his eyes. After reminding her to drive safely, he went upstairs to catch up on sleep. But instead of heading to Grandpa's place, Qin Qin drove straight to the hospital. At the hospital, in the OBGYN department. Ms. Qin, you're not pregnant. The vomiting was likely caused by acute gastritis. However, based on your lab results, it may be difficult for you to conceive. Further tests will be needed to confirm. Difficulty conceiving? Qin Qin frowned slightly, looking dazed. The doctor nodded and pointed to a specific indicator on the report. This value is abnormal. I suggest you undergo an ultrasound. Would you like to do it now? Still stunned, Qin Qin nodded. Half an hour later, the results confirmed she had polycystic ovary syndrome (PCOS). After the doctor's explanation, Qin Qin finally grasped the seriousness of the issue. Getting pregnant would be very difficult for her. Don't worry too much. I'll prescribe you some medication. Take it on schedule and return regularly for checkups. By the way, where's your husband? As the doctor pulled up the prescription list on her computer, she casually asked. But Qin Qin didn't respond. Her mind was blank. Miss Qin? Only then did she snap back. Sorry, what did you say? A young assistant doctor, whose name badge read resident physician assistant, repeated the doctor's question and added. Where's your husband? We usually have their husband pick up the meds. Qin Qin pursed her lips. He's busy with work. He didn't come. The assistant frowned but didn't push. All right then. You can pick up the meds yourself. We'll explain how to take them. Okay. Qin Qin took the prescription and stepped out. Just as she closed the door behind her, she overheard the assistant inside. TSK, these men always say they are busy with work. It's just an excuse. If your wife is sick, how can work be more important than being there for her? Exactly. Look at that rising business tycoon, Mr. Gu from Guangchun. He owns a huge company, but he still personally came to accompany his wife to her prenatal checkup yesterday. Ran around the whole time. Hearing this, Qin Qin froze. Her face turned deathly pale. Several heartbeats passed before she blinked slowly and dragged herself toward the elevator with heavy steps. 10 minutes later, she stepped out of the hospital under the scorching sun, meds in hand. Her face was even paler, and her mind was filled with the assistant's words. No doubt about it, his last name was Gu, and he was a rising business star. That could only be Gu Mingye. She clenched the pharmacy bag tightly. At last, Qin Qin made the difficult decision. She was going to divorce him. After buying the pastries Grandpa had specifically requested, Qin Qin headed to the Gu family's old villa in the suburbs. As she got closer, the sprawling estate nestled against the mountains came into view. Outside the front gate, beneath a willow tree, Grandpa Gu sat in his wheelchair, fanning himself leisurely. What Qin Qin hadn't expected was to see Gu Mingye there too. Still dressed in his sharp black suit, some of the weariness in his eyes now hidden, he leaned slightly forward, listening intently to Grandpa's serious instructions. A breeze blew by. Sunlight filtered through the willow leaves, scattering dappled shadows across Gu Mingye's figure. He looked calm, dignified, refined. A man like that Qin Qin couldn't reconcile him with the word unfaithful. Yet he had done exactly that. Her grip on the steering wheel tightened, knuckles white. Taking a deep breath, Qin Qin parked the car, got out with the pastries, and greeted Grandpa with a smile as her gaze met Gu Mingye's. "Grandpa, how has your health lately?" The stern look on Grandpa's face melted into a warm grin. He waved her over happily. "I'm doing well. It's just this old mouth of mine is spoiled. I only like the pastries from this one place. Always troubling you two to get them for me." Qin Qin smiled and handed the pastry box to the nearby maid. With her naturally elegant beauty and refined features, she looked stunning. As she moved, the hem of her dress swayed gently in effortless charm. "As long as you enjoy them, Grandpa, it's no trouble at all." Grandpa Gu glanced sideways at Gu Mingye. "See that? Such a thoughtful granddaughter-in-law, you won't find another like her even with a lantern. Not like you." Gu Mingye looked at Qin Qin, then raised a hand and lightly cleared his throat. "Grandpa, lunch is ready. Let us eat." The servant pushed Grandpa inside, with Qin Qin and Gu Mingye following behind. "Weren't you supposed to be sleeping? Why are you here?" Qin Qin asked in a low voice. Gu Mingye leaned closer and whispered back, "Just fell asleep when Grandpa called. Ordered us both to show up." He was so close that his breath brushed her earlobe, and the faint scent of pine from his collar lingered in her nose. Qin Qin shrank back slightly and nodded vaguely. "By the way, why did buying pastries take so long?" Gu Mingye asked. He remembered that she had left right after breakfast. At that, Qin Qin's breath hitched. Chapter 3 Divorce. After 2 seconds of silence, Qin Qin lied calmly, "Oh, I met Su Ling and talked about something, so I was delayed." Gu Mingye's dark eyes fell heavily on Qin Qin's face. After staring at each other for 2 seconds, he retracted his gaze and had no intention of asking further questions. Changing the subject, "How's your stomach? Is it still uncomfortable? It's not painful anymore?" Qin Qin understood that their relationship was more like partners playing at play than husband and wife. Even if they showed concern in private, it was just a superficial touch without much warmth. The group walked through the corridor of the old house and came to the Chinese-style living room. Old Mrs. Gu passed away early, and most of the descendants of the Gu family had their own careers to pursue. The suburbs were too far away, so except for holidays, the huge Gu family mansion was usually lived by the old man alone. But even though there were only 3 people dining, the dishes on the table were still rich. Not long after the meal started, Qin Qin heard the old man clear his throat. She put down her chopsticks, looked up, and smiled, looking obedient and listening to his teachings. I thought the old man was going to talk about the old topic of inducing labor, but he sighed heavily, pounded his paralyzed legs, and brought up another topic. "If it weren't for Qin's adoptive parents risking their lives to save me, I would have died long ago. How could I be sitting here and enjoying this table of delicacies?" As he spoke, he looked at Gu Mingye with a sad face. "Mingye, don't think that I wronged you by forcing you to marry Qin. Our Gu family owes the Qin family 2 lives." Hearing this, Qin Qin's smile froze, and she tightened her hands hanging under the table. Qin Qin didn't expect that Mr. Gu would suddenly mention this long-forgotten past. Yes, she was still in school 6 years ago. Although her family conditions were not very good, her adoptive parents treated her as their own child. They borrowed money and took out a loan to buy a second-hand, old and dilapidated house in the city, and used their connections to get her transferred to a key high school in the city. She also worked hard and ranked first in the grade in the senior high school monthly exam right after she transferred to the new school. Her adoptive parents were delighted and proud, and Qin Qin was looking forward to a bright future. I thought everything would go smoothly, but on that ordinary Friday afternoon, when Qin Qin returned home, there was no smell of the stewed braised pork that she had requested a week ago, nor was there any sign of her adoptive parents. Only the sound of the landline phone rang sharply in the empty room. Qin Qin picked up the phone and her voice on the other end was cold, asking her to go to the morgue to claim the body. She rushed to the hospital in a daze, only to find out that her adoptive parents had both died under the wheels of a car while trying to save an elderly person crossing the road. And that old man was Mr. Gu. Qin girl, tell grandpa, has Mingye been treating you harshly recently? Just as Qin Qin was lost in her memories, the old man's voice in the main seat brought her back to reality. No, grandpa, brother Mingye has always been very good to me. She pursed her slightly numb lips, still with a well-behaved and gentle smile on her face. The old man looked at her with more pity, and after giving Gu Mingye a fierce look, he said in a deep voice, "Don't think I'm old and confused. I know your thoughts better than anyone else. Why are you putting off having a child until now? What are you thinking?" After the old man finished speaking, the whole restaurant was silent for a moment. Gu Mingye pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and instead of answering in a hurry, he poured a glass of water for the old man. His dark eyes stared at the glass of water, and his slender fingers pushed it to old man Gu. "Grandpa, don't be angry, drink some water first." Mr. Gu drank a sip of water with a huff, then put the cup heavily on the table, still not satisfied. "If you don't want to live a good life, then I won't force you. Qin girl is only 23 years old, she is still young. If she leaves you and comes back to me, she will still be the most favored fourth daughter of my Gu family. I will find another good man for her." These are very serious words. Gu Mingye's expression, which had been gentle just now, suddenly became a little stiff, his jawline was tense, and his expression was slightly gloomy. The situation was at a stalemate. Yes, Mr. Gu broke both legs in that sudden car accident, but luckily he survived. On the other hand, Qin Qin's parents were not so lucky. So after waking up from his coma, Mr. Gu decided to adopt Qin Qin as soon as possible because of guilt. The first time Qin Qin met Gu Mingye was at the funeral of her adoptive parents. A child without the love of his parents will not get comfort even if he cries his eyes out. However, the figures disappeared, and the sobbing was suddenly soothed by the man's warm and clear voice. "Don't be sad, I will protect you from now on." That day she hugged Gu Mingye and cried for a long time. The cold pine scent on his body became an unforgettable nightmare in her life. Later, when Mr. Gu recovered, he spread a message to all the Gu family members. Qin Qin is now married to the Gu family, and she is the fourth daughter of the Gu family. The Gu family will always be her biggest supporter. It was not until the year she graduated from college and started working that the old man made the final decision and let Gu Mingye marry Qin Qin, wanting to completely cover her life. This is a twisted melon. Qin Qin knew clearly that Gu Mingye only had pity for her but no love for her. But she still couldn't help wanting to keep Gu Mingye by her side, greedily clinging to his insignificant tenderness. Yes, during the period when she was adopted by Mr. Gu, her dependence on and love for Gu Mingye grew day by day. Being able to marry the person you secretly love is probably the wish that every young girl longs to realize. At that time, Qin Qin just thought it was a sweet pie, and agreed to the old man's arrangement without hesitation. But now, Qin Qin just felt that she was stupid and ridiculous. "It's time to pay for your stupidity." Qin Qin lowered her eyes, took a breath, and broke the deadlock. "Grandpa, you blamed brother Mingye wrongly. He has always been very positive about having a child. It was me who asked." "Grandpa." But before Qin Qin could finish her words, Gu Mingye interrupted her. "I admit that it was my fault. Considering that my career is on the rise, my focus has shifted, but I will pay attention to this matter in the future." Qin Qin opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but Gu Mingye looked at her again. The corners of the man's eyes were slightly raised, and the curve at the end of his eyes was just right. His eyes seemed to be gentle, but there was clearly a sharp edge hidden in them, as if silently stopping her from continuing. Qin Qin had never seen Gu Mingye like this before. For a moment, she was distracted and suppressed the thought of confessing everything. "Give me a deadline." When Mr. Gu heard Gu Mingye's statement, he glanced at him with a serious gaze and took advantage of the opportunity to pursue his victory. "Within a month." Gu Mingye paused, you will receive the good news that you have a great-grandson. After getting a positive answer, the old man's expression finally eased a little. But only Qin Qin knew that what Gu Mingye said was true, and as long as he wanted, he didn't have to wait for a month. Because the woman he cheated with was already pregnant with his child. After leaving the Gu family's old house, Qin Qin and Gu Mingye rushed home together. The two sat together in the back seat. Well. She cleared her throat, let's talk. Qin Qin guessed that Gu Mingye agreed to have a child in front of the old man just now, partly to appease the old man. Second, he was ready to confront himself, it was just a matter of time. Rather than waiting for him to break up with her, Qin Qin would rather propose it herself first. Gu Mingye was looking down at a work document. His angular facial features were coated with a layer of soft golden light under the sunlight outside the window, making him so handsome that he did not look like a real person. Hearing this, he closed the document and tilted his head to look over. Behind the lenses, his deep black eyes were calm and unruffled. He just stared at Qin Qin, making it impossible to see any emotion. Well, you say. After exhaling a breath of foul air, Qin Qin lowered her head and stared at her tightly clenched fingertips. Let's get a divorce. Chapter 4 Pain. After Qin Qin finished speaking, it was like a stone thrown into the water, immediately causing layers of invisible ripples. The car was silent for nearly half a minute, and then a soft, long buzz sound suddenly rang out. It turned out that the special assistant Li Fang who was driving in front noticed something was wrong and activated the tailgate of the Rolls-Royce with great tact. As their buzzing sound stopped, the baffle was completely raised, the rear space became enclosed, and the atmosphere solidified. Qin Qin lowered her head, not noticing that after she said that, Gu Mingye's face gradually froze. She just felt relieved, cleared her throat, and continued. Anyway, you have never acknowledged my identity and existence in public, so we are no different from a secret marriage. I won't make a scene, and I won't make it public. Divorce won't have any negative impact on you. The air became quiet again, and finally. Why? I think we have been working well together in the past 2 years. Gu Mingye's voice was originally low, and at this moment it was inexplicably mixed with a bit of hoarseness, like the sound of a high-quality cello, echoing in the empty and vast wilderness, like a wisp of smoke, and dissipated easily. Qin Qin pinched her fingertips, feeling bitter. Why? Don't you know it well? Besides, you also think this is just a cooperative cooperation. Now that she feels that the cooperation is unpleasant, she will just part ways with ease. She is willing to pay the bill and leave. Good. Qin Qin curled her lips and smiled modestly. I'm tired, and I have a physical problem. The doctor said it would be difficult for me to get pregnant. Even at this point, Qin Qin still didn't want to bring the matter of Gu Mingye's cheating to the surface. After all, that was the bright moon that she loved when she was young, and she didn't want to tear off their veil on him. Just think of it as putting a perfect end to this secret love of mine. He has the right to pursue happiness, and she shouldn't monopolize him anymore. But after hearing her words, Gu Mingye's eyes did not flash with the slightest bit of surprise. Between his brows, there was something that Qin Qin could not understand lingering in his expression. He said in a measured tone, you. Qin Qin was not the type to argue endlessly. Now she was even very glad that she had suddenly found out that she had difficulty getting pregnant. She could use this as an excuse for divorce and blame all the problems on herself. After taking a breath, she continued. The reason why I arrived at the old house so late today was not because I met Su Ling. Instead, I went to the hospital for a physical examination. Polycystic ovary syndrome, the doctor said it would be difficult for me to conceive. After a pause, he said, Grandpa has always been looking forward to having a great-grandson. If Grandpa knew about this, you should know what the situation would be. So let's part ways in peace, Buzz. But before Qin Qin could finish her words, Gu Mingye's cell phone suddenly rang, indicating an incoming call. Gu Mingye glanced at the caller and picked up the phone. A gentle ripple appeared between his brows. Hello. On the other end, the girl's soft voice leaked through the receiver, and Qin Qin heard it clearly. Mingye, my stomach is not feeling well. Can you come over here? What's wrong? Gu Mingye frowned, his face showing a solemn and tense expression that Qin Qin had never seen before. At this time, a motorcycle honked and drove past. Qin Qin couldn't hear what was said on the other end of the phone. After the motorcycle passed, she only heard Gu Mingye say, "Okay, don't worry, I'll be there soon." After hanging up the phone, Gu Mingye lowered the tailgate of the car, reported a destination, and asked Li Fang to rush over immediately. But after he finished reporting, he seemed to have just remembered Qin Qin's existence. He glanced at Qin Qin and repeated his instructions: send the lady back first. Qin Qin was not a person who didn't know what to do. She moved her dry lips and said generously, "It's okay. If you have something to do, just go ahead and drop me off on the side of the road and I'll take a taxi back." Gu Mingye seemed to think about it for a moment and nodded, "Okay." The car pulled over to the side of the road, and Gu Mingye looked at Qin Qin, who got out of the car. "I'll talk about what we just talked about when I get back to the party. You should calm down." It was a very hot day, but as Qin Qin watched the Rolls-Royce drive away, she felt as if she was immersed in an ice well in the dead of winter, her frail body emitting a chilling chill. Qin Qin was not stupid. She had already guessed the other party's identity by looking at Gu Mingye's attitude and the disgusting tone of voice coming from the other party through the phone. Eventually, she had to let go. Although Qin Qin had convinced herself to be open-minded, this situation still had a huge impact on her. Qin Qin didn't know how long she stood there in a daze before she moved her stiff legs and looked around. The excruciating pain spread from the depths of my heart. A tear rolled down my cheek, blurring my vision. Qin Qin did not go home immediately, but wandered outside aimlessly for a long time. Until I received a call from Su Ling. Su Ling asked her to meet at the old place coffee shop. Qin Qin ordered 2 cups of latte after arriving. After waiting for a while, Su Ling finally arrived in a hurry. With big wavy hair and high heels, the professional attire she wears sets off her pretty figure, making her look like a workplace beauty. After putting down the Gucci bag in her hand, Su Ling opened her mouth and said, "I'm so tired." Su Ling was Qin Qin's roommate in college, studying the same major. After graduation, they joined the same company. They were comrades in arms at work, working in perfect harmony and were almost invincible. But Qin Qin got married when her career was on the rise. Su Ling still worked diligently in the company. As soon as she saw Qin Qin, she began to complain. At a meeting today, one of the bid evaluation experts was 15 minutes late, which made the client look unhappy. "He has no professional ethics at all, otherwise I would have finished the meeting and rushed over earlier." After complaining for a while, Su Ling took a sip of coffee and went straight to the point without any prelude. "How is it? What do you think?" Qin Qin knew what she was referring to. She took a sip of the coffee in her hand, looked out the window, and sighed softly, "Leave." Su Ling raised her eyebrows. "You sound so undecided. You can see this." "You sighed." Qin Qin smiled bitterly, pursed her lips and remained silent for 2 seconds. "I just think it's quite boring." Su Ling patted Qin Qin's hand on the table. "It's like this. Love makes people suffer a lot of grievances. You should learn from me. Wise people never step into love. So, just leave. There is a big forest out there waiting for you to cultivate." Su Ling had witnessed Qin Qin's secret devotion to Gu Mingye over the years, and had advised Qin Qin not to hang herself on a tree, even though the tree had been considered upright in the past. But now, the trunk is infested with insects and there is no need to stay and lick it anymore. Su Ling is a rational person and is more concerned about whether Qin Qin can obtain tangible benefits after the divorce. So he advised, "You must make sure you understand the property division agreement. Don't be stupid and not fight for yourself. Also, Gu Mingye's company has been doing quite well in the past 2 years. You should consult a professional about the company's shares and other things. As long as it's yours, you should divide it up and take it. Don't suffer any loss. Okay?" Qin Qin was silent. After a while, he spoke, his voice as light as a wisp of smoke. "It's not that complicated. In the prenuptial agreement he and I signed, there was a hidden clause specifically for the division of property." Hidden clause. Chapter 5: Secret Love. Qin Qin nodded. "If the marriage fails halfway and cannot last until the end, I will get 1 million yuan in compensation for every year I am with him, so I can probably get 2 million yuan. "What?" Su Ling's brows twisted into knots. "Isn't this an unfair clause? Gu Mingye is really good at fooling people. He is worth hundreds of millions now, and he sent you away with just 2 million. Didn't you see clearly at the time? When he first started his business, his wealth was far less than it is now. 1 million a year was considered a good deal. And you know the situation at that time. After the old man proposed that he marry me, he was very resistant. Qin Qin paused and said calmly. Later, for some reason, he suddenly relented, but privately asked me to sign an agreement. I signed it out of excitement. In fact, I didn't pay any attention to this hidden clause. Su Ling looked distressed. Think about how smart you were in college. You were blinded by lust, you were blinded by lust. Qin Qin comforted Su Ling in return. Okay, it's actually nothing. If there wasn't this clause, I wouldn't have planned to divide up his property at all. Qin Qin knew that although the Jiyu family was one of the largest families in Guangxing with strong financial resources, Mr. Jiyu had always advocated that the children and grandchildren of the Jiyu family start their own businesses. Whoever could make a name for himself with his own strength would have the possibility of becoming the person in charge of the Jiyu family in the future. When Qin Qin married Gu Mingye was just starting his business. Over the past 2 years, Qin Qin has watched Gu Mingye build a little-known small company into a powerful one with his own strength and hard work. She saw all the hardships he went through, so she had no intention of dividing up the empire he had worked so hard to build. After hearing this, Su Ling just shook her head. You are in the late stage of love brain. Forget it, if you can't make it in the future, just come back and we can start a business together. You don't know that since you left, the legend about you is still circulating in the company. Changing the subject, but in my opinion, with Mr. Jiyu here, he will definitely not let you sleep on the streets. Qin Qin twitched her lips and did not respond to Su Ling's words. She knew that Su Ling was right and that Mr. Jiyu would not sit idly by. But this time, even if Mr. Jiyu was willing to intervene and wanted to pay for her life again, she didn't intend to accept his kindness anymore. She knew exactly why Mr. Jiyu had been so good to her over the years. 6 years ago, after her adoptive parents died in a car accident, Qin Qin hated Mr. Jiyu. But human hearts are made of flesh. If she were to ask herself, the old man had never treated her harshly in the past 6 years and had done his best for her. Now 6 years have passed, the spirits of my adoptive parents in heaven can be comforted enough, and everything should be even. She wants to rely on her own legs to walk the future. Taking a breath, Qin Qin looked at Su Ling. Her profile was reflected on the reflective glass of the cafe, making her pretty face look hazy and firm. It may not be long before we become colleagues again. After parting with Su Ling, Qin Qin returned to Jiaxing Villa. After packing her luggage, she found the prenuptial agreement she had signed with Gu Mingye. She waited for Gu Mingye to come back and finalize the divorce so that she could move out. But Gu Mingye did not come back that night. Qin Qin stared at the ceiling with blank eyes for the entire night. It was not until the sun rose and the first ray of morning sunlight shone through the curtains that Qin Qin heard the sound of wheels rolling on the ground outside the villa coming closer and closer. Then came Liu Mar's usual greeting, "Sir, you're back." Qin Qin blinked her dry eyes and got out of bed very calmly. That night, she was entangled and strangled by all kinds of emotions, from anxiety to anger and sadness. Now she was numb. She walked downstairs in her slippers and her eyes fell on the tall and straight man who was walking in from outside. The moment she saw him, Qin Qin felt a sudden sour feeling between her nostrils, and her numb heart began to ache dully again. Gu Mingye probably didn't get much sleep last night. The 2 dark lines under his eyelids seemed to be darker than yesterday, but they also made the contours of his eye sockets look deeper and more three-dimensional. At this moment, Gu Mingye also raised his eyes and looked over. Behind the lenses, his thick eyelashes drooped slightly at the corners of his eyes, forming 2 small dark shadows. Eyes met. Gu Mingye glanced at Qin Qin's not-so-energetic face and said in a gentle voice, "Didn't you sleep well?" Qin Qin turned her eyes away, gathered her gauze shawl around her body, and swallowed the sourness in her throat. "Fortunately, I slept well." She didn't want him to know that she lost sleep because he stayed out all night with another woman. On the side, Aunt Liu asked respectfully, "Sir, madam, would you like to have breakfast now?" Gu Mingye nodded, unbuttoned his suit, walked with his long legs, and came to the restaurant. Qin Qin also followed, and the 2 sat opposite each other. Even though they were separated by a table, Qin Qin could still smell the sweet feminine scent on him, which was different from the cold pine scent. Strange yet familiar. Qin Qin suddenly pinched the hanging tablecloth and waited until Aunt Liu put breakfast on the table before she said to Aunt Liu in a gentle voice, "Auntie Liu, I want to eat steamed sea bass for lunch." The sea bass are fresh this morning. Go to the market and pick two. Yes. After sending Aunt Liu away, Qin Qin looked at Gu Mingye, who was slowly wiping his hands with a hot towel. Wiped by the soft towel, the man's slender fingers had distinct joints, and his movements were pleasing to the eye, like fine works of art. Qin Qin took a deep breath and asked, "What do you think about that?" Gu Mingye obviously knew what she was talking about. He didn't stop wiping his hands, his eyes were deep. Divorce is not a joke. Besides, I've checked with someone and found that polycystic ovary syndrome is not incurable. Qin Qin's fingers pinching the tablecloth slightly exerted some force, as if making some difficult resolution. There is a probability that it is incurable. It's better to be safe than sorry, isn't it? Gu Mingye raised his eyebrows and fixed his eyes on Qin Qin. Qin Qin was born beautiful. Even without makeup, she was still elegant and refined, with delicate features like a painting. Her voice was usually soft and gentle, and she was very well behaved. But for some reason, at this moment, he saw a hint of desperate determination on her usually gentle and calm face, and he also heard a hint of sharpness in the tone of her voice. With his brows furrowed, Gu Mingye said, "So." Qin Qin straightened her back and said, "So let's get divorced." Gu Mingye placed the hot towel in his hand, which had turned cold, on the table and remained silent with his eyelids drooped. After a long time, he slowly spoke. "Qin Qin, the reason why you are so determined to leave is because of this disease, or because?" After a pause, Gu Mingye raised his eyelids and stared into Qin Qin's cold eyes. "The person you had a crush on back then has returned to China." Chapter 6 Memories. Qin Qin was stunned, not understanding why Gu Mingye suddenly asked this. Seeing that she didn't answer, Gu Mingye bent his knuckles and knocked on the table, as if to remind her. "That why you wrote in your diary, is it him coming back? That's why you can't wait to get a divorce, right?" Qin Qin was silent. Deep in my memory, a series of youthful memories came flooding back like a floodgate. After being adopted by Mr. Gu, Qin Qin moved into the Gu family. Mr. Gu gave her the best of everything out of guilt. Although food, clothing, housing and transportation are all the best, the lack in the heart is difficult to make up for. Although her adoptive parents are not her biological parents, they are no different from her biological parents to her. After losing her loved ones, she was in a daze during that period. Gu Mingye often appeared when she was hiding in a corner crying silently, stroking her head again and again, comforting her, "Don't cry, I'm with you." His care and companionship illuminated her like a fire, and became her only comfort and salvation, and her spiritual support during that dark time. So it was a natural and unsurprising thing for her to fall in love with Gu Mingye. And the gentle thoughts hidden in her heart were recorded by her in the form of a diary. Like many young girls, Qin Qin's secret love cannot be made public, especially when the other party is her nominal big brother. Because of this forbidden relationship, Gu Mingye's name became the abbreviation Y in her diary, the first letter of night. Later, she accidentally learned that Gu Mingye had an ex-girlfriend who went abroad. It was said that the two had a deep relationship and had to separate. Not long after Qin Qin graduated from university, the old man arranged a marriage for Qin Qin and Gu Mingye. It was also at that time that Gu Mingye signed a prenuptial agreement with her in private and accidentally saw the letter Y in her diary. He asked her directly, "Who is Y?" After being caught by the real person, Qin Qin was very flustered and ashamed, but perhaps in order to prove herself and fight for fairness and face, she said that Y was her first love and someone she liked very much, but that the other party had gone abroad. Gu Mingye's reaction at the time was indifferent. He only promised that if this Y came back and she still wanted to be with him, he would fulfill her wish and bless her. Young people are best at being tough and competitive. Qin Qin immediately said that if his ex-girlfriend came back from abroad, she wouldn't mind helping them get together. Gu Mingye was silent for 2 seconds, then he fixed his dark eyes on her and smiled. The smile was shimmering but did not reach his eyes. Afterwards, Qin Qin quickly put this verbal agreement behind her and quietly became his gentle and considerate Mrs. Gu. Until now, when she heard him mention Y and the diary again, Qin Qin felt as if she was in another world. Cutting off the memories, Qin Qin curled the corners of her lips with a wry smile, suppressing the complicated emotions in her heart. She nodded and admitted frankly, "Yes, he is back." It was something that could be solved with just polycystic ovary syndrome, and she didn't understand why he had to give her such a false reason. But let's just leave it as it is, she is too lazy to clarify. When Gu Mingye heard her admit it so decisively, he paused, and his pupils behind his glasses darkened slightly. Sure enough, he guessed right. One evening not long ago, he got off work early, and when he returned home and went upstairs, Qin Qin was still awake and was talking on the phone with Su Ling on loudspeaker. He could hear the voices of Su Ling and Qin Qin talking on the phone, and intermittent voices came from inside the door. Qin Qin, do you know? That guy has returned to China, the one you, yes, it's him. I ran into him at a social event a few days ago. When Gu Mingye pushed open the door, he saw Qin Qin with a strange expression on her face, and then she hung up the phone awkwardly. He did not ask Qin Qin who the person Su Ling was talking about on the phone, but guessed it was why. I verified it today and it turned out to be true. He is not a man who does not keep his promise. He promised to help her, so he naturally keeps his promise. Okay. Gu Mingye lowered his gaze and said with almost no hesitation, I agree to the divorce. It was still the same deep, magnetic voice, and the emotions were calm and steady, as if he was giving up an object without any emotion, very generously. Somehow, after hearing Gu Mingye's statement, the dull pain that Qin Qin had suppressed in her heart resurfaced, even more intense than before. It hurt so much that her eyes became hot and a sour and choking feeling welled up in her throat. But I have to go on a business trip today. Wait until I come back. Gu Mingye added again. Qin Qin swallowed the sourness in her throat, blinked hastily, forced back the tears, looked at Gu Mingye, and reluctantly curled her lips. Okay. Things have been decided, and the relief that should have come did not come as expected, but instead it felt heavy. Qin Qin didn't have much appetite, so she ate a few bites of food and went upstairs to her bedroom. She hadn't slept all night, and although she was so confused that she wasn't sleepy at all, her energy had been drawn to the limit. Not long after she touched the pillow, she fell into a deep sleep. After she fell asleep, a tall figure pushed open the door and appeared at the bedroom door. Gu Mingye took steady and deliberate steps with his long legs, walked to the bed and stood still, his eyes falling on Qin Qin's sleeping face. He just looked at her like that for an unknown amount of time before he turned around and prepared to leave. But just as he took a step forward, the person on the bed turned over and half of the quilt on his body slipped off. Gu Mingye paused and saw Qin Qin's eyebrows were tightly furrowed, with a section of her straight white calf exposed, and she seemed to be sleeping unsteadily. He covered her with the quilt again and was about to pull his hand away. Suddenly, she grabbed my wrist tightly, and the man who was sleeping with his eyes closed muttered, "Why did you come back just now? I've been waiting for you for a long time." His tone of grievance, accompanied by tears, showed that he had obviously had a sad dream. She seldom cried in the 2 years since she married me. The last time I heard her cry so aggrieved and sad was 6 years ago, when her adoptive parents had just passed away. At that time, the little girl was still young, delicate and weak, and had no relatives. Although the huge GU residence was an excellent shelter, it was still a strange environment for her. Therefore, Grandpa asked me to take care of her. So every day after he finished his work, he would go to see her, and every time he saw her crying in her sleep. But no matter how much she cried at that time, she would not talk in her sleep. She would just curl up into a ball like a cat, gritting her teeth and crying silently. But today, she talked in her sleep. Gu Mingye has always had a sharp intuition, and he immediately identified the person I've been waiting for a long time as why. Yes, the other party had been abroad for a long time and finally returned home. Her long wait paid off. Thinking of this, the arm that was grasped by Qin Qin stiffened. Gu Mingye lowered his eyes, and a trace of restlessness in his heart that he himself did not even notice turned into an invisible thread, slowly wrapping around his heart and tightening. The next moment, he sighed very lightly, sat down beside the bed, held her head in his arms, and then patted her back gently again and again. Just like before, I comforted her, "Don't be afraid, I'm here, I'm with you." Chapter 7, Encountering the Mistress in the Hospital. Qin Qin did have a very sad dream. In the dream, Gu Ming did not come back all night, and spent a night of love with another woman. She waited for him half the night, staring at the ceiling and crying silently. Just when she was heartbroken, Gu Mingye finally came back cold. She didn't care about her dignity and image, and rushed into his arms, hugged his waist tightly, and told him about the grievance of waiting for him. Then, his magnetic and deep voice penetrated her dream and rang in her ears. "Don't be afraid, I'm here, I'm with you." This voice was like a trickle of warm current, and even more like magic, soothing all her anxieties and grievances. The sobbing finally subsided, and only when Qin Qin fell into a deep sleep again did Gu Mingye stop comforting her, leave the bedroom, and rush to the airport. Inside a speeding Rolls-Royce, Gu Mingye sat in the back row, wearing a well-ironed suit and exuding a noble aura. Special Assistant Li Fang, who was driving in front, was holding the steering wheel very attentively and looking straight ahead. But as a personal assistant, it was his instinct to read people's expressions. While waiting for the traffic lights to turn red, Li Fang glanced through the rearview mirror and saw that his boss's face seemed a little off today. Hesitantly, he was about to help his boss solve the problem, but Gu Mingye spoke first, his voice dull. "What do you want to say?" Li Fang asked tentatively, "Are you in a bad mood?" Gu Mingye looked at the trees that were rapidly retreating outside the car window. A hint of mystery appeared in his pupils behind the lenses. After a moment of silence, he spoke, "Do you still remember your first love?" Li Fang was confused for a moment, not understanding why the boss suddenly asked this, but since the boss asked, there must be a reason. So Li Fang answered truthfully, "I remember." After saying this, perhaps because he felt that his answer was a bit sloppy, he cleared his throat and said in a distant voice, "The person you fall in love with at the age of first love always leaves a deep impression on you. I still remember that I met her at a school social gathering. She was wearing a white dress and had a sweet smile. When she was spinning in the middle of the dance floor, she looked like a blooming white peony." As he spoke, his tone was tinged with regret. "I fell in love with her at first sight. Unfortunately, we later went our separate ways. If I had another chance, I would definitely cherish her." Gu Mingye pressed his brows. "Okay, that's enough." Li Fang suddenly stopped talking, looked at Gu Mingye carefully through the rearview mirror. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he just heard a hint of displeasure in his boss's tone. You know, the boss is usually very stable and rarely shows his emotions. He will not even bring up topics like, "Do you remember your first love?" which obviously have a romantic tone. Suddenly, he remembered the last time his wife asked for a divorce from her boss in the car. His eyebrows jumped and he wondered if there was any connection between them. But just as he was frantically imagining things, Gu Mingye loosened his hand that was pinching his brows and said in a calm voice, "After you send me off, contact Fu Jun and ask him to do something." Qin Qin slept very deeply and had a lot of messy dreams. She didn't wake up until dawn the next day. Just as I got up, the phone rang suddenly. I picked up the phone and the voice on the other end was polite. "Ms. Qin, right? I'm your attending physician. If you have time today, please come to the hospital. I have something very important to tell you." Qin Qin's heart skipped a beat, and she subconsciously asked, "Excuse me, what's the matter?" "That's good news. Come to my clinic and I'll tell you in detail in person." After saying that, the person on the other end seemed busy and hung up the phone in a hurry. Good thing. Out of curiosity, Qin Qin packed up and went straight to the hospital. Obstetrics and Gynecology. When Qin Qin arrived, the doctor handed her a note. "It's not convenient to go into details over the phone, but I know a very capable person who's an expert in treating polycystic ovary syndrome. Here's his contact information. You can try to contact him." Qin Qin looked down at the contents of the note, a string of phone numbers with the note, "Dr. Fu," behind it. Thinking that the doctor in front of me is already an authoritative expert in the industry, if he is recognized by the other party, his medical skills must be even higher. Qin Qin was filled with gratitude and kept thanking him. Holding the note in her hand, she pushed the door and was about to leave. Not far away, a slender figure was carefully supported by a nurse and walked over. At a glance, Qin Qin felt that the other person looked familiar, but did not think about it too much. Until the nurse said to the woman, "Mrs. Gu, you look so good today." The woman smiled and said in a delicate tone, "Really? Thank you." The nurse asked again, "Where is Mr. Gu? Didn't he accompany you for the prenatal checkup today?" The woman gathered her hair around her ears, smiling shyly and sweetly. "I had to go on a business trip for work, but he insisted on giving up his work to accompany me. I didn't agree and repeatedly emphasized that he should put work first. It's just a prenatal checkup, I can do it myself." The nurse's eyes sparkled with envy. "Wow. Mr. Gu really loves you, and Mrs. Gu, you are also very considerate. No wonder Mr. Gu dotes on you so much." The woman smiled with great enjoyment, the smile in her eyes deepened, and she looked like a little woman immersed in love. Until the two of them came to less than 2 steps away from Qin Qin, Qin Qin's wooden heart suddenly trembled. Yes, that's confirmed. The woman in front of him was none other than Gu Mingye's cheating partner, the person Su Ling captured that day. At that time, Su Ling only took a picture of the other person's side face. Now that the other person's face was facing her, Qin Qin was able to see the other person's appearance clearly. She finally understood why she felt that the other person was familiar just now. Because this face looks 60% similar to mine. You are blocking the door. Please move aside. The nurse's voice pulled Qin Qin back from her stupor. Qin Qin subconsciously turned her body to the side. The nurse helped the woman pass in front of her and brushed her into the clinic. Almost instantly, a familiar sweet scent of women's perfume wafted from the woman and entered Qin Qin's nose. Qin Qin seemed to have lost her hearing and was not even aware of the sound of the door being closed behind her. Qin Qin stood there for a long time before leaving the hospital. On their way back, her mind was filled with distant memories. When Mr. Gu arranged a marriage for Gu Mingye and himself, Gu Mingye was against it. To show his determination, he even said to the old man very firmly, "I only treat Qin Qin as my sister, and I will never marry her in this life." But later, somehow, he agreed to marry me. But before getting the marriage certificate, Qin Qin accidentally heard the servants whispering that she was somewhat similar to Gu Mingye's white moonlight. I also heard them say that the reason why Gu Mingye had been so nice to me and agreed to marry me was because of my face. Gu Mingye was treating me as a substitute. But somehow these rumors reached Gu Mingye, and he immediately dismissed the servants and comforted himself, "Don't listen to those rumors." Seeing that he had done this, Qin Qin naturally felt relieved. Until just now. The face that looked like her own really appeared in front of her, and she was pregnant with Gu Mingye's child and walking around with the title of Mrs. Gu. Qin Qin finally realized that she had been being played like a clown. Yes, if her guess was correct, the person Gu Mingye was cheating on with was none other than his ex who had gone abroad, his white moonlight. And now that the real owner is back, it's time for me, the substitute, to make my exit. Chapter 8: Divorce him as soon as possible. Qin Qin has never been a person who drags his feet, especially after recognizing the truth. She sat in the car and cried for a long time. When her tears were almost dry, she calmly called Gu Mingye. At that time, the phone rang and Gu Mingye was attending a business negotiation meeting with a third-party company in another city. The phone on the table buzzed. He glanced at it and saw the note was "wife," so he hung up. But the phone seemed to be persistent and rang again just after it was disconnected. Gu Mingye frowned slightly and raised his hand to stop the product manager of Party B from speaking. Holding the phone, he stood up and walked out. That woman is usually very sensible and never disturbs me during working hours. Could something have happened? I clicked to answer the call, and her slightly nasal voice came from inside, "When will you be back?" Walking to the window at the end of the corridor, Gu Mingye placed his slender fingers on the windowsill and tapped gently, "It will take another 3 days. Can't it be done earlier?" Qin Qin was feeling angry and couldn't wait any longer. She wanted to divorce him as soon as possible and cut off all ties with him. Gu Mingye's handsome eyebrows furrowed even deeper, but his voice remained magnetic and gentle. "What's wrong? What happened?" When he asked this, Qin Qin felt a sore nose and her dry eyes couldn't help but become moist again. She wanted to tell him everything she knew and ask him why he lied to her. According to the original agreement, he could have just asked for divorce and then married his white moonlight openly. This way, even if we break up, it can still be considered decent. Now that he was doing this, it was clear that he was trying to destroy the gentle and noble image of him in her heart. He is so cruel. After taking several deep breaths, Qin Qin swallowed back the tears that were welling up in her eyes and said as calmly as possible, "Nothing, I just want to get a divorce as soon as possible." At that moment, Gu Mingye paused while tapping on the windowsill. "Is it urgent?" Qin Qin nodded here. "Yes, it's urgent." Gu Mingye withdrew his hand and paused for a moment. A hint of obscurity appeared in the deep and dark pupils behind the lenses. Is she so eager to be with her first love? With his thin lips slightly pursed and the tip of his tongue touching his molars, he said, "Okay, as soon as I'm done here, I'll go back immediately." After ending the call, Gu Mingye did not immediately return to continue the meeting. Instead, he loosened his neatly tied tie, took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. the flickering cigarette butt was burning at his fingertips. A sudden sense of irritation caused his slender fingers holding the cigarette to tighten slightly, and the cigarette handle was almost deformed. The next day, Qin Qin managed to calm down all her emotions, contacted Dr. Fu, and made an appointment to meet at the clinic opened by the other party. It was called a clinic. Qin Qin found it according to the address and realized that it was very large and the design and layout was very high-end, comparable to a small private hospital. This clinic also accepts some common patients, but mainly solves difficult and complicated cases related to obstetrics and gynecology. When Qin Qin arrived, Dr. Fu was already waiting in the clinic. The other person was sitting behind the computer, wearing a white coat and a mask. Although his full face could not be seen, his eyes were very sharp and bright. Judging from his age, he was about 30 years old, very young. Seeing Qin Qin knocking on the door and coming in, the other party nodded slightly, with a barely perceptible surprise flashing in his eyes. Qin Qin, right. Qin Qin's eyes first fell on the nameplate on the other person's chest, Fu Jun, and then she was attracted by the banners on the wall of the clinic. What gynecological wizard, Guanyin who delivers children, living Huertuor? Qin Qin's eyes finally fell on a banner hanging in the corner that read, the ancient Greek god in charge of childbirth, and she couldn't help laughing. Then he cleared his throat embarrassedly, feeling a little respect for the young doctor in front of him. Yes, I'm Qin Qin, hello, Dr. Fu. Fu Jun made a please gesture, sit down. Qin Qin sat down opposite him, and Fu Jun got straight to the point, put your hand over here, I'll take your pulse first. Qin Qin was a little surprised. According to common practice, shouldn't she first undergo a Western medical instrument examination? My clinic specializes in combining Chinese and Western medicine and dialectical treatment. And you have been diagnosed in that hospital not long ago, so there is no need for another checkup. Fu Jun seemed to have guessed what Qin Qin was thinking, and his words cleared up Qin Qin's confusion. Qin Qin placed her hand on the pulse pillow and let Fu Jun take her pulse. Fu Jun stared with his eyes fixed, his fingers resting on Qin Qin's wrist. He appeared calm on the surface, but he was sighing faintly in his heart. Yes, he and Gu Mingye have been friends for many years. In fact, he should call Qin Qin sister-in-law. In fact, he had already been entrusted by Gu Mingye with the treatment of Qin Qin's illness. 2 years ago, when Gu Mingye and Qin Qin were doing a pre-marital checkup, Qin Qin was diagnosed with polycystic ovary syndrome, but Gu Mingye concealed this from Qin Qin for some reason. Unable to conduct a high-profile diagnosis and treatment, he could only prescribe some symptomatic medicine and have Gu Mingye add it to Qin Qin's daily diet, making it into medicated food, and secretly give her conditioning and treatment. But looking at Qin Qin's pulse, although there has been improvement, the degree of improvement is not optimistic. Dr. Fu, how is it? Can my disease be cured? Qin Qin saw that Fu Jun seemed to be frozen and hadn't expressed his opinion, and she couldn't help feeling a little nervous. I can't guarantee it 100%, but let's try it first. Fu Jun withdrew his hand, picked up the pen and began to write carefully on the prescription. Qin Qin was feeling uneasy. Perhaps sensing Qin Qin's uneasiness, Fu Jun stopped writing and glanced up at her. In a light-hearted and humorous tone, he said, "Don't worry, not everyone can be called the ancient Greek god of childbirth." Qin Qin was so amused that the corners of her lips curled up, and she felt relieved a little. Fu Jun added, Chinese medicine culture is extensive and profound, and many diseases have different priorities. You have to come for follow-up visits on time so that I can adjust the treatment plan for you in a timely manner according to the situation, okay? Qin Qin nodded, okay, Dr. Fu, I will cooperate well. Fu Jun lowered his head and wrote a few words, then handed the prescription to Qin Qin, come back with the medicine, and I'll tell you how to take it. Okay. Qin Qin went to get the medicine, but Fu Jun made a phone call directly. After the call was connected, Fu Jun walked to the water dispenser and bent over to get some water. You are so lucky. My sister-in-law is so beautiful. No wonder you have been so secretive these past 2 years. On the other end, Gu Mingye's voice was solemn and serious. She went to see it. Fu Jun took a sip of water. Gu Mingye, how is the situation? As long as you actively cooperate, recovery is just a matter of time. That's good. Fu Jun cleared his throat, glanced at the door, calculated the time when Qin Qin would come back, and said to Gu Mingye on the phone, actually, I have a question that has been puzzling me for a long time. You say? If you had brought your sister-in-law to see the doctor in person, the medication would have been more accurate and her illness might have been cured long ago. So, why did you have to hide it from her back then? Chapter 9. Respect her decision to divorce. As soon as Fu Jun asked this question, there was silence on the phone. At that time, after expediting all the work, Gu Mingye was rushing to the airport, holding the mobile phone in his hand and pursing his thin lips. After a long while, he finally answered Fu Jun's question. The Gu family will not tolerate a woman who cannot have children, and she has a strong sense of self-esteem. That's why he concealed this matter back then. It wasn't that he loved her so much that he had to marry her. At that time, the news of his plan to marry her had already been announced by the old man, and almost everyone in the Gu family and the upper class knew about it. If the engagement is cancelled for this reason, the girl might not be able to bear it. Moreover, when he expressed his willingness to marry her to the old man, he had already decided that she was his wife. He knew that this disease was not incurable, and it was his responsibility and obligation as a husband to privately hire the best doctor to treat her. The reason why he wrote in the agreement that he didn't want children was because he didn't want to put pressure on her. Moreover, over the years, he had actually created opportunities every now and then to test her physical recovery. For example, last time, there were only 2 condoms at home that night, and he asked for them 3 times. Later, we thought that her vomiting was due to pregnancy, but who knew, she actually discovered that she was sick by accident. Thinking that she was determined to divorce him and go after her first love, Gu Mingye lowered his eyelashes slightly, and the feeling of his heart being strangled appeared again. Never mind, respect her decision. Pursing his lips, Gu Mingye said to Fu Jun, who was silent on the other end of the phone. No matter what happens to her identity in the future, you don't have to worry about it or ask questions. Just treat her well. Identity changed? Fu Jun asked in confusion. What changed? Stop asking questions and just do your job. I'm about to board the plane. Bye. After saying that, Gu Mingye hung up the phone. Not long after, a private plane took off from the airport, its destination being Guangcheng. Gu family starry villa. Qin Qin prepared the medicine prescribed by Fu Jun early on. She kept in mind Fu Jun's advice when she left the clinic: stay up less late, keep a happy mood, and exercise regularly. So after asking Aunt Liu to help her look after the medicine on the gas stove, she changed into yoga clothes, went to the rooftop terrace, put on headphones, played some music, and started exercising. Jiaxingting Villa is located on the hillside of Yingxian Mountain in the eastern suburbs of Guangzhou. Yingxian Mountain is a famous place for recuperation in Guangzhou. It has beautiful scenery, is surrounded by mountains and rivers, and is known as a natural oxygen bar. It is an excellent environment for practicing yoga, and Qin Qin can usually calm down easily. But Qin Qin couldn't calm down today. She was distracted while doing standing stretching, and her ankle twisted unexpectedly. Her body tilted to the side due to inertia and she was about to fall. At this moment, she was lifted up by a strong arm and fell into their familiar arms with the smell of pine. Qin Qin raised her eyes and saw Gu Mingye falling from the sky. In the headphones, there is still the sound of a pure female voice singing, which is beautiful and moving. In front of me is a man with finely sculpted eyebrows and eyes, handsome and stylish. Eyes met. This scene made Qin Qin's heart beat uncontrollably fast. It was not until she saw the man's thin lips opening and closing that Qin Qin took off her headphones and heard his magnetic and deep voice. Are you okay? Thinking of their impending divorce, Qin Qin stood up from his arms a little awkwardly. But just as she stood up, she felt a pain in her right ankle. She frowned subconsciously and took a breath. It's still twisted. Seeing this, Gu Mingye bent down and picked her up like a princess. With her feet hanging in the air, Qin Qin instinctively hugged his neck, her forehead only half an inch away from his Adam's apple, so close that his breath sprayed on her cheek. It feels a little itchy, and a little ambiguous. Qin Qin blushed and tried to break free, wanting to keep her distance from him and walk down by herself, but the man's gentle but somewhat overbearing voice fell on her head. Don't move, at least we are still husband and wife now. After his reminder, Qin Qin really did not move and let him carry her to the bedroom downstairs. He has very long legs and his steps are long but extremely steady. Qin Qin rested her cheek against his chest. She could feel his warm body temperature and hear his strong heartbeat that she had always longed for. Thinking of the many nights in the past 2 years when she had snuggled into his arms while he was sleeping, leaning against his heart, and secretly listening to his heartbeat. Qin Qin's nostrils felt sore and her eyes turned red uncontrollably. To her, the sound of her lover's heartbeat means being alive, and more importantly, it is a source of security. Thinking that she might never be able to hear his heartbeat again, the tears in Qin Qin's eyes rolled down like beads that had fallen off the string. But just when the tears were about to fall onto his white shirt, Qin Qin took a deep breath, wiped his eyes calmly, and wiped away the tears. Arriving at the bedroom, Qin Qin was gently placed on the bed by Gu Mingye. "Why did you come back suddenly?" Apart from the slight redness in her eyes, there was almost nothing unusual in Qin Qin's voice, and it even contained a hint of deliberate coldness and alienation. Gu Mingye naturally heard the difference in her voice. It was totally different from the tone the little girl used to use when she spoke to him so gently. But he didn't seem to take it to heart. He raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced at Qin Qin, saying, "Aren't you expecting me to come back quickly to get a divorce? I came back after finishing my emergency work." After saying that, he stood up and took out the medicinal wine for treating bruises and injuries from the medicine box on the bedside table. He took off his suit jacket and threw it on the sofa, then he tore off his tie and threw it over as well. He has a great body, and is definitely the type who looks thin when dressed and has muscular body when undressed. Without the cover of the black suit jacket, the muscular lines on the sturdy body outlined by the white shirt are vigorous and powerful. He knelt on one knee beside the bed. Without the tie, his collar was slightly open. From her angle, Qin Qin could see the delicate Adam's apple protruding from under his white collar, as well as the faint presence of his pectoral muscles. Rolling up his sleeves, he gently pinched Qin Qin's right ankle. Qin Qin's ankle was slender, and was held in his large, dry hands, like an eagle holding a chick. Qin Qin was stunned. Before she could react, he poured medicinal wine on her slightly red ankle. Then, he covered it with his palm and began to rub it slowly and forcefully. Qin Qin couldn't stand the itch, so she shrank back and hid. He applied a little force with his palm and she couldn't move. "Itchy." Qin Qin's voice trembled, like crying and laughing. "Bear with it," he ordered in a deep voice, but his strength was gentler. Feeling the gentle details he revealed, Qin Qin was stunned. During the 2 years they had been together, he had been so gentle at many moments, making her think for a time that she was loved by him. But now if you look closely, they are probably all illusions. But once people have had beautiful moments, even if they are illusions, those memories will stick together like glue, and when they are separated and need to tear their flesh apart. Covered with scars and in excruciating pain, Qin Qin took a breath, pinched her fingers into her palm, and endured the dull pain in her heart. "Tomorrow is Thursday, the Civil Affairs Bureau will be open for work, let's go get the divorce certificate tomorrow." Gu Mingye didn't raise his head. "Okay." Chapter 10. Mother-in-law comes to urge the birth. Although Gu Mingye rushed back urgently, he still had some work to do. After massaging Qin Qin's feet, he went to the company. Qin Qin felt tired and took a nap until the evening. As she had injured her ankle and had difficulty walking, Liu Mar brought her dinner. After dinner, it was time to drink the medicine. The medicine was bitter. After Qin Qin finished drinking it, she covered her mouth, frowned, and looked like she was enduring it. Suddenly, Aunt Liu handed over a strawberry-flavored lollipop. "Madam, this is what my husband asked me to give you before he left. He said that if you eat it, you won't feel bitter." Qin Qin looked at the lollipop, stunned for a second, then took it. "Thank you, Aunt Liu." She peeled the lollipop and put it in her mouth. The sweetness of the lollipop instantly filled her mouth. She touched the candy with the tip of her tongue, but she felt an indescribable bitterness in her heart. Memories once again pull away. She has had a problem since she was a child. She will get sick whenever she is in an unfamiliar environment. During the first days after I was taken to the Gu family, I had a fever and took medicine almost every few days. The medicine was very bitter and she refused to take it. Then Gu Mingye would take out many lollipops from his pocket like a magic trick and let her choose, saying that the medicine would not be bitter after she took it. At that time, she would always accurately pick out the lollipop with a strawberry pattern on the package from the colorful lollipops, put it in her mouth after drinking the medicine, blinked her bright eyes at Gu Mingye, and said to him vaguely, "Thank you, big brother." Gu Mingye would rub her head and say, "Be good." Qin Qin now thinks that her relationship with Gu Mingye should perhaps have ended there. He acted as a qualified and good brother, and she acted as a good and obedient sister. She hid her secret love for him deep in her heart, and let it rot in her stomach. Perhaps this was the correct trajectory of their lives. But there is no regret medicine in this world. With a crack. While she was distracted, Qin Qin bit the lollipop into pieces, and the sharp sugar residue hurt her gums. "Madam, your husband really loves you." Aunt Liu's words pulled Qin Qin, who was lost in her memories, back to reality. "Yes, it really hurts, it hurts so much that she almost suffocates." "Auntie Liu." Qin Qin looked at Auntie Liu, curved her eyebrows, and the sadness in her eyes turned into dead silence. She seemed to be smiling, but her heart was bleeding. "Thank you for taking care of me over the years. You have worked hard." Liu Ma originally came from the old house of the Gu family. When Qin Qin was taken into the Gu family, Liu Ma was mainly responsible for Qin Qin's food and daily life. People are not plants, they will develop feelings after spending a long time together. In this family, apart from Gu Mingye, the only person who spends every day with Qin Qin is Liu Ma. Aunt Liu said respectfully, "Whatever Madam said, it's what I should do." Qin Qin curled her lips and said softly, "I want to be alone for a while." Aunt Liu left tactfully. Qin Qin looked at the empty room, closed her eyes, and let the pain in her chest continue to expand and spread. Tomorrow, she will no longer belong here. The title of Mrs. Gu will no longer belong to her. Gu Mingye still did not come back that night. Qin Qin was too lazy to speculate whether he had spent the night at his White Moonlight's place again. Perhaps it was the effect of the medicine, she slept unusually deeply that night. Until the sound of a car door closing outside the villa, and Liu Ma's usual greeting. "Sir, you are back." Qin Qin just woke up from her sleep. Because she had enough rest, her pair of almond-shaped eyes looked like washed amber, so bright and clear that they seemed a little distorted. The sprained ankle was not seriously injured and he was able to walk. After washing up, Qin Qin pushed the suitcase that she had packed last night out from the bedside and prepared to go out. But unexpectedly, he ran into Gu Mingye head on. The man's first question was, "Does your foot hurt anymore?" Qin Qin nodded, "Okay." But my eyes were attracted by what he was wearing today. Wearing a dark brown long trench coat, a black shirt and suit pants of the same color, he looks more upright and elegant. Although Qin Qin knew that Gu Mingye's office also had a cloakroom, she had been there and saw that everyone wore uniform black suits, and no colors other than black. No need to think, today's outfit might have been made by another woman. Qin Qin laughed at herself in her heart. Is he so eager to tear off his loyal disguise and expose his true colors? Or is he simply ignoring his so-called first and lasting wife? Qin Qin pursed her lips, her heart trembling. She took a very light breath and said concisely, "Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau." As he said this, he tried to squeeze out from beside Gu Mingye, but just as he took a step, his wrist that was dragging the luggage was suddenly grabbed by a force, and Gu Mingye's slightly cool voice sounded above his head. "What are you doing?" Qin Qin answered calmly, "I won't come back after the divorce procedures are completed. I will move out directly." After saying that, seeing that Gu Mingye still had no intention of letting go of her, she looked up at him. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Their eyes met and the atmosphere became tense. Qin Qin stared straight into Gu Mingye's eyes, as if she was still trying to read even a trace of true feelings, reluctance, and fear of losing her in his eyes. But no. The lenses on his nose were cold, and behind the lenses, the deep eyes showed nothing but calmness and darkness, not to mention the slightest emotion. Qin Qin suddenly smiled, her smile slightly cold. "You hurt me, please let me go." She used the word please, and it was obvious that she was deliberately keeping a distance. Gu Mingye's tightly clenched hands suddenly loosened their strength. Qin Qin took the opportunity to pull her hand away, and without looking back, she pulled the suitcase downstairs. Looking at her stubborn back as she left, I thought that maybe she was in such a hurry to move out so that she could be with that "why" as soon as possible, so that after she divorced me, she could live with him seamlessly. Gu Mingye's dark pupils became even more obscure. This might be the most silent breakfast Qin Qin and Gu Mingye have ever had together. Qin Qin didn't have much of an appetite, but considering it was a farewell dinner, she symbolically drank a few mouthfuls of porridge. Putting down the spoon, she wiped the corner of her mouth and looked at Gu Mingye, who was eating slowly with his head down across the table. He always seems to be so calm and composed. Even if it means divorce. In the past, his behavior would always make Qin Qin sincerely admire and appreciate him, and she would think that Gu Mingye was a steady person and worthy of trust. But seeing him like this today, she felt uncomfortable and anxious. Qin Qin felt that she couldn't stay any longer. He stood up and said, "I'll wait for you in the car. Come find me when you're done eating." After saying that, he went out with his suitcase. Almost as soon as she walked out of the door, a middle-aged woman who was also pulling a suitcase came towards her. The middle-aged woman had her hair neatly tied up, and was wearing a dark purple cheongsam with dark patterns. She had a string of fine pearls around her neck, and 10-centimeter black retro high heels on her feet. She was slightly raising her chin, with a proud and elegant temperament. Looking closely at her facial features, she looked a bit like Gu Mingye. Yes, this middle-aged woman was none other than her mother-in-law Ms. Chu Qingzhu. Qin Qin subconsciously gripped the handle of the suitcase and blurted out, "Mom." Chu Qingzhu said, lightly. His eyes fell on the suitcase in Qin Qin's hand, and he raised his eyebrows slightly. "Why? Going on a trip?" Qin Qin opened her mouth, but before she could answer, a slender figure walked out and stopped beside her. Gu Mingye's indifferent voice rang out, "Why are you here?" Chu Qingzhu snorted, "Why? Can't I come to my son's home? Besides, I'm here with a mission." Gu Mingye, "What mission?" Chu Qingzhu glanced at Qin Qin's flat belly and said, "I was asked by the old man to help you two get pregnant. I'm here to help you two get pregnant." Chapter 11, Divorce is suspended, Mother-in-law helps. After Chu Qingzhu explained his purpose, he handed the suitcase to Aunt Liu and said, "I'm not saying anything bad about you two. You're not young anymore, but you keep putting off having children year after year. What are you thinking? You're just making me worry." After saying that, he walked towards the villa as if no one was around, and continued as he walked. "Luckily, my store isn't too busy lately, so I can stay here for a while and supervise you." "Stay for a while?" Qin Qin's eyelids jumped when she heard what Chu Qingzhu said. She looked up at Gu Mingye beside her. Gu Mingye seemed to sense something and also tilted his head to look over. Their eyes met, and Qin Qin frowned slightly, trying her best to hint that he should confess their current situation to her mother-in-law Chu Qingzhu. But maybe Gu Mingye didn't get it, and he had no intention of explaining at all. Qin Qin bit her lower lip anxiously and used their key words to quietly remind Gu Mingye, "Civil Affairs Bureau, divorce, agreed." But Chu Qingzhu was not prepared for her to suddenly turn around, and she saw all of Qin Qin's winking looks at Gu Mingye. Chu Qingzhu's tone was quite unhappy. "You don't welcome me." Gu Mingye turned his gaze away from Qin Qin's face, put his arm around Qin Qin's shoulders, and looked at Chu Qingzhu. "How could that be? Qin Qin is just afraid that she can't entertain you well." Chu Qingzhu said nothing more. He glanced at Qin Qin meaningfully, turned around and walked directly into the villa. Qin Qin's face flushed with embarrassment. She gently broke free from Gu Mingye's restraints and followed him. Villa living room. Chu Qingzhu spread out the hem of her cheongsam skirt and sat down on the sofa very gracefully. He glanced at the suitcase that was still firmly held in Qin Qin's palm. "Please stop traveling first and cooperate with me to complete the task assigned by the old man." "Qin Qin." Chu Qingzhu continued to knock. "Don't think that the old man is disrespectful and has violated your boundaries. He is old, and his recent physical examination showed that he is not in good health. He probably doesn't have much time left. His only wish is to hold his great-grandson before he dies. You should all understand this." Hearing that Mr. Gu was unwell, Qin Qin felt worried. At the same time, Gu Mingye asked with concern, "The physical examination is not good. What's wrong with Grandpa's health? What else can I do? As people age, their body functions deteriorate. During the physical examination, the doctor said that he also has heart problems. He needs to take good care of himself. He can't stand any stimulation." After a pause, Chu Qingzhu stood up, pressed his temple and rubbed it gently, looking tired. "I just came back from a silk expo in H State, and was assigned here by the old man. I'm a little tired, so I'm going to catch up on some sleep. You guys should just focus on your own things, and don't feel uncomfortable with having another person at home. Just treat me as a transparent person." After saying that, he went to the guest room on the first floor. After Chu Qingzhu left, the living room fell silent. Qin Qin opened her mouth to say something, but Gu Mingye whispered to her, "Let's talk upstairs." Upstairs bedrooms. After the door was locked, Qin Qin immediately asked, "Why didn't you say anything just now?" Gu Mingye pressed his brows and asked, "What?" "Speaking of our current situation, we were originally going to get a divorce today." "Gu Mingye, do you think it's appropriate to say this now?" "Can." "Gu Mingye, you just heard it. Grandpa has a bad heart. If he knew that we were getting a divorce, he would probably be upset." Qin Qin opened her mouth, then thought of her grandfather's love for her in the past, and was speechless for a moment. "Gu Mingye, my suggestion is to wait a moment." Qin Qin clenched her fingertips. "How long do we have to wait? We can't just keep dragging it on like this. I will go to the old house more often recently, slowly infiltrate Grandpa, do ideological work, and give him a buffer period of acceptance. In short, it won't take too long. I will handle this matter well." Qin Qin thought of Gu Mingye's white moonlight, who was pregnant with Gu's blood, and suddenly realized something. Yes, Mr. Gu's long-cherished wishes to have a great-grandson, and he already has the leverage to handle this matter well. He is just waiting for the right time to kick himself out and let his white moonlight in. It really shouldn't take long. Okay. Qin Qin nodded in response. "Please deal with it as soon as possible." "I will. But to avoid unnecessary trouble, before that, we'd better not reveal our true identity to my mother. Also, don't tell anyone about your illness. I will find a reason to send her away in a few days." Qin Qin nodded. "Yeah. She has been performing in front of the Gu family for 2 years. She and he can be considered teammates, with tacit cooperation, so it doesn't matter if she acts with him for a few more days." So that night, the two of them once again staged a big show. After dinner, Chu Qingzhu called Qin Qin aside mysteriously and handed her a beautifully wrapped gift box. "This is a good thing that the brand gave me privately at the H-State Silk Expo. I think it's suitable for you. You can try it tonight." Hearing her mother-in-law Chu Qingzhu deliberately emphasize the pronunciation of the 3 words, "good stuff," Qin Qin didn't think much about it and just thought it was some high-end and expensive silk cheongsam or scarf. Yes, Chu Qingzhu was born into a wealthy family, and her family was well known in Guangxing back then, so marrying into the Gu family was not considered marrying up. Later, her family fell into poverty and she had no one to rely on, so she turned around and founded a high-end handmade cheongsam brand, Mulan, and her business flourished. Now in the Gu family, no one dares to look down on her. Qin Qin admired this mother-in-law from the bottom of her heart. After all, it was not nice to open the gift in front of others, so Qin Qin took the gift and said, "Thank you, Mom." Then she was pushed upstairs to the bedroom by Chu Qingzhu. After returning to the bedroom and unwrapping the gift, Qin Qin saw what seemed to be a black palm-sized clothing inside. She couldn't tell what it was. It was not until he took it out and unfolded it to look at it carefully, and saw what it was, that Qin Qin's face suddenly flushed. At the same time, the bathroom door was pushed open from the inside, and Gu Mingye, with only a bath towel around his waist, appeared at the door. Slightly damp hair, a handsome face that seemed to be sculpted by a knife and an axe, clearly defined chest and abdominal muscles that were still steaming, and long, muscular legs. It was a picture of a handsome man emerging from the bath. But Qin Qin had no time to appreciate it, and subconsciously hid the thing in her hand behind her back. But perhaps she moved too quickly. Her hand slipped, and the thing slipped out of her hand, flying out of her hand in a parabola. With a pop sound. That thing directly covered Gu Mingye's handsome face. Gu Mingye. Qin Qin. Her heart suddenly stopped beating. While Qin Qin was shocked, Gu Mingye had already calmly taken the thing off his face. After taking a glance and seeing clearly what it was, his handsome eyebrows slightly raised, and his deep gaze fixed on Qin Qin's face, which was as red as a cooked shrimp. The man's usually gentle face had no expression, but it carried a sense of oppression. "I didn't expect you to like wearing this." Chapter 12, the couple acted in bed. Looking at the bra pants with very little fabric that Gu Mingye was hooking with his fingers, Qin Qin felt that if there was a crack in the ground, she would have crawled into it long ago. Qin Qin covered her face, blushing with shame, and tried to explain, This is not what I bought." Gu Mingye twisted and kneaded the thin piece of cloth, and said with certainty as if he had predicted the future, "It has a high glossiness, soft texture, and smooth feel. It is the best mulberry silk. It should be a gift from your mother, right?" Facing Gu Mingye's knowledge, Qin Qin nodded, the heat on her face still undiminished. "Yes, my mother just gave it to me and said it was suitable for me. I didn't know this was in the box." Thinking about what her mother-in-law had just said about this thing being suitable for her, Qin Qin was filled with black lines on her forehead. Although she is not conservative in general, she is not open to this extent either. The underwear styles she often wore were mostly basic ones. She had bought lace styles before in order to please Gu Mingye in bed, but that was already her most revealing. Like this, it can't cover anything at all. She really doesn't know how her mother-in-law thinks it's suitable for her. Very good. Gu Mingye looked at Qin Qin. Qin Qin was wearing a dark blue dress with a waistline today. The skirt was a fishtail style and reached her knees, showing her calves were long and straight. The whole person looks curvaceous, with a very thin waist and hips that are outlined exquisitely and stylishly. Because he had measured the beauty of this body with his palm, Gu Mingye knew that Qin Qin could definitely control this thing in his hand. Pursing his lips slightly, Gu Mingye handed the item over. Mom has good taste, it will indeed suit you very well, if you like it, keep it. But then she thought that if they divorced, she would wear this kind of thing and be with another man. The hand that was extended paused. Before he could take the next step, Qin Qin hurriedly waved her hand. No, 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 I don't need it. Gu Mingye did not refuse and took it back directly. But thoughts, once started, are out of control. Some images suddenly emerged in his mind, and Gu Mingye's eyes fell uncontrollably on Qin Qin's exposed shoulders and neck. She was very fair, her skin was like porcelain jade covered with the first snow, and under the indoor ceiling light, it emitted a faint soft light. His gaze moved upwards and fell on her delicate face, which was the size of a palm, and Gu Mingye's eyes flashed. The eyebrows are curved like a crescent moon, elegant and soft. The eyes are like a pool of autumn water, crystal clear. The straight nose bridge is like a carefully carved white jade, with beautiful lines. Her lips were red without any makeup, slightly pursed and then opened, like strawberries waiting to be picked, exuding a fatal temptation. Because he had tasted it, he knew how sweet it tasted. Gu Mingye suddenly felt his throat a little dry, his Adam's apple rolled slightly, and even his eyes became burning. The atmosphere began to become subtle. The heat is brewing. Being stared at like this by Gu Mingye, Qin Qin's cheeks felt even hotter. She had only seen this aggressive look from him in bed, when he was at his most ruthless. This is a look that is extremely sexy and wild. It was a look rarely seen in a man like Gu Mingye, who usually looked pure, gentle and abstinent. What a contrast! Once upon a time, Qin Qin loved this contrast in him, because this contrast was only visible to her and belonged to her alone. But now, he is no longer clean. He must have shown this look to other women, and even made them pregnant with his children. The heartache hit Qin Qin violently, and she felt like someone had poured a bucket of cold water on her. She suddenly woke up from the beautiful atmosphere just now. Almost without hesitation, she walked to the window and pushed the tightly closed window open. The evening breeze in late summer has begun to feel a little cool, especially in the mountains. The moment the window was opened, a cold mountain wind blew in from outside the window. It brushed Qin Qin's cheek, stirred up her hair, and blew straight towards Gu Mingye. With a start, Gu Mingye also woke up. He glanced at Qin Qin, nodded apologetically, took a step forward, and turned to go to the cloakroom. Not long after, he came over wearing a set of dark grey pajamas. Qin Qin had already made a bed on the floor. I'll sleep on the floor, and you'll sleep on the bed. Gu Mingye walked directly to the floor. You sleep on the bed. Qin Qin didn't refuse and went straight to lie down on the bed. The lights went out and the room suddenly became dim. Because the window had just been opened, a cool breeze blew in. With the moonlight half hidden behind the clouds outside the window, the white curtains could be vaguely seen being blown up and down. After a while, Gu Mingye's low and slightly magnetic voice rang out in the quiet room. Are you asleep? Qin Qin's eyes were still fixed on the swaying white curtains at the window, falling asleep. Gu Mingye said nothing more. The only sound around was breathing, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Until, there were rustling footsteps outside the door, and then the footsteps moved to the bedroom door and stopped. Qin Qin had sharp ears and heard something unusual. She whispered to Gu Mingye in the darkness, Did you hear anything outside? But before he could finish the rest of his words, his mouth was covered by a warm and dry palm. The familiar scent of pine wood entered his nose, accompanied by Gu Mingye's low voice, Sure. Mom is outside. Qin Qin's eyes had adjusted to the darkness and she could see the outline of Gu Mingye's face hovering above her. His pupils were dark and bright, staring at him without blinking. Qin Qin was still panicking, and lowered her voice. What is Mom doing outside? Complete the task assigned by Grandpa. Qin Qin was stunned, and then she thought of what her mother-in-law said, that she was here to supervise their preparations for pregnancy. Her eyes widened instantly. So she is eavesdropping. Otherwise, what do you think is the purpose of Mom giving you that kind of underwear for the first time in her life? Qin Qin suddenly realized and found it ridiculous. Do you want her to move out of here as soon as possible? Gu Mingye whispered, and the warm, minty air sprayed on Qin Qin's forehead. Qin Qin blinked. Rather than wanting her mother-in-law to move out, she wanted to end this relationship with Gu Mingye as soon as possible. Tell her to rest assured, she will naturally move out sooner. If you cooperate with me, I promise to deal with Grandpa as soon as possible. Okay? Qin Qin was puzzled. How can I cooperate? If she really wanted to do that with him, she would definitely not agree. Gu Mingye uttered one word, scream. Qin Qin was speechless, her face flushed and she said, I can't do it. I will help you. Help? How? You? Har. Feeling Gu Mingye tickling the area around her neck, Qin Qin subconsciously shrank her neck and pushed him away, breathing unsteadily as if she was laughing and crying. No, let me go. Ahar, I can't bear it anymore. Stop. Yes, that's right. Gu Mingye said, freeing up one hand and pounding on the head of the bed again and again, making a powerful and rhythmic dong dong sound. Outside the door, Chu Qingzhu, who heard the noise inside, secretly curled her lips, thinking that her son was still at such an age full of vigor and vitality, and he was aroused like this by a piece of underwear. It seemed that she had given the right gift, and then she left with satisfaction. Chapter 13 Hug. The next morning, Qin Qin came down from upstairs rubbing her neck. The tiredness in her eyes showed that she did not get a good rest last night. After their play, last night, Gu Mingye slept on the floor and she slept on the bed. Soon she heard Gu Mingye's even breathing, but she couldn't fall asleep. It was not until the second half of the night that she fell into a daze. The dining table was already filled with various dishes. Grandma Chu Qingzhu was sitting beside the table, drinking coffee with her eyes downcast. Her usually dull and cold face had a rare smile on it, and she looked like she was in a good mood. Qin Qin curved her lips. Mom, good morning. Chu Qingzhu opened her eyelids and asked, how did you sleep? Qin Qin cleared her throat and nodded. Thank you for your concern, Mom. I slept well. Chu Qingzhu said, lightly, and her eyes fell on Gu Mingye, who followed Qin Qin downstairs. I asked Aunt Liu to go to the market early in the morning to buy sea cucumbers for porridge. Eat something before going to work. Gu Mingye had his suit jacket draped over his arm and glanced at his watch. I'll eat at the office. I have a meeting in the morning. After saying that, he glanced at Qin Qin. Qin Qin understood, pursed her lips, followed him, and sent him to the door. Then she stood on tiptoe and helped him adjust his suit and tie very naturally. Gu Mingye locked his eyes with her, and said in a gentle voice, I'm going to work, honey. Call me if you have anything. Okay? Qin Qin nodded. Work hard. Yeah. Gu Mingye responded, leaned over and gently pecked Qin Qin's forehead, his breath brushing her cheek, and said softly, be good and wait for me at home. Qin Qin's whole body stiffened, and her heart felt numb as if it had been electrocuted. The physiological palpitations coupled with the psychological resistance made her feel a little complicated. She blinked quickly and managed a smile. Okay. Watching the man's tall figure walking away, Qin Qin told herself that it didn't matter, it was just acting. Yes, Gu Mingye reminded himself when he went downstairs just now that the old man was suspicious. I'm afraid that this time when the mother-in-law came, in addition to taking over the old man's supervision and childbirth promoting tasks, she also most likely came to observe whether there were any problems in their marriage life. Therefore, as long as the mother-in-law is around, the two of them will act like they love each other, even if it's just acting. Sure enough, as soon as she turned around, she saw her mother-in-law Chu Qingzhu's scrutinizing gaze. Qin Qin nodded slightly, walked over naturally, and sat down to have breakfast with Chu Qingzhu. Chu Qingzhu put down the coffee cup, cut a piece of bread with a knife and fork, put it into his mouth, and chewed it slowly. Qin Qin picked up the milk and drank it in small sips. There was almost no communication between the two. After finishing the meal, Qu Qingzhu put down her knife and fork, wiped her lips elegantly with a tissue, and suddenly said, "Won't it be boring to be a full-time housewife for so long?" Qin Qin paused. She knew that her mother-in-law was quite dissatisfied with the fact that she quit her job after marriage and became a full-time housewife at home. But at that time, her thoughts were very simple and traditional. The man would work outside and the woman would work inside. She would do the logistical support at home and also allow Gu Mingye to have no worries when he worked hard outside. Besides, Gu Mingye also said that as long as she cooperated with him and was a good Mrs. Gu, she didn't have to do anything else and he would support her. So, she felt at ease being a full-time housewife for 2 years, revolving around Gu Mingye wholeheartedly. As for whether it is boring or not, Qin Qin thought carefully and realized that from the perspective of love, she was not boring. But from the perspective of her own development, in the past 2 years, there has only been Gu Mingye in her world, and his attention to herself has been almost zero. Now, not only did she fail to protect Gu Mingye, she seemed to have lost herself as well. So rather than saying it's boring, it's better to say it's exhausting and mentally tiring. She once thought that the worst thing in life was losing the one you loved most, but in fact, the worst thing was losing yourself because of loving someone too much. On the side, Qu Qingzhu saw that Qin Qin had been silent, so she didn't ask any more questions. She brushed the wrinkles on her skirt and stood up. "I don't mean anything else, I just asked casually." Qin Qin was not stupid. She could clearly hear a hint of contempt in her mother-in-law's pretended relaxed tone. It is the pity and contempt that people who are proud in their bones feel for those who are weaker than themselves. This directly hurt Qin Qin. She clenched her palms and took a breath. "Mom, I found a job and will go to work tomorrow." Qu Qingzhu paused as she was about to leave and raised her eyebrows with interest. "Oh." Qin Qin straightened her back, neither humble nor arrogant, and said with a double meaning, "Being a full-time housewife for a long time is really boring. I will find something more interesting to do." Qu Qingzhu looked at her with complicated eyes. The look seemed to be scrutiny, surprise, but more of suspicion. After a long while, he nodded slightly. "Then do it." Qin Qin did find a job, at the same bidding agency called Zixing, where she had worked with Su Ling before. Originally, she wanted to wait until after her divorce before looking for a job, but she stayed awake all night that night and thought it through. She didn't want to wait any longer and wanted to get rid of the hurt brought by this failed marriage as soon as possible, actively save herself and regain herself. So she contacted the personnel department of Zixing the next day, and the other party expressed that they welcomed her return. And tomorrow is the agreed day for starting work. That night, after washing up, Qin Qin lay on the bed and talked to Su Ling on the phone. Su Ling was worried that Qin Qin would be timid and unadaptable after not working in the workplace for so long, so she repeatedly asked Qin Qin if she was okay on the phone. Qin Qin was enveloped by Su Ling's warmth and curled her lips and said, "Don't worry, I'm not as weak as you think." After chatting with Su Ling for a few more sentences, Qin Qin began to yawn continuously. She looked at the time and saw that it was almost 10 o'clock, so she ended the call with Su Ling. "Gu Mingye hasn't come back yet." In the past, she would definitely wait for him to come back before sleeping together. But now, it doesn't matter anymore. Qin Qin turned over, closed her eyes, and coaxed herself to sleep. Soon, with the gloomy sky outside the window, she fell asleep. And because she was sleeping so deeply, she had no idea when Gu Mingye, who was drunk, came back, when he stumbled over the quilt, got into bed, and fell asleep holding her. Until the second half of the night, lightning flashed across the sky, accompanied by rumbling thunder, and she had a nightmare. In the dream, she had just transferred to a new high school, studied hard, and soon ranked among the top in her grade. That Friday, she went home happily with her report card. She wanted to tell her adoptive parents the good news, and she also wanted to eat the braised pork that she had specifically requested a week ago as soon as possible. When she opened the door, the aroma of braised pork filled the air. Her adoptive parents handed her chopsticks with a smile. She buried her head in eating a piece. It smelled so good. But when she looked up again, where were her adoptive parents? She put down her chopsticks and looked for them, but she couldn't find them anywhere. She was anxious and broke down crying. "Mom and Dad. Where are you? Don't leave me alone." At the same time, the thunder outside the window became more violent, the wind howled, and the shadows of the trees swayed. Qin Qin curled up into a ball, as small as a cat, wrapped in a broad embrace. She cried bitterly in her dream, but in reality, she seemed to sense something. She took the initiative to hug the man beside her in a daze. She was so fragile that she was about to break. She sobbed and whispered over and over again. Hug, hug. Gu Mingye, who had already been awakened by her crying, was stunned for a moment, then hugged her even tighter and patted her thin, trembling back gently. The man's voice was slightly hoarse after he sobered up. Okay, hug me. Don't cry, don't be afraid. I'm here. I'm here. Chapter 14 The Truth About the Fetus in the Mistress Belly. Gu Mingye's comfort worked again. After a while, Qin Qin's crying gradually weakened, and she fell into a deep sleep again with her shoulders twitching. If it was said that Gu Mingye coaxed Qin Qin in the past, it was out of some kind of pity. At this moment, a deeply hidden feeling, like the raindrops outside the window as dense as drumbeats, struck the deepest part of Gu Mingye's heart one by one. It's not fatal, but it's heartwarming. Pulling meat with a blunt knife is similar to heartache. Thinking of their hug, she said, perhaps she was saying it to the man named Y. Gu Mingye lowered his eyes slightly, his expression gloomy. Of course, Qin Qin was completely unaware of Gu Mingye's emotional changes. When she woke up, Gu Mingye had already left the Jixingting villa. She could no longer remember her dream last night. After getting up and washing up, Qin Qin put on some light makeup and went out to work. As soon as we arrived, Su Ling came to greet us. Give Qin Qin a big hug when she gets off the car. Welcome back. Qin Qin curled her lips. Thank you. The two walked together towards the building where Zixing was located. Su Ling introduced in a low voice as she walked, our company has changed a lot compared to 2 years ago. In addition to expanding a new office building, we have also recruited many new people. One of the new people is a little special. I have to introduce him to you. As she was talking, Su Ling's eyes widened and she pointed at a BMW that had just stopped on the side of the road. Look over there. Qin Qin looked over there and saw a sexy and alluring middle-aged woman in a rose-red suit coming out of the cab. At first glance, the other person's face was full of technological sense, and it was obvious that she had undergone plastic surgery. However, after looking at it carefully, Qin Qin always felt that there was a hint of charm between the other person's eyebrows and eyes, which was particularly familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere not long ago. Su Ling lowered her voice even more. It's her? Her last name is by Qin Xuan. She's very capable. She was recently promoted to project manager. She's our immediate superior. I have to remind you, don't mess with this person if you can. It's best to avoid her if you meet her. Qin Qin was puzzled. Why? Everyone in the company knows that she got in by doing that with our boss. If anyone makes her unhappy, she will whisper in the boss's ear and we will lose our jobs, ahem. And it is said that she had a lot of fun when she was young, has a wide network of contacts, and has an illegitimate daughter. Qin Qin was stunned when she heard this. Well, it's a long story. There are some other things. I'll tell you slowly when I have the chance later. Qin Qin nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Just like that, after going through the process for a whole morning and with Su Ling's strong application to the Human Resources Department, Qin Qin was assigned to the project team where Su Ling was. Su Ling was so happy that she got what she wanted. At lunchtime, she organized some colleagues who were familiar with Qin Qin and went to a newly opened Japanese restaurant in a nearby shopping mall to welcome Qin Qin. When it was time to get off work, the two of them prepared to go over and order their meals in advance. Unexpectedly, when I took the elevator down, I ran into Bai Qinshuang. Bai Qinshuang was talking on the phone with her eyes lowered. After Su Ling and Qin Qin came in, they nodded to each other as a greeting. Bai Qinshuang didn't even glance at the two of them, and continued to speak to the person on the phone. Be good, the baby in your belly is still young and unstable, so I'm going to trouble Yi, then you two can take your time walking around. Just when Bai Qinshuang said, the downward elevator happened to open again, and employees from other floors came in droves. So Qin Qin didn't hear those two words clearly, and didn't pay much attention to this little episode. The two arrived at the mall. The dining area is on the 4th floor of the mall, and the 2nd floor is the maternal and child products area. Passing by a baby clothing store, Qin Qin couldn't help but take a closer look inside the store when she saw the cute little baby clothes at the door. But with just this one glance, she felt like she was electrocuted and froze in place. Why don't you leave, Qin Qin? Su Ling noticed that Qin Qin didn't keep up, so she stopped and turned to ask Qin Qin. When she turned around, she saw Qin Qin's pale face. She was shocked and followed Qin Qin's gaze and saw Gu Mingye. Gu Mingye was tall and handsome, standing out in a crowd. He looked like a handsome man, but he had a mistress by his side. Yes. That woman was none other than the one Su Ling had photographed in the hospital, the one he had an affair with. How shameless. I'll help you deal with them. Su Ling couldn't bear to see Qin Qin's distraught look, so she rolled up her sleeves and rushed over. When Qin Qin came to her senses and tried to stop her, it was too late. When she hurried after her, Su Ling had already rushed into the store, pointing at Gu Mingye and the woman and yelling. In broad daylight. Gu Mingye. You are walking around with your pregnant mistress without any hesitation. Do you have any shame? After saying this, Qin Qin ran over, panting slightly, and grabbed Su Ling. On the other hand, Gu Mingye, who was caught in the act, did not show any panic or anger at all. Although he was scolded, his emotions were surprisingly stable. He glanced at Su Ling, who was faintly releasing a sense of oppression, and then looked at Qin Qin with a questioning look on his face. Qin Qin opened his mouth and was about to say something, but the pretty woman with a slightly bulging belly beside Gu Mingye seemed to be frightened by Su Ling's scolding. She gently tugged at his sleeve and spoke timidly. Mingye, who is this? My wife, Qin Qin. Hello Qin Qin, I'm by Xiaoyu. The woman said, extending her hand towards Qin Qin. Qin Qin did not extend his hand to shake hands, but nodded to the two of them and said, sorry for disturbing you. Then he dragged Su Ling, who was looking indignant, away. Su Ling was puzzled and asked Qin Qin why she left like that. Qin Qin, that's his white moonlight, they are meant to be a couple. Su Ling was surprised and wanted to ask more questions, but when she saw that Qin Qin's face was paler than before, she stopped talking. Qin Qin barely managed to get through the lunch party, and then worked the whole afternoon. After returning to their star-picking villa, she went back to her bedroom without having dinner. She felt so tired and her head felt like it was exploding. Not long after lying on the bed, I heard the door open outside. When I opened my eyes, I met Gu Mingye's deep gaze. The man was tall and had long legs. He walked to the bed in 2 or 3 steps. There was a hint of seriousness between his handsome brows. He said directly, did you know that because of Su Ling's collision during the day, Xiaoyu was frightened and had a sudden abdominal pain in the afternoon, so she went to the hospital urgently. This was a questioning tone. Qin Qin's head hurt even more, as if it was being stabbed by thousands of needles and thorns, stirring his brain randomly, and his head was splitting. She twitched her pale lips, so. Noticing Qin Qin's unhappy expression, Gu Mingye slowed down his tone, so why did Su Ling act like that at noon? Qin Qin curled her lips and smiled sadly. Why? Doesn't he know? Seeing that Qin Qin had no intention of answering, Gu Mingye patiently advised. I don't mind you making friends, but remember to be selective. It's best to avoid people like Su Ling who are unstable and sarcastic in their words in the future. These words completely angered Qin Qin. Su Ling is her bottom line, and coming out at noon is also for her own sake. What's more, Gu Mingye took the pregnant by Yue Guang to their maternity and baby supplies store today, which really hurt Qin Qin. She couldn't stand it any longer, clenched her fists, and defended Su Ling. Was there anything wrong with what Su Ling said at noon? Gu Mingye. Stop pretending. I know everything. Bai Xiaoyu is your Bai Yue Guang. She is pregnant with your child now, so you are so angry now not only because you are worried about your Bai Yue Guang. You are also worried about your child. Right. Gu Mingye was stunned, his brows furrowed tightly. What are you talking about? My child. Chapter 15 Misunderstanding resolved. Trouble arises again. After listening to Qin Qin's accusation, Gu Mingye just felt it was ridiculous. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and pressed his brow, thinking of something, and it seemed that everything was explained. Looking at Qin Qin. So, at noon in the mall, Su Ling suddenly rushed over and said those words. Was it because of this misunderstanding? He thought that the reason Su Ling acted like that was because she took the wrong medicine. Qin Qin keenly caught the word, misunderstanding. Her emotions had not yet subsided, and she directly interpreted it as Gu Mingye being too timid to take responsibility after being exposed. She sneered, misunderstanding. Gu Mingye, then tell me first, Is Bai Xiaoyu your ex-girlfriend? Gu Mingye nodded openly, yes, but this does not directly mean that the baby in her belly is mine. Qin Qin clenched her palms. Okay, if the baby in her belly is not yours, then why did you not only accompany her for the prenatal checkup, but also hide it from me? Why did you accompany her to the maternity and baby supplies store today? Gu Mingye paused. I instantly understood what Qin Qin knew. Explanation: she went through some bad things abroad. The child was conceived abroad by her ex-husband. She just returned to China not long ago. Even as a friend, she would help her if she saw it. After a pause, Gu Mingye noticed that Qin Qin's emotions were fluctuating greatly, and patiently explained. The reason I was in the hospital that day was because I had a stomachache and went to see a doctor. I happened to see her alone in the hospital for a prenatal checkup. It was inconvenient for her to run around while pregnant, so I helped her. The reason I kept it from you was because I didn't want you to know that my stomach problem recurred. Qin Qin was stunned, a hint of hesitation appeared on her face, and her expression relaxed slightly. Gu Mingye did have stomach problems. During his previous entrepreneurial phase, he often had irregular meals and frequently attended drinking parties. Although she would prepare some stomach-nourishing food for him every time he came home, he still inevitably developed stomach problems. When the disease occurs, the pain is so severe that my entire back is soaked in cold sweat. Later, she repeatedly told him to take care of his health, and even called him every day to supervise him to eat on time and reduce the frequency of social activities. His stomach problems were suppressed a little and he gradually recovered. After finishing speaking, Gu Mingye felt inexplicably guilty, pushed the lenses on his nose, and added, I can't help it. I recently took on a very important cross-border project and the other party sent a representative over, so I have to attend more social events. After Gu Mingye finished speaking, Qin Qin's expression completely relaxed. The aggressive tone just now softened a bit. Then why did you accompany her to the maternity and baby supplies store today? Gu Mingye, I have invested in that mall. Today, the mall manager invited me to attend a ribbon-cutting ceremony. I ran into her after the event. How could it be such a coincidence? Although Qin Qin was still a little confused, she could not see any evasion through Gu Mingye's deep and serious pupils. He probably wasn't lying. If that's the case, then there's a huge misunderstanding. Qin Qin thought about how she had misunderstood him cheating on her, and had imagined many scenes of him getting along with another woman in her mind these past few days, and even felt sad in secret. A feeling of embarrassment came over her. She pursed her lips and was about to say something else when suddenly, Gu Mingye's cell phone rang. Gu Mingye glanced at the caller, then at Qin Qin, hesitated for a second, picked up the phone, and turned on the speaker. Xiao Yu. On the other end, a woman's soft and weak voice came out through the phone. Mingye, don't vent your anger on Qin Qin. She and her friends didn't do it on purpose. Gu Mingye pursed his lips and said to the phone, it's just a misunderstanding. We've already talked it out. How are you doing? Are you okay? There was a pause on the other end. The doctor said that my condition is not good. I have a little bleeding and a slight fever. I may need to stay in bed to protect the fetus. Mingye, my mother just left for something. The doctor needs to do further examination soon, and there is no one around me. Can you come over and help? Gu Mingye glanced at Qin Qin and said without hesitation, okay, I'll go over now. After hanging up the phone, he said to Qin Qin, I'll go there. Without pausing, he left in a hurry. Originally, Qin Qin should have felt relieved as a huge rock fell from her heart because the misunderstanding was resolved. However, when she saw Gu Mingye leaving without hesitation, she felt mixed emotions. Qin Qin is not stupid. He can see that even if Bai Xiaoyu is pregnant with someone else's child, even if he keeps saying that he and Bai Xiaoyu are just ordinary friends now. But in fact, Bai Xiaoyu still occupies a very important position in his mind. Thinking back to how Bai Xiaoyu had previously referred to Gu Mingye as her husband in front of the nurse. If Gu Mingye didn't agree with her calling him that, then the other party did it on purpose. But no matter what the reason was, Qin Qin decided to wait and see and not make any subjective judgments. But even though she made this decision, her thoughts were completely out of control. After Gu Mingye left, the headache still did not subside, and she tossed and turned for a long time but still couldn't fall asleep. Finally, she sighed, sat up from the bed, and called Su Ling. On the other end, Su Ling was still awake. Qin Qin heard the noisy noise on the phone and thought Su Ling was probably partying in the bar. Hello? Qin Qin. What's wrong? Su Ling raised her voice deliberately. Qin Qin took a breath, enduring the headache that was coming. Can you come over now? Hearing that Qin Qin's voice was a little strange, Su Ling came to a relatively quiet corner. What's wrong with you? It may be a migraine. There's something else I want to hear your opinion on. Okay. I'll be there right away. Half an hour later, Su Ling, wearing a sexy miniskirt and smoky makeup, rushed into their Jixingting villa with a box of painkillers. After answering Liu Mar's questions, she went straight upstairs and knocked on the bedroom door. It is said that it is a very unfortunate and sad thing for a person to have no one to rely on in the world. Qin Qin once thought that she was lucky because she met Su Ling during her student days. Having known each other for many years, Su Ling never refuses as long as it is her business. This time is no exception. Get up and take the medicine first. Su Ling quickly poured a glass of water, took out a painkiller, and handed it to Qin Qin. Qin Qin leaned against the bedside and swallowed the medicine, rubbing the painful part with her fingertips. Seeing Su Ling frowning and looking worried, she comforted her. Don't worry, it's just an old problem. Yes, Qin Qin suffers from migraines. Once her emotions fluctuate drastically or she is shocked, she will have an attack. In severe cases, the pain will even make her vomit. Are you okay? Do you have a fever? Although Qin Qin said that, Su Ling was still worried. She sat down and touched Qin Qin's forehead to test whether she had a fever. Qin Qin shook her head gently. Fortunately, it shouldn't be a fever. Somehow, Qin Qin suddenly felt a sore nose and thought of Gu Mingye, who rushed over late at night because he was worried about Bai Xiaoyu. Friend. Could it be that at this moment Gu Mingye is also like Su Ling, testing the body temperature of Bai Xiaoyu, his friend? Chapter 16, Main Wife versus Mistress. Confrontation. Once the seeds of doubt are planted, they will quickly blossom and bear fruits that will make you lose your mind. Qin Qin pursed her lips tightly, forced herself to calm down, and looked at Su Ling. We wronged Gu Mingye. Hearing this, Su Ling paused. Qin Qin took a breath and told Su Ling the whole story. After hearing this, Su Ling had a complicated expression, surprised and guilty. It seems that I misled you. I'm sorry, Qin Qin. Qin Qin waved her hand. It's none of your business. I would think the same if it were me. Accompanying someone on a prenatal checkup is a very intimate thing. It was not surprising at all that Su Ling had preconceived notions when she saw that scene. Su Ling sighed and gritted her teeth. In fact, although it is our fault to wrongly accuse Gu Mingye, he has no sense of boundaries, right? Who would accompany a friend of the opposite sex for a prenatal checkup? And she is his ex, with such an awkward identity, he should at least call you. Qin Qin pursed her lips and fell silent. Su Ling asked again, so where is he now? Bai Xiaoyu suddenly had abdominal pain, so I called him over to help. The reason I called you over was because I noticed something strange, and I wanted to hear your analysis. You say? Qin Qin told Su Ling that when she went to the hospital, she heard the nurse refer to Bai Xiaoyu as Mrs. Gu. Bai Xiaoyu didn't even bother to explain and openly used the title of Mrs. Gu and treated Gu Mingye as her husband. Su Ling frowned after hearing this, and her conclusion was the same as Qin Qin's. Either Gu Mingye tacitly agreed, or she did it on purpose. Don't act rashly. In my opinion, the latter is more likely. If it's the latter, then Bai Xiaoyu calls Gu Mingye her husband, and Gu Mingye is most likely unaware of it. If this is the case, Gu Mingye is not hopeless. After a pause, Su Ling looked at Qin Qin seriously and said, let me ask you, do you still want to live with him now? Qin Qin was silent for 2 seconds and nodded, but... Su Ling interrupted her. Don't but, listen to me, no matter what kind of demon the little white lotus surnamed Bai is, we should not be afraid. Anyway, she is pregnant with someone else's child. Even if she is Gu Mingye's love interest, even if Gu Mingye has feelings for her, I bet that Gu Mingye will not be stupid enough to be cuckolded and take over. Unless he is the reincarnation of a peerless romantic. So, let's take the initiative and fight her. Listen carefully, sister. This is your love. Your marriage. Your man. Why would you give it up to someone else? You must defend it to the death. You should have a good rest tonight since you are in such a bad condition. Tomorrow morning, dress up brightly and energetically, and go get your man back. Su Ling's speech was so satisfying that Qin Qin's blood boiled and she became excited. Naturally, her mood improved a lot. So the next day at dawn, with more than an hour left before work, Qin Qin rushed to the hospital carrying the soup that Liu Ma had prepared. It was morning rounds time at the hospital. Since Bai Xiaoyu was admitted to the hospital yesterday afternoon, Qin Qin found out easily. Qin Qin knocked on the door of the ward. Although she had prepared herself mentally and knew that the person behind the door might be Gu Mingye, she almost lost the smile on her face when she met that pair of deep and handsome eyes. Because there is no doubt that he must have stayed up all night with his predecessor. Qin Qin secretly clenched the insulated box in her hand, forced herself to calm down, and maintained a gentle and sensible smile. Mingye. Gu Mingye was a little surprised. Why are you here? I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. No matter what, I am partly responsible for Miss Bai being frightened. I should at least come and visit her. As he spoke, he pointed to the thermos box in his hand and said to Gu Mingye, I specifically asked Aunt Liu to prepare some tonic food for Miss Bai to nourish her body. Gu Mingye's eyes fell on the incubator, and he nodded slightly, his expression much gentler. Okay, come in with me. As he turned around, Qin Qin put her arm around his. Gu Mingye's arm stiffened and he lowered his eyes to look at her. Isn't it okay? It's a marital obligation. Qin Qin deliberately put on light makeup today, which did not look overdone. Instead, her delicately sculpted facial features were made to look even more translucent and charming, full of charm. As she spoke, her almond-shaped eyes blinked and her red lips curled up slightly. Her beauty was breathtaking. Yes, the agreement signed by the two of them originally stated that when facing outsiders, they had the obligation to maintain superficial love and harmony between them. Gu Mingye's pupils behind his glasses flickered slightly, his eyes deep, of course. Then he gently patted Qin Qin's hand on his arm, as if to reassure her, and led the people inside. Handsome men and beautiful women walking together are extremely pleasing to the eye and a perfect match. When the two walked into the ward, the medical staff who were in the morning examination room were stunned. As far as they knew, the person lying on the hospital bed was the wife of this handsome upstart in Guangzhou. So who is this beautiful woman holding the arm of the new noble of Guangzhou and has the temperament of a main wife? Mistress? And looking at the calm and composed look of this upstart of Guangzhou. Is it true that in the world of the rich, it is not surprising at all for a man to openly visit his pregnant wife with his mistress? What kind of massive sure field is this? I can't understand the world of the rich. Everyone held their breath. Even the doctor on rounds lowered his voice when answering Bai Xiaoyu's questions and began to sympathize with her. Bai Xiaoyu didn't expect that Qin Qin would just show up in such a swagger with her arm around Gu Mingye. Her brain buzzed, and her already pale face became even paler, and the corners of her lips twitched twice. But seeing Gu Mingye was there, she couldn't show any clues, so she forced out a smile that looked like surprise, and said softly, Qin Qin, you're here. Qin Qin leaned towards Gu Mingye and smiled. Miss Bai, Mingye should be older than you can just call me sister-in-law. After a pause, she put the incubator on the bedside. What happened yesterday was my friend's and my fault. I frightened you. I came here today to apologize to you. This is a nourishing soup. Drink more. As he spoke, he took out another red envelope from his pocket, looked at Gu Mingye with gentle eyes, and stuffed the red envelope at the head of Bai Xiaoyu's bed. Also, here is the medical expenses that my husband and I have discussed and decided to give you as compensation. Although we are all friends and shouldn't divide it so clearly, we still have to make sure you accept this token of our appreciation. Of course, she had not discussed this with Gu Mingye at all. She said this only to demonstrate her sovereignty. When she spoke, she deliberately emphasized the words, couple, and friends, and all the medical staff in the ward heard them clearly. In an instant, everyone understood something, and their gazes towards Bai Xiaoyu gradually became complicated and subtle. So, their mistress is the original wife. Then what is the identity of Bai Xiaoyu, who calls herself their original wife? On the hospital bed, Bai Xiaoyu's originally delicate and pretty face was almost distorted and out of control, but she had an extremely strong mental quality. After 2 breaths, she smiled and said to Qin Qin, "Thank you for coming here and being so thoughtful. I'm so grateful. I will enjoy the soup." Qin Qin smiled and nodded. The scene fell silent. The medical staff hurriedly went through the procedures, and after checking the room, they closed the door and left. In an instant, Qin Qin, Gu Mingye and Bai Xiaoyu were the only ones left in the ward. Chapter 17. Qin Qin stood up and questioned Bai Xiaoyu. After the medical staff left, Qin Qin looked around the ward quietly. The ward was clean and tidy, with a bunch of white gardenias on the windowsill. Perhaps sensing Qin Qin's gaze, Bai Xiaoyu also looked over, gathered her hair around her ears, and said shyly, "The gardenias were given to me by Mingye. I didn't expect that he still remembered that I liked them. I was quite surprised." After a pause, he said, "I don't know if Mingye has told you that he and I have known each other since we were teenagers. We went to junior high school and high school together. We can be considered childhood sweethearts who grew up together. At that time, I particularly liked gardenias. I once told him that the pure white appearance of gardenias was very much like the most innocent and beautiful love in adolescence. So after we got together, I would always receive a bouquet of gardenias from him on important days." As he spoke, he seemed to be immersed in some sweet memories, lowered his head and smiled shyly. "And the meaning of gardenia is also very good: joy, eternal love, lifelong waiting, it's pure love." Suddenly, he paused and looked at Qin Qin apologetically. "I've said too much. Sorry, Qin Qin." She still didn't change her words and called Qin Qin's sister-in-law. She just stared at Qin Qin's eyes and said, "Sorry," but there was no trace of apology in her eyes. Hearing her memories, Gu Mingye narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression dark and unclear. However, Qin Qin heard a hint of provocation in her words. It seems that this is a blatant attempt to promote a famous brand. This also further verifies the other party's intentions. Although Qin Qin was so angry that her teeth itched and her heart ached, the invisible rebelliousness in her body was awakened. She gritted her teeth secretly, then naturally grasped Gu Mingye's hanging hand. 5 slender fingers squeezed into Gu Mingye's fingers, tightly interlocked with his slender fingers, leaned against his shoulder, and then smiled generously and appropriately at Bai Xiaoyu. "These words of gardenia are indeed beautiful, but I have also read an interpretation of the flower language of gardenia. Can you tell it to Miss Bai? It is said that because gardenias bloom in summer, which is also the graduation season, many people go their separate ways after graduation, their youth ends, and they embark on a new journey in their lives. So in fact, gardenias are also a flower that represents separation. And it doesn't matter. Just like Ms. Bai said, you and Mingye grew up together and went through puberty together. It's normal for him to remember some of your preferences. Those who plant trees will enjoy the shade. Miss Bai has nothing to apologize to me for. It is thanks to Miss Bai's story that I have a better understanding of Mingye." After a pause, she looked up into Gu Mingye's deep eyes, blinked with affection, and a hint of feminine playfulness and teasing appeared on her usually calm and gentle face. "So every time there's an important day, you always prepare a big bouquet of roses and gifts for me. This is because of Miss Bai's training in the past." Gu Mingye paused. This was the first time he saw Qin Qin like this. She was more lively and interesting than before. And, from the moment he entered the ward, he inexplicably felt that she was very different today. After observing her for a while, he felt that she was not fulfilling the so-called marital obligations, but was more like being jealous. Or, asserting her sovereignty. Raising his eyebrows slightly, Gu Mingye wanted to tease Qin Qin. He cooperated by tightening his hand that she was holding, then bent down slightly and used his other hand to tuck the hair that fell on her temples behind her ears. He spoke, his tone filled with a hint of tenderness and doting that was so thick that it could not be dissolved. "Not entirely, I just think that on important days, if others have them, you should have them too." Because they were close, when he spoke, his warm breath brushed Qin Qin's cheeks, earlobes, and the itchy spot on the side of her neck. Qin Qin subconsciously shrank her neck, and her cheeks suddenly turned red. With a low laugh, Gu Mingye curled his lips as if in triumph and straightened up. And their flirting between the two of them made Bai Xiaoyu feel more uncomfortable than being eaten alive. She clenched her palms secretly, her nails almost cutting into her flesh. Bai Xiaoyu felt that if she continued watching, she would explode with anger. So she took a deep breath and said, "Mingye, I think it's time for me to get in for. Can you run an errand for me and go to the nurse's station to ask when it starts?" Gu Mingye glanced at Qin Qin, his brows slightly lowered, his eyes clearly asking her if she wanted to go with him. But Qin Qin was very smart and had guessed that Bai Xiaoyu's move was intended to send Gu Mingye away and talk to her alone. In this case, she would naturally not be a coward, so she curved her lips and took the initiative to say, You go ahead. I'll stay here with Miss Bai for a while so she won't be lonely. Gu Mingye nodded, squeezed Qin Qin's hand, then let go and walked away with his long legs. And in Bai Xiaoyu's eyes, the look on their faces clearly meant, you and I love each other so much, we can't bear to be apart for even a moment. It felt like a huge rock was blocking Bai Xiaoyu's chest, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. After Gu Mingye left, Qin Qin and Bai Xiaoyu were the only ones left in the ward. Bai Xiaoyu was filled with jealousy and anger but had nowhere to vent. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Qin raised her delicate hand to her lips and smiled. Miss Bai, we've been talking for so long, you must be hungry, right? The smile on Bai Xiaoyu's face disappeared, and her tone was no longer as soft and gentle as when Gu Mingye was here just now. She said stiffly, I'm not hungry. Qin Qin walked over, unscrewed the thermos box, poured out the steaming soup inside, stirred it with a spoon and blew on it. Even if you don't think about yourself, Ms. Bai, you should still think about the baby in your belly, right? It's time to eat, so you still have to eat. Then he handed the bowl to Bai Xiaoyu, you want me to feed you? Bai Xiaoyu couldn't breathe out, the air stuck in his throat anymore. He didn't take the bowl, but looked up at Qin Qin, are you very proud? Qin Qin paused holding the bowl, put it back on the table, sat down on a chair beside her, and stared at the rising sun outside the window. Everything that just happened was just a daily interaction between Mingye and I. I don't understand why Miss Bai saw it as me being proud of myself. Bai Xiaoyu's face froze, and then turned blue. Qin Qin smiled and continued, in fact, we should have met before them all. We met once during your prenatal checkup. Miss Bai, do you remember? Bai Xiaoyu was stunned, memories flooding back at him, staring at Qin Qin's stunning face that was unforgettable. It was as if he had seen it before. She remembered it. That time when she was at the door of the ward for the prenatal checkup, Qin Qin was standing at the door and she passed by her. Looking closely at Qin Qin's face at this moment, Bai Xiaoyu thought of his mother's investigation. Gu Mingye's current wife looks about 60% similar to you. Maybe she is just your substitute, and he still has you in his heart. Bai Xiaoyu opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Qin Qin spoke again first. There is something I am confused about, and I want to ask Miss Bai. Fake is fake after all. There will always be a day when it will be exposed. So why do you still claim that Mingye is your husband? Chapter 18, I am the white moonlight in Mingye's heart. Yes, Qin Qin is very observant. Just now, through the reactions of Bai Xiaoyu and the medical staff, as well as the atmosphere at the scene, she was certain that Bai Xiaoyu called Gu Mingye husband and Gu Mingye was unaware of it. Bai Xiaoyu is impersonating Mrs. Gu. As Qin Qin finished speaking, Bai Xiaoyu's expression froze, and the blood color on his lips faded visibly. Yes, she forgot that she had a conversation with the nurse at that time. Hearing Qin Qin say this at this moment, it is obvious that Qin Qin had overheard the conversation at that time. The embarrassment after being exposed turned into anger. Bai Xiaoyu's face was grim. He clenched the bed sheet tightly, his knuckles turning white. Fake? If I hadn't gone abroad 6 years ago, Mingye would have been my husband. How could a fake like you take over the title of Mrs. Gu? You are the fake one. Look at your face, it's just a substitute for me. Even if you are Mingye's wife now, you are just a substitute for me. I am the white moonlight in Mingye's heart. As long as I want, one day, I will take him back. Filled with resentment and obvious ambition, the sharp voice echoed throughout the ward. Qin Qin's calm expression, which had just been maintained, suddenly froze. Before she could say anything, the sound of leather shoes stepping on the ground outside the door was steady and powerful, gradually approaching. It was obviously Gu Mingye who came back. It happened in a flash. Bai Xiaoyu gritted his teeth, picked up the bowl of soup that was still steaming on the table, and poured it on the back of his hand without hesitation. Immediately, she grimaced in pain, pointed at Qin Qin and cried out in accusation. Qin Qin! What are you doing? Qin Qin! At the same time, a tall figure appeared at the door. As soon as Gu Mingye stood still, he saw Bai Xiaoyu covering her burned hand and crying with extreme grievance, her face looking miserable with tears in her eyes. On the other hand, their culprit, Qin Qin, who was standing aside, looked confused, shocked and stunned. Gu Mingye frowned slightly and walked over. But it was different from what Bai Xiaoyu had imagined. I imagined that Gu Mingye would run over eagerly to check his hand first. But he stopped beside Qin Qin first, glanced at her hand, as if to see if she was injured, then walked over, stared at his red hand and asked, "Are you okay? What happened?" Angry, anxious, aggrieved, and jealous. Bai Xiaoyu cried so hard that her face was deformed. "No, woo woo. I'm not okay at all, Mingye, we were just chatting happily. I don't understand why Qin Qin suddenly threw soup at me. Luckily I blocked it with my hand, otherwise my face would be ruined. Woo. Mingye, look at my hands, they are all burned red, it hurts." Gu Mingye glanced at Qin Qin, his eyes were obscure and seemed to be asking questions. Qin Qin pursed her lips and looked at him frankly. "I didn't." "You do." Bai Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with tears. She felt extremely wronged and shouted at the top of her lungs to confuse right and wrong. "You are two-faced. Just because Mingyi has helped me a lot recently, you, Miss Qin, have a problem with me. You took the opportunity when Mingyi left to insult me. But Miss Qin, have you ever thought about the deep friendship between Mingyi and I over the years? How could it be cut off just like that? Even if it's just help between ordinary friends, it wouldn't be considered crossing the line. Miss Qin, you are so narrow-minded. And what's more, you didn't even consider that I was pregnant. You threw soup on me. You bully the weak. You have such a cruel heart." After Bai Xiaoyu finished his righteous accusation, Qin Qin was so angry that his hands were shaking. It turns out that there are many masters among the people. Even the Oscars owe this white film queen a little golden man. Qin Qin opened her mouth, but was speechless for a moment. On the side, Gu Mingye listened to what Bai Xiaoyu said, just looked at Qin Qin deeply, and then comforted Bai Xiaoyu. "Don't get excited yet. Excessive emotional fluctuations are not good for your unborn baby." Then he looked at Qin Qin and said calmly, "Let's call the nurse to help her deal with it first." Qin Qin didn't move, because she was so wronged that she was stubborn and refused to help. But after 2 breaths, facing Gu Mingye's solemn and powerful gaze, she blinked her eyelashes, swallowed her resentment and grievance, turned around and left the ward. Soon, the nurse came over and helped Bai Xiaoyu deal with it. After applying the burn medicine, the shocking red on Bai Xiaoyu's hand disappeared for the most part. After the nurse left, Bai Xiaoyu's eyes were red. She grabbed the hem of Gu Mingye's suit and shook it, then spoke pitifully. "Forget it, Mingye. I can understand Miss Qin. My return may have given her the illusion of a sense of crisis. I don't blame her. As long as she apologizes to me and admits her mistake, I won't care about what happened just now." Qin Qin. She quickly checked the ward and saw that there were no cameras. She gritted her teeth in frustration and regretted not turning on the recording on her phone in advance. He took a deep breath and was about to tell Bai Xiaoyu that he would never admit or apologize for anything he had not said or done. On the side, Gu Mingye took a step closer to her, put his arm around her shoulders, and said to Bai Xiaoyu, "I apologize to you on behalf of Qin Qin." Qin Qin looked up at Gu Mingye in astonishment. Gu Mingye did not look at her, but continued to talk to Bai Xiaoyu. "Your health is the most important thing. The doctor just told me that your fetus is unstable. You should take a good rest first. I have already paid the medical expenses, so don't worry. We have other things to do, so we will leave first." After saying that, he nodded to Bai Xiaoyu and led Qin Qin out of the hospital. After leaving the hospital, Qin Qin gently broke away from Gu Mingye's arms and said the same words, "I didn't." Gu Mingye looked at Qin Qin with a deep and determined gaze, "I believe you didn't." After 6 years of getting along, Qin Qin was a girl he had watched grow up, and he knew her character very well. She couldn't do that. After hearing what Gu Mingye said, Qin Qin first felt a warm current flow through her heart, and then a look of confusion appeared on her face. Some even thought that Gu Mingye did that even though he knew he was wronged, just to make Bai Xiaoyu happy, even if it meant letting him bear the blame. Thinking of Bai Xiaoyu's slander just now, Qin Qin's voice became agitated as she breathed in her throat, unable to breathe out or down. "Then why did you apologize to her on my behalf? Also, do you know what she called you behind your back to the doctor? She used the title of Mrs. Gu and said you were her husband." Gu Mingye was silent after hearing this, and nodded slowly after a few breaths. The deep pupils behind the glasses narrowed slightly, and his whole body exuded a calmness that seemed to be fully aware of the situation. "I know." Qin Qin suddenly opened her eyes wide, in disbelief. "You knew?" Gu Mingye said, "After she was admitted to the hospital yesterday, the doctor asked me to come over and said that the fetus in her abdomen was extremely unstable and she needed to rest well. Not only that, she also suffered from severe depression and anxiety after her divorce abroad. She had hurt herself before while abroad. After a pause, Gu Mingye sighed softly. She must have had a hard time these years. She is a person who cares about her reputation. As for why she claimed that I was her husband in front of the medical staff, I am afraid she was unwilling to admit that her marriage failed and that she was a single mother. Your presence just now has already made her feel very embarrassed, so be sensible and don't bother with her if you can, okay? After hearing what Gu Mingye said, Qin Qin was speechless and silent for a long time. A complex and difficult feeling surged in her heart. Because she read heartache in Gu Mingye's deep and bright eyes. It seems that he cares about Bai Xiaoyu. Care a lot. Chapter 19, Bleeding Heart. After coming to this conclusion, Qin Qin's mood became even more complicated. Obviously everyone knew about it, but he didn't expose it even though he knew it, just for the physical and mental health of the people he cared about. Putting aside whether Bai Xiaoyu is really depressed or whether the fetus is unstable, isn't this a kind of doting and indulgence? Qin Qin suddenly felt that it was childish and ridiculous for her to barge into the ward today, and say those words and do those things as if to assert her sovereignty. What a joke! She also understood more clearly what Bai Xiaoyu said. Bai Xiaoyu was the white moonlight in his heart, and she would always be just a substitute for Bai Xiaoyu. Even though his white moonlight had been married to someone else, even though she was now pregnant with someone else's child, she still occupied an indelible place in his heart. Those who are favored are always fearless. Thinking of this, Qin Qin felt hopeless. I won't care about it. Because she had no right to care about it. Hearing Qin Qin's statement, Gu Mingye raised his hand to check the time on his watch. He waved his hand and Li Fang drove the Rolls-Royce over and stopped on the side of the road. Let's go, it's getting late, I'll take you home before going back to the company. The man moved gracefully, and as he spoke, he had already stretched out his long legs. He was wearing a well-dressed and elegant suit. In the sunlight, his every move was dashing and refined. Qin Qin stared at his back, her eyes greedy, but her heart was bleeding. Suddenly, she felt tired, extremely tired, so tired that she wanted to let go. What's the point of keeping this person if I can't get his heart? Pursing her numb lips, she said, No, I found a job and drove directly to work. Gu Mingye paused, a job? When did you find it? Qin Qin answered frankly, after I decided to divorce you. Gu Mingye frowned slightly, paused for 2 seconds, and took a deep breath. Actually, you don't have to be so anxious. Qin Qin smiled, but her eyes were desolate, and she said in a cold tone, I am in a hurry. After I separate from you, I need to have the ability to protect myself, right? Listening to the tone of her voice, Gu Mingye's eyes flashed back to the time when Qin Qin was jealous like a little woman in the ward. Just now the soft tone, the lively eyes. It's completely different from now, it's like a complete face change. At that time, he didn't know her intentions, and even had the illusion that she cared about him. Now it seems that the possessiveness was probably just an act. As for the purpose, it is no longer known. Suppressing the thought of asking her, Gu Mingye keenly grasped other key information from her words. Could it be that Y didn't have the ability to support her? That's why she was so eager to work. He tilted his head to look at her. The man's sharp jawline was superior and his sword-like eyebrows were slightly lowered. His tone was gentle but unquestionable. The hidden clause in the prenuptial agreement can be voided. If we really want to divorce, according to the law, you should get as much of my property and shares as you deserve. With those, you can live a worry-free life for the rest of your life without having to go out to work and look down on others. Qin Qin didn't even think about it and shook her head to refuse. You worked so hard to earn that, I don't want it. The prenuptial agreement was written in black and white and has the same legal effect. According to the agreement, I only want the 2 million that belongs to me. And, taking a deep breath, Qin Qin smiled again, this time with a smile of relief and a bit of gratitude. In the past 2 years since I married you, you have never treated me badly in life, except emotionally. I have lived the life of a rich wife for 2 years, and I am very grateful. Thank you, I am very satisfied. After 2 seconds of silence, Gu Mingye's eyes were complicated. I respect your idea, but let's not talk about how to divide the property. I will go back to the old house this afternoon. I will not break my promise to you. Qin Qin naturally knew what he meant. When he returned to the old house, he must have slowly informed his grandfather that they were going to divorce, so as to give him some precautions in advance. Hearing this, Qin Qin nodded, okay. His eyes swept across the two slightly bluish shadows under Gu Mingye's eyelids, and his breathing paused. I had a migraine last night. After taking the painkillers that Su Ling brought me, they didn't work for a long time. I tossed and turned and endured it until the second half of the night when the pain was slightly relieved. Qin Qin's heart tightened uncontrollably when she thought about how he was staying up late with another woman while she was having a severe headache. Looking at Gu Mingye, who was about to turn around and leave, she said something inexplicably. It's been hard taking care of her all night. The hospital bed must be hard to sleep in. You can catch up on some sleep during the day. I'm leaving now. After saying that, he turned around and left, walking towards his Porsche, which was parked not far away. This car was given by Gu Mingye on our first wedding anniversary. Qin Qin suddenly realized that tomorrow would be 2 years since they got their marriage certificate, and their second wedding anniversary was also approaching. After Qin Qin turned and left, Li Fang, who got out of the car to open the door for Gu Mingye, looked puzzled. I started to wonder. My boss left the hospital and returned to the company last night after confirming that Miss Bai was fine. He came back to the hospital early the next morning and didn't stay in the hospital ward overnight. His hand paused as he opened the car door. He looked at Qin Qin's receding back, then looked at Gu Mingye, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. Gu Mingye's deep eyes behind his glasses were filled with fatigue, and his usually gentle tone was shrouded in a hint of impatience. What's wrong? Li Fang noticed that his boss was in a very bad mood, so he swallowed the words in his mouth, bowed slightly, and opened the car door for his boss. Gu Mingye did not get into the car immediately. Instead, he stood beside the car with his tall figure. He tilted his head and glanced at the Porsche that was driving towards the side exit of the parking lot. In the Porsche's driver's seat, the woman's thin and slender figure, her beautiful and exquisite profile staring straight ahead, with no intention of turning her head to glance at him. Gu Mingye suddenly felt his teeth itching. He took a breath and leaned into the car. After he got in the car, Qin Qin glanced back through the rearview mirror in the Porsche that was about to drive out. Her eyes fell on the Rolls-Royce. Her vision blurred and tears burst out instantly. In the Rolls-Royce, Gu Mingye had just sat down in the car, and the door closed when Li Fang's voice came again. Boss, are we going back to the company now? Gu Mingye pinched his brows and said, company. He paused and said, let's check today which company my wife works for. Okay. On the way, passing by a dry cleaner, Li Fang considered and said, please wait for me, I will go get your clothes. Gu Mingye looked down at the document without raising his head. Yeah. Soon, Li Fang came back with Gu Mingye's suit. Yes, that night Gu Mingye returned home from a business trip, stayed for a while, and then went back to the company to deal with work matters. In the evening, he attended another social gathering and spent the night in the hotel, but he drank too much that night and vomited on his suit. The next day, Li Fang had to rush home early in the morning and had no clothes to wear, so he bought his boss a dark brown long windbreaker at a nearby shopping mall as an emergency measure. He also took the black suit that was vomited onto the dry cleaners. Now Li Fang is taking out the black suit that has been dry cleaned. After putting the suit on the passenger seat, Li Fang drove back to the company. What Li Fang would never know was how Qin Qin, the wife of the CEO, had secretly been hurt because of that dark brown long windbreaker. Chapter 20 by Qin Shuang takes revenge on Qin Qin. Gu Mingye comes to kill her. The Porsche and the Rolls-Royce drove towards their respective destinations. At that time, in the obstetrics and gynecology department of the hospital, after Gu Mingye and Qin Qin left, Bai Xiaoyu went crazy and threw all the bedding and pillows on the bed to the ground. Then he knelt on the ground, pinching his palms silently. The pretty little face was almost distorted, the eye sockets were bloodshot, and he was gasping for breath like a dying fish. Not long after, Bai Qinshuang, who had rushed over after hearing the news, held her in her arms, patted her back soothingly, and coaxed her softly, "Good Xiaoyu, good baby, calm down, calm down." Bai Xiaoyu bit his lower lip tightly, and trembled as he crawled into Bai Qinshuang's arms. "Mom, help me kill that bitch, she stole my Mingye. I found out today that Mingye's first concern is not me, he wasn't like this before, and they are so in love. Mom. I'm so sad." Bai Qinshuang touched Bai Xiaoyu's head, feeling extremely distressed. Xiaoyu, Mom is here. Mom will help you get your man back. You're pregnant now, so don't get excited, okay? Bai Xiaoyu threw himself on Bai Qinhuang's shoulders and shouted at the top of his lungs. This child is just a burden. I don't want it anymore. Can we get rid of it? I wanted to get rid of it when I was abroad, but why did you stop me? I'm already so miserable, why do I still have to drag this burden along? Bai Qinhuang stroked Bai Xiaoyu's hair. Mom has already told you very clearly at the time that it will be of great use. If you want to get back with Gu Mingye, you must keep it. You are not calm now, take a deep breath and calm down. Okay? Bai Xiaoyu shook his head frantically, gritting his teeth and shouting Qin Qin's name over and over again, Qin Qin, bitch. Bitch. When Bai Qinhuang heard the name read out by Bai Xiaoyu, her slender eyebrows frowned. She felt that it was somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere in the past 2 days. After thinking about it more carefully, I finally figured it out. It's her. The new bidding agent of the project department. Yes, Bai Qinhuang is the project manager of Zixing Tendering and Bidding Agency Company, and her other identity is Bai Xiaoyu's mother. The reason why Bai Qinhuang separated Bai Xiaoyu from Gu Mingye and sent Bai Xiaoyu abroad 6 years ago was because she had planned a better option for Bai Xiaoyu. She introduced Bai Xiaoyu to the descendants of the royal family of country Y. Bai Qinhuang has spent half her life trying to climb up the socialite training class, squeeze into the celebrity circle, and meet various successful people in the upper class. Along the way, she never let go of any opportunity, just wanting to rely on men to become superior. But this road was too rough and bumpy, and he failed to achieve his wish, so he placed his hopes on Bai Xiaoyu. But unexpectedly, he successfully sent his daughter into that circle of country Y and watched her marry into it. It was not until she became pregnant that he discovered that the so-called descendant of the royal family of country Y was a fake. This was a fatal blow to my daughter and myself. My daughter suffered a severe mental shock and thus developed bipolar disorder. I was also very depressed. After calming down, she asked her daughter to hold off for the time being, and then she made new plans for her daughter, hoping that her daughter would renew her relationship with Gu Mingye, who had now become Wanqin's new rich and powerful. After returning to China, she did ask someone to investigate Gu Mingye's current wife, but at the time she was only busy looking at her information. She was just an unknown person, and she was too lazy to remember her name. When she heard her daughter say Qin Qin, she remembered that a new person had come into the company these 2 days. She had seen the list of names, and the person's name was also Qin Qin. It should be the same person. As Gu Mingye's wife, she actually showed up in a small company like Zixing? How could Gu Mingye bear to do that? Bai Qinhuang thought for a moment, then slowly relaxed her tightly furrowed brows and said to Bai Xiaoyu, "Don't cry. I'm afraid there are loopholes in their so-called love and harmony. Don't worry, don't act rashly. Trust me, I have plenty of ways to help you get Gu Mingye back from that bitch." Just after noon, Qin Qin and Su Ling had a quick bite near the company and then returned to the company. Zixing's project department is divided into 3 project groups, all on one floor. Qin Qin's workstation approval has not yet been received, so she is temporarily sharing a table with Su Ling, the team leader of Group 3. Because of past practical experience, Qin Qin got the hang of it quickly. After returning to the company, she began to organize various bidding documents. As for the fact that Qin Qin had lost the battle at the hospital that morning, Su Ling already knew that Qin Qin was not in a good mood, so she did not disturb her too much. She wanted her to calm down and let her turn her grief into work motivation. It was almost time to get off work when a figure appeared on this floor. Su Ling glanced over and saw that it was the project manager Bai Qinhuang. "Everyone, put down your work and listen to me." Bai Qinhuang clapped her hands and stood in an open space in the middle of the office area. Qin Qin stopped the work in his hands and looked towards the source of the sound with the employees. When he raised his eyes, he was caught off guard and met Bai Qinhuang's gaze. Bai Qinhuang was wearing a LV haute couture dress. Although she was over 50 years old, her face was not frosted and her makeup was delicate. Her eyes were charming but contained a solemn and refined temperament. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but the moment she looked into the other person's eyes, she sensed a vague complexity in his eyes. Qin Qin listened to the other party's speech calmly. "We have a big job. Our company has won the bid for the Lu Group's new building expansion project. Who among the 3 project teams will take it?" After he finished speaking, the whole room fell silent. For a moment, no one responded. Qin Qin looked at Su Ling strangely, and Su Ling explained in a low voice. You don't know. Lu is indeed very powerful, but the boss of Lu's purchasing department is very difficult to deal with. Sometimes, after working for a long time, the other party finds faults, and half a month's work is in vain. If you don't die, you will be beaten to a pulp, so no one is willing to take it. I see. No one wants to answer, right? Bai Qinshuang looked around and nodded calmly. Before leaving get off work, if none of the team leaders of your 3 groups take the initiative to take over, I will appoint one from the 3 groups myself. After saying that, he paused and looked at Qin Qin, right? Qin Qin nodded. Manager Bai. Your workstation has been approved, sit over there. He pointed casually to a secluded corner near the toilet. Su Ling didn't expect Bai Qinshuang to arrange that position for Qin Qin. Obviously, there were other better options besides that position. Su Ling couldn't sit still any longer. Manager Bai, that place is close to the toilet, people come and go, and there are bad smells coming out from time to time, so it has always been assumed to be a place to store sundries. Please. Bai Qinshuang interrupted Su Ling directly. Okay, our company has always respected the capable. Since Qin Qin is from your Group 3, you can represent Group 3 to take over the Lu project and ensure that it is completed beautifully. She can choose any workstation in the entire office area. But if the Lu Group, as Party A, is not satisfied with the project at all 3 groups will be held accountable. Do you agree? After he finished speaking, the other members of the 3 groups winked at Su Ling, suggesting that she should not take on tasks without permission. Su Ling gritted her teeth and choked. Bai Qinshuang's eyes passed directly over Su Ling and stared at Qin Qin. Her eyes were full of oppression, as if asking her, how is it? Do you have the courage? Qin Qin's breath paused because of Bai Qinshuang's stimulation. He slowly clenched his palms and was about to speak when a group of people surrounded a man and came down from the elevator not far away. The man was tall and slender, with outstanding looks. A well-tailored haute couture suit makes him look dignified, elegant and steady. There was no expression on his face, but his deep gaze through the lenses was full of oppression. Qin Qin's pupils shrank slightly, because the other person was none other than her husband, Gu Mingye, whom she was about to divorce. Chapter 21 Qin Qin refuses Mingye's help. Face the challenge. Why did Gu Mingye come to Zixing? Not only Qin Qin but also Su Ling had this question. Because the status is not equal. Based on Gu Mingye's status and size, a small company like Zixing is not worthy of his condescension. Su Ling glanced at Qin Qin, and Qin Qin also looked over blankly, with a puzzled look on her face. Just as the two were wondering, Gu Mingye was surrounded by a group of people like a star and had already arrived at the center position in front of the office area. Beside him, Chu Ziyi, the boss of Zixing, who usually held his head high in the company, bowed slightly, and the light on his body was dimmed. Gu Mingye just stood there, emanating a powerful aura of a superior, and his expression was stern. An oppressive gaze swept across the room without uttering a word. Oh no, Mr. Gu, why are you here? Before Qin Qin could react, Bai Qinshuang had already stepped forward to greet him. Bai Qinshuang was very enthusiastic, and her arrogant attitude just now was completely restrained in front of Gu Mingye. Chu Zi explained with a smile, didn't our company take over a project from Xingming Group not long ago? President Gu is here in person to inspect the strength of Zixing. Yes, Xingming Group was founded by Gu Mingye. The group is involved in technology, medical care, tourism and real estate. In recent years, it has also made its mark in the field of self-media, and can be said to be flourishing everywhere. After Chu Zi finished speaking, he looked at Gu Mingye with a hint of flattery on his face, as if waiting for him to say a few words on this topic. But after Gu Mingye looked around, his deep gaze fell on Qin Qin's face. The woman's usually gentle, calm and good-tempered face turned slightly red, and her chest rose and fell too quickly, obviously she was angry. His gaze paused on her face for a second, and a hint of depth flashed across Gu Mingye's gentle eyes. Then he looked at Bai Qinshuang, a hint of sharpness flashed in his eyes, and he said with interest. What a lively scene. Was manager Bai teaching the employees just now? Bai Qinshuang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Gu Mingye had heard everything she had just said? Then he thought that although on the surface Gu Mingye and himself were now the famous president of Xingming Group, one was the president, and the other was a small manager of a bidding agency. Their levels were extremely unequal. But privately, he could be considered an elder who had watched Gu Mingye grow up, and he could be considered to have done him a favor. Moreover, Gu Mingye had a romantic history with his daughter Bai Xiaoyu. No matter from which angle you look at it, their relationship was close. Moreover, according to her guess, the relationship between Gu Mingye and Qin Qin and his wife was not solid, otherwise Qin Qin would never have come here to suffer. So she had nothing to be afraid of. Keeping her expression steady and smiling calmly, Bai Qinshuang said, No, I just have a new project and need to give some pointers to the new employees. Oh. Gu Mingye raised his eyebrows with interest. Lose project. As soon as the key word lose was uttered, Bai Qinshuang understood. Gu Mingye should have heard what she had just said. However, Gu Mingye had never specifically introduced Qin Qin's identity as Mrs. Gu to him. Therefore, there is no need for her, an innocent ignorant, to hide her status. Nodding calmly. Yes, the new employee who just came here is a little ignorant. He was not satisfied with the workstation I assigned him and raised objections. So I brought out our corporate culture of Zixing the capable are respected. Unless she shows me her work ability and wins Lu's project, I can allocate resources to her according to her ability. Gu Mingye nodded in understanding and murmured, It seems that if I don't have the ability, I can only sit next to the toilet. Bai Qinshuang's eyebrows jumped, and for a moment she couldn't understand whether Gu Mingye was accusing her or teasing her. Chu Ziyi on the side also heard something wrong in Gu Mingye's tone. In order to maintain Ziyixing's highly inclusive and positive corporate image, he winked at Bai Qinshuang. Bai Qinshuang received it but didn't take it seriously. She cleared her throat and smiled to make up for it. If an employee believes that he or she is not capable enough to handle a large project, they can admit it and admit defeat. I will then arrange other small projects for them as appropriate. As for whether to sit next to the toilet, it's not that inhumane. As long as she is thick-skinned enough, I can give her my office to sit. Look at what this is. Su Ling couldn't stand it anymore. While Gu Mingye is here, thinking that he is Qin Qin's husband after all, even if things get out of hand, he probably won't stand idly by. So he stood up and said, Manager Bai, Qin Qin is not a newcomer, nor is she incapable of work. 2 years ago, she worked at Zixing for a period of time, and her work ability is well known. Bai Qinshuang looked at Su Ling and narrowed her eyes in a very obscure and dangerous way. You also said that it was only in the past tense. She hasn't been in the workplace for 2 years. How can I believe that she hasn't lost her past work experience? Su Ling was choked and felt that Bai Qinshuang did it on purpose. Just as he was about to argue again and cite past examples, Qin Qin, who had been silent, finally took a step forward. She spoke, her calm voice filled with determination, I'll take over Lu's project. She paused. But I have a request. Bai Qinshuang raised her eyebrows, You say? I will take sole responsibility for the accountability of Group 3. Qin Qin said, and glanced at Su Ling, suggesting that she should not rush to express her opinion. Then he looked at Bai Qinshuang again, straightened his thin back, slightly pursed his thin lips, and had a cold expression like a wintersweet facing the cold wind. She spoke, and added in a powerful voice. I will do my best on this project. If the Lu Group, as Party A, has no objection to my service, the credit will be shared equally among the 3 groups. If the other party is not satisfied and complains to me or gives me a bad review, then I will bear the consequences alone. After their voice fell, the office was silent for a moment. Bai Qinshuang raised her eyebrows and nodded immediately, Since you have expressed your opinion, I am not an inflexible person, so it's okay. On the other side, Gu Mingye, who was just about to help Qin Qin resolve the situation, obviously did not expect Qin Qin to take over Lu's project in this way. He looked at Qin Qin with a bit of surprise, and then that surprise turned into scrutiny. He wanted to see even a hint of forced emotion on the little woman's face. But there is none. All he saw in her was the calmness in the face of unknown challenges, and the tenacity and determination like cattail grass. With a trace of appreciation in his heart, Gu Mingye retracted his gaze and decided to respect her choice and gave up the idea of standing up for her. Soon, after Gu Mingye inspected Ziyixing's company strength, he led a group of people away in a mighty manner. It was just time to get off work and the employees left one after another. Qin Qin and Su Ling cleaned up the workstation in the corner, placed some green plants there, and moved some office materials over. Su Ling cursed, this old witch surnamed Bai is a bully. She put you here. Qin Qin curled her lips and said, it's okay. This place is also good. Didn't she say that I can choose my workstation after Lu's project is completed? Su Ling thought of something, and her angry expression turned into confusion. But I always feel like she's targeting you on purpose. Qin Qin, have you ever accidentally offended her? Chapter 22 Gu Mingye introduces Qin Qin. Bai Qinshuang is shocked. Offended by Qinshuang. In the past 20 years of Qin Qin's life, there has never been such a person, let alone any intersection. She subconsciously denied it and said, no. Maybe it's just that her work style is strict. It doesn't matter. I will prove myself. Hearing this, Su Ling didn't say anything more. Looking at the newly renovated workstation, she felt better. Don't worry, I will help you get the Lu Group project. Qin Qin felt warm in her heart and said sincerely, thank you Su Ling, it's great to have you. Su Ling patted Qin Qin's back and shook her head. The man surnamed Bai is not convinced. Let's let the man surnamed Bai see the strength of our peerless twins. Qin Qin couldn't help laughing and said yes. But in his heart, because of Su Ling's words, the one with the surname Bai, he thought of Bai Xiaoyu. Qin Qin felt upset and the smile on her face slowly faded. At this moment, Su Ling slapped her head as if she remembered something. Oh no! I made an appointment with someone to go to a bar to dance, and there's a male model performance at the bar today. I'm going to be late. After saying that, he looked at Qin Qin, his eyes seemed to be asking Qin Qin whether she wanted to go. In this way, Qin Qin can drive her there, and she can also take Qin Qin to broaden her horizons and experience a wonderful life other than that of a full-time wife. It's simply killing two birds with one stone. But Qin Qin has never been interested in that kind of occasion, but she also understood Su Ling's meaning. He took the Porsche key out of his bag and handed it to Su Ling. You drive my car and I'll take a taxi back. I won't go to places like that because they are too noisy. Although Su Ling felt disappointed, she did not force it. Okay, but I bet that one day you'll be willing to come with me. Paradise is waiting for you. Qin Qin pushed her and said, stop joking. Go now. If you don't leave now, your male models will be off work after their performance. Hearing this, Su Ling grabbed the car keys and ran away, leaving behind only an enchanting back. Qin Qin smiled and shook her head, took the bidding materials of Lu Group, and left Zixing. She wanted to go back and work overtime. But as soon as I walked out of Zixing, I saw two familiar figures chatting happily in the parking lot not far away. One of them had a humble and gentle attitude, with his head slightly lowered, while the other one looked like an elder, smiling lovingly. Yes, they are Gu Mingye and Bai Qinshuang. Just as Qin Qin walked out of the company's door, Gu Mingye looked over here as if he sensed something. As soon as he raised his eyes, the man's deep and handsome eyes penetrated the hustle and bustle of white-collar workers coming and going after get-off work and looked directly at Qin Qin. Then, the pair of gentle eyes curved slightly, and in an instant, like a spring breeze, they rushed towards Qin Qin. After catching his expression and eyes, Bai Qinshuang turned her head and looked over here. Seeing that it was Qin Qin, she smiled without hesitation. The smile was a little enthusiastic, a little too enthusiastic. Qin Qin. So you are Ai's wife? Bai Qinshuang said as she walked quickly in her high heels, grabbed Qin Qin's wrist, and pulled her close to her, behaving as intimately as possible. Oh my, the flood has really washed away the Dragon King Temple. Family members no longer recognize each other. Aunt Bai wants to apologize to you for what happened today. I'm sorry, I made you suffer. Really? I should have thought of it earlier. You are so beautiful and elegant. You must be from a wealthy family. Are you coming to work here to experience life? After Bai Qinshuang finished speaking, Qin Qin was completely confused. Manager Bai was so proud and noble in the company just now, how come he suddenly called himself Aunt Bai, like a different person? She looked at Gu Mingye, her eyes full of confusion and questioning. Gu Mingye took a step forward at this time, seeming to see Qin Qin's embarrassment and discomfort. He took her from Bai Qinshuang, held her hand gently, and rubbed the back of her hand with his thumb as if to comfort her. He explained in a low voice. Aunt Bai is Xiaoyu's mother. She has watched me grow up. The occasion just now was not suitable for introducing our relationship. Now I would like to introduce you to each other formally. Say hello. Qin Qin was stunned and completely confused. Xiaoyu. by Xiaoyu? So, Bai Qinshuang is Gu Mingye by Yueguang's mother? I remembered that Su Ling had told me before that Bai Qinshuang had an illegitimate daughter, and Bai Qinshuang and Bai Xiaoyu both had the surname Bai. It seemed that everything was right. An indescribable shock and astonishment made her forget to cooperate with Gu Mingye and say hello to the so-called Auntie Bai in front of her with a kind smile. Until Bai Qinshuang smiled and said, "It's okay, maybe I was too serious at work just now and scared Qin Qin." After a pause, he continued. "Qin Qin, I didn't know you were one of my family members before, but now I know. I will take good care of you in Zixing from now on. Don't worry, I will arrange a better workstation for you tomorrow morning." The other party's tone was flawless, and even his attitude was genuine. Qin Qin couldn't see any flaws. But precisely because it is too perfect, it is worthy of doubt and scrutiny. Qin Qin is not an inexperienced person, so she naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to believe everything the other party says. Soon, she came back to her senses from her shock and took a deep breath. She smiled politely and looked at Bai Qinshuang. "No, Aunt Bai, as a leader, you should be serious about your work. You don't have to move my workstation for me. You can do whatever you want in the company. As a subordinate, I will try my best to cooperate with your arrangements." Bai Qinshuang didn't expect Qin Qin to answer like this. She twitched her lips and glanced at Gu Mingye out of the corner of her eye. According to her previous investigation, the marriage between Gu Mingye and Qin Qin was arranged by Mr. Gu, and there was no emotional foundation between the two. Bai Qinshuang had thought about Qin Qin's purpose of coming to work in Zixing. Make money. With Gu Mingye's current wealth, Qin Qin could never spend it all even if she stayed at home and didn't work, spending money lavishly every day. Then it could be that he was trying to experience life, but if Gu Mingye had developed feelings for Qin Qin 2 years after their marriage, how could he really watch her suffer without intervening? Bai Qinshuang held her breath and waited. Wait for Gu Mingye to speak and let him adopt a soft policy and be more lenient towards Qin Qin. But she didn't wait. Gu Mingye still held Qin Qin's hand, his expression as gentle as ever. Their behavior was so intimate that Bai Qinshuang couldn't tell for a moment whether Gu Mingye really had feelings for Qin Qin. She decided not to act rashly. He smiled and shook off the matter. Then he left first, making an excuse that he was busy. After she left, Qin Qin, whose hand was held by Gu Mingye, gently pulled her hand away from him and said, "Acting is acting, but you don't have to do it." With his hands empty, Gu Mingye frowned slightly. His gentle eyes darkened and he laughed angrily. Acting. Chapter 23 must click the foreshadowing of Qin Qin's life experience. Gu Mingye didn't expect Qin Qin to define his actions in this way. He just caught a glimpse of the faint resistance she felt when facing the passionate Bai Qinshuang. "That's why I held her hand, comforted her and helped her out. Unexpectedly, she thought I was acting." When Qin Qin heard Gu Mingye's question with a smile, she stated the facts calmly. "Didn't the prenuptial agreement clearly state that I have an obligation to cooperate with you and maintain the image of a loving couple in front of others? Haven't we been acting strictly in accordance with the agreement over the past 2 years?" In her opinion, this time was no exception. Hearing Qin Qin's well-reasoned rebuttal, Gu Mingye felt a surge of restlessness in his heart. I wanted to retort, but her distant attitude and the word acting suppressed my desire to explain. "Yes, acting. So she has been acting for the past 2 years, both in bed and out of bed. Now that another man has returned from abroad, she has had enough of acting." Grinding his back teeth gently, Gu Mingye suppressed his restlessness and asked patiently, "Did Su Ling drive away your car?" He was chatting with Bai Qinshuang just now, and he saw from a distance that Su Ling rushed out from Zixing and drove away in a hurry in Qin Qin's Porsche. Qin Qin nodded. "Well, she has something urgent. Then take my car and go back together." Qin Qin looked at the Rolls-Royce parked next to her, then at the sky that was gradually getting dark, and did not refuse. The two sat in the back seat as the car slowly drove away from Zixing. Turn a corner and pass an artificial lake. The afterglow of the setting sun accompanied the blue moment 20 minutes before dark. The halo slid across the body of the Rolls-Royce, shone in through the window, and sprinkled on Gu Mingye and Qin Qin. For a moment, with the sparkling lake outside the window, the atmosphere was quiet and romantic, like a slow-motion movie. Gu Mingye looked out of the car window, and the warm golden light enveloped his outline. His already handsome figure is set off like a finely crafted work of art. The same is true for Qin Qin. The woman's eyes and eyebrows, which had been distant and indifferent just now, turned back into her former gentle and soft appearance in such a beautiful atmosphere, and she was incredibly beautiful. Relaxed atmosphere, suitable for chatting. Suddenly, Gu Mingye turned around and said, "If I remember correctly, tomorrow should be our second wedding anniversary, right?" A breeze blew, and Qin Qin's hair was blown up. When she heard that Gu Mingye still remembered their wedding anniversary, a small ripple arose in her heart. She also turned her head and looked at him, her voice no longer sounding stiff. "Yes." Gu Mingye was silent for a moment. "Mom should still be with us tomorrow, so we still have to celebrate our wedding anniversary. If I'm not busy tomorrow, I will leave work early and go home." It turned out that I had to cooperate with him to deal with my mother-in-law. Qin Qin curled her lips bitterly, and looked out the window again, her voice once again becoming cold and distant. "Okay." Silence returned between the two of them again. The sky also fell into complete darkness. The light and shadows of the street lights intertwined, and the two people were each shrouded in the dark night, and their expressions could not be seen clearly. When they were almost at their star-picking villa, Gu Mingye's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he broke the silence again with a deep voice. "I went to the old house this afternoon." Qin Qin's eyelashes moved slightly, her eyes fixed on the outline of the huge mountain outside the window. She subconsciously clenched her palms and said, "How is it? Grandpa has had a cold these past 2 days and hasn't been feeling well. Ever since I went there, he's been nagging us to have a baby, so today isn't a good time to bring up that matter." It turned out that he did not mention to the old man today that they were going to divorce. Qin Qin's clenched palms loosened. "Wait a minute. When Grandpa gets better, I'll make it clear to him. But I won't let you wait too long." "Qin Qin, yeah." The wheels rolled over a cobblestone road and stopped in front of a brightly lit villa. Gu Mingye did not get out of the car immediately. His slender fingers climbed up the tie around his neck and pulled it, and the tie loosened. He leaned back, and his whole body showed a hint of laziness amidst his dignity. In the darkness, his tone was cool but patient. "Since you have accepted Lu's project, I would like to briefly introduce some unknown facts about Lu's company to you. It may be useful to you. Do you want to listen?" Hearing this, Qin Qin looked at Gu Mingye with interest and nodded. Lu Zhongbai, the former chairman of Lu Corporation, passed away last year. The person who has taken over Lu Corporation now is Lu Lingche, the eldest son of Lu Zhongbai. Lu Zhongbai's second son Lu Jian and youngest daughter Lu Yumor assist their eldest brother in running the Lu Group. Lu Lingche and Lu Yang, one is very ambitious and the other is very playful. Let's not talk about these two for now. For this bidding project of Lu Corporation, it is very likely that you will be coordinating with Lu Yumor, the purchasing manager of Lu Corporation. And what I want to tell you is that Lu Yumor is not Lu Zhongbai's biological daughter, but adopted. Qin Qin frowned slightly and listened more carefully. Lu Zhongbai's biological daughter was lost when she was young, and Mrs. Lu became ill because of missing her daughter. In order to comfort Mrs. Lu, Lu Zhongbai adopted Lu Yumor from the orphanage. Although she was adopted, Lu Lingche and Lu Yang were very indulgent towards this sister. After Lu Yumor entered the Lu's purchasing department, she often found fault with everything at work. To deal with her, you need to be extremely patient and have various coping plans. Of course, if you need any help, you can come to me. I have some friendship with Lu Lingche. In the Lu family, Lu Yumor is most afraid of Lu Lingche. As soon as Gu Mingye finished speaking, Qin Qin felt a surge of warmth in her heart, and her tone was soft and firm. "Thank you, no need, I want to rely on myself." Gu Mingye was silent for a second. "You have basically not had any experience in society in these years, and you have been out of touch with the workplace for a long time. It is best not to force yourself to do something you can't do." After a pause, she added, "Mrs. Gu's identity requires respectability. After all, we haven't divorced yet." It turned out that he was afraid of making a fool of himself in public and embarrassing himself as President Gu. Qin Qin laughed at herself in her heart, and suddenly she felt a surge of fighting spirit. In the dim light, she looked directly into Gu Mingye's eyes, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling and glittering. "I will do a good job on Lu's project." Qin Qin kept her word and worked overtime until late that night. She set off for Zixing at dawn the next day. "I was busy all day organizing materials, coordinating with various departments, making phone calls, and sorting out bidding documents." Qin Qin, when are we going to the purchasing department of Lu Group? I'll go with you. Just before getting off work, Su Ling came over. She must have had too much fun last night and had been yawning all day. Qin Qin glanced at the time on her phone and did not forget Gu Mingye's instructions. She wanted to go back and cooperate with him to act out the wedding anniversary. Tomorrow, I have something else to do today. Okay then. Su Ling had learned from Qin Qin that Bai Qinshuan was Bai Xiaoyu's mother. She glanced in the direction of Bai Qinshuan's office and whispered. Luckily she didn't come to the company today, otherwise if I saw her, I would have spit at her when she wasn't paying attention. She targeted you like that yesterday. She obviously did it on purpose. Hearing this, Qin Qin just curled her lips and shook her head, grabbed the car keys and went home from get off work. When Qin Qin was almost home, her cell phone rang. It's Gu Mingye. After picking up the phone, Gu Mingye said in a gentle voice, I'm on my way home, I'll be there soon. Qin Qin, I'm off work too. Okay, candlelight dinner tonight. It will be all right. Okay. The two ended the call. Gu Mingye's phone rang again. He thought it was Qin Qin, but when he took a look at the caller, he realized it wasn't her. Pick up, hello. Aunt Bai. On the other end of the phone, Bai Qinshuan's voice came hurriedly, Xiaoyu is missing. Can you come over? Chapter 24, Left Behind on the Wedding Anniversary. When Qin Qin returned to Jiaxingting Villa, her mother-in-law Chu Qingzhu was still awake and was sitting on the sofa reading a fashion magazine. Qin Qin took the initiative to greet, Mom, I'm back. Chu Qingzhu moved his eyes away from the magazine and looked at Qin Qin, who was dressed in a capable and professional outfit. He nodded and glanced outside. Is Mingyi working overtime again tonight? He's already on his way back. Chu Qingzhu closed the magazine. If I remember correctly, today is your wedding anniversary. Qin Qin nodded, yes. Chu Qingzhu glanced at Aunt Liu who was still busy in the kitchen, raised an eyebrow and asked Qin Qin, are you staying at home? Qin Qin answered truthfully, yes, at home, just a simple candlelight dinner. Chu Qingzhu frowned, stood up, took out a golden card from her bag and handed it to Qin Qin, you guys go spend the night here. Qin Qin's eyes moved over and landed on a line of large gold-plated characters written on the card, Xingyu Hotel. He paused, knowing that this was the highest quality 5-star hotel in Guangzhou, and Xingyu Hotel was built along the coast, so the sea view was unparalleled. Therefore, it has become the first-choice romantic destination for many internet celebrities to check in, couples to propose, and newlyweds to spend their honeymoon. This gold card was given to me by the boss when Xingyu opened. With this card, you can stay in their presidential suite, where you can have candlelight dinners, pool parties, and all the things and services you young people like. Chu Qingzhu continued on the side. Qin Qin took the card and pursed her lips. Thank you, Mom. You, try to get pregnant with Gu family's child after you move in tonight. That will be the real way to thank me. As he said this, Chu Qingzhu sighed in his heart. During these few days, I don't know how many times the old man called me every day. I kept asking and telling myself to pay more attention to the issue of inducing labor. She is under pressure too. I thought to myself that changing the environment might help both of us feel more fresh, which would also be good for pregnancy. When Qin Qin heard what her mother-in-law said, she just pursed her lips slightly, maintaining a reserved smile on her face, and did not respond. Okay, contact Mingyi and tell him not to go home and to meet you directly at the hotel. Since it's your wedding anniversary, have fun. Chu Qingzhu paused again, looking at Qin Qin's plain face with light makeup, and said, wait a moment. She went to her room and took out a new makeup set and stuffed it into Qin Qin's hands. It's new, the color should suit you, try it out later. Thank you, Mom. Qin Qin took it politely and saw that it was the latest model of a big brand, and the product was known for its bold and outstanding color matching. Qin Qin's face showed some hesitation. Chu Qingzhu seemed to see Qin Qin's hesitation. The things you use all day are too plain. You need to try something bright, otherwise your good looks will go to waste. Go try it now, and remember to change into a dress. I'll wait here to see the results. Having said that, Anshin sat down on the sofa, as if she would not go back to sleep until she saw Qin Qin's transformation was successful. Being pushed to this point, Qin Qin had no choice but to go upstairs to try. Soon, she finished her makeup, picked out a black fishtail dress from the cloakroom, and came downstairs. Chu Qingzhu's eyes lit up when she saw it, and her tone was full of uncontrollable surprise. It should have been done like this a long time ago. Qin Qin pursed her lips and smiled. Mom, I'll go then. Go ahead, and remember to take some nice photos on your date and post them on WeChat Moments. Qin Qin knew clearly the purpose of her mother-in-law's request to take photos and post them on WeChat Moments. She had the old man's WeChat, and he also knew that today was her and Gu Mingye's wedding anniversary. On such a memorable day, if you look happy, the old man will be happy and relieved to see it. But isn't this also another form of acting assignment? Qin Qin pinched her fingertips and nodded. I remember it, Mom. After saying goodbye to her mother-in-law, Qin Qin called Gu Mingye in the car, but no one answered the call until it automatically hung up. Qin Qin thought the other party didn't hear her, so she called again several times, but still no one answered. Qin Qin frowned, but without thinking too much, she sent a WeChat message to Gu Mingye. Mom gave Zhang Xingyu's card and asked us to go to Xingyu tonight to celebrate our anniversary. I'll go there first. The message was sent successfully, and Qin Qin drove to Xingyu. Soon, she arrived at Xingyu and booked a candlelight dinner. With the blessing of music and ambiguous lighting, in the romantic atmosphere, men and women who were dating at the tables nearby spoke in low voices, and low laughter could be heard from time to time. After Qin Qin sat down, she saw her own reflection in the tall red wine glass, which was truly dazzlingly beautiful. For a moment, she was actually looking forward to Gu Mingye's reaction when he saw her. But when he took out his cell phone, there was still no message from Gu Mingye. This felt strange, so he called Gu Mingye again, but the call was automatically disconnected and still no one answered. Just as she was about to call Gu Mingye's special assistant Li Fang to ask what was going on, she looked up inadvertently and saw a familiar figure in a suit and tie, standing tall like a pine tree, sitting by the window not far away. It's Gu Mingye. Opposite him sat a woman. The woman had delicate makeup on, wore a light pink one-shoulder dress, had a slightly bulging belly, and had a sweet smile on her face. It was clearly Bai Xiaoyu. On the dining table between the two of them, a corner of a cute heart-shaped birthday cake was revealed, and a bunch of beautifully wrapped gardenias also caught Qin Qin's eye. Qin Qin felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer, and stood there frozen in place. So, Gu Mingye didn't answer the phone for a long time because he was accompanying Bai Xiaoyu to celebrate her birthday. A dull pain came over my heart, and along with it came a suffocating feeling caused by the incomprehension. Because it was Gu Mingye who instigated this wedding anniversary, but in the end he just abandoned me without a word. With all kinds of emotions pulling at her, Qin Qin stood up and walked towards the dining table. And at this moment, Gu Mingye was sitting at the dining table. Gu Mingye was looking at Bai Xiaoyu, who was smiling sweetly in front of him. Could you please not suddenly run away from the hospital next time? Aunt Bai is so worried about you. The tone of voice was reproachful, with a hint of helplessness. Bai Xiaoyu gathered her hair awkwardly, and said in a coquettish tone, I just don't want to spend my birthday in the hospital. Gu Mingye pressed his brows and said, so you came here alone? Bai Xiaoyu blinked and looked at Gu Mingye. You found me, didn't you? Now that you are here, I am no longer alone. Gu Mingye looked away and glanced at the time on his watch. His slender fingers tapped the table lightly. Eat quickly. After you're done, I'll ask Li Fang to take you home. Bai Xiaoyu looked down at the cream of mushroom soup on the plate and suddenly said, Mingyi, do you hate me? Gu Mingye paused. Why do you suddenly ask this? Bai Xiaoyu sighed and stirred the cream of mushroom soup in the bowl. I just suddenly remembered the time when we were dating and you came here with me to celebrate my birthday. I wanted to give myself to you, but you were so nice to me back then. You didn't even want to touch me. But I lost you, such a good person. Mingye, if. After a pause, Bai Xiaoyu took a breath and said, if I hadn't listened to my mother and gone abroad, maybe we wouldn't have separated. We. Gu Mingye's tone was calm as he interrupted Bai Xiaoyu's words. The past is the past, and we should look forward. Bai Xiaoyu twitched her lips bitterly, and was about to say something else, when she glanced and saw Qin Qin walking towards her not far away. Chapter 25. Are you jealous? Although Qin Qin's face was expressionless, the aura she exuded clearly showed that she was angry. There was no time to figure out why Qin Qin was here. In a flash, Bai Xiaoyu retracted his gaze, put the spoon in the bowl, frowned and covered his stomach. Ouch, Mingye, my stomach feels uncomfortable. Gu Mingye stood up and went to check on her. What's going on? Bai Xiaoyu half leaned on Gu Mingye and put one arm around Gu Mingye's waist. From Qin Qin's perspective, the two people's postures were as ambiguous as possible. Qin Qin's steps towards him were just like that. Her eyes suddenly became moist and hot. And it was because of seeing this scene that she came to her senses completely, thinking that if she went there now, she would be asking for humiliation. The next moment, he turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, Li Fang's voice came from not far away, "Madam." Hearing the sound, Gu Mingye was startled and turned around. What he saw was Qin Qin, who was wearing a black dress and was about to leave, and Li Fang, who came to give him a cell phone. Without caring about anything else, Gu Mingye pried open Bai Xiaoyu's hand and chased after Qin Qin. Her wrist was suddenly grabbed. Qin Qin turned her head coldly with red eyes and met Gu Mingye's deep and dark gaze. "Please let go." Qin Qin used the word "please" again, and her voice was as cold as it could be. Gu Mingye took a deep breath. "Why are you here?" To Qin Qin, he was not trying to explain, but questioning. Questioning whether my presence ruined their fun. Qin Qin's nose felt sore, and she tried to struggle against her arm, saying in a heavier tone, "Let go." Gu Mingye finally let go. "Listen to me." Bai Xiaoyu came over and spoke first. "Qin Qin, don't get me wrong, Mingye is here to celebrate my birthday with me." Qin Qin smiled, and the smile gradually cooled down. "It seems that my appearance has destroyed your world of two." "No. Bai Xiaoyu stammered, looking helpless as if she was frightened by Qin Qin's thorny words. Mingye quickly explained to Qin Qin. Gu Mingye pressed his brows and said, "Go back to the hospital first and let Li Fang take you there." Bai Xiaoyu, but obedient. Bai Xiaoyu nodded obediently and said timidly, "Okay then." But his expression was obviously happy with the word obedient. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and he glanced at Qin Qin, looking as proud as he could be. Qin Qin clenched her palms. Thinking back to the countless helpless sleepless nights in the past, I cried uncontrollably because I missed my adoptive parents. I almost choked but still couldn't stop crying. He would also coax himself by saying, "Be good and stop crying," in his ear. It turns out that he would also use these two words lovingly when he was coaxing others. It turns out that these two words are not exclusive to me. Oh, maybe, it was originally exclusive to Bai Xiaoyu. Bai Xiaoyu was quickly taken away by Li Fang. In a corner of the romantic Xinyu Hotel restaurant, Qin Qin and Gu Mingye stood opposite each other. The atmosphere was tense. "What do you want to say?" Qin Qin looked at the man in a suit in front of her. Under the illumination of the ceiling light, the handsome facial features of the man are exquisite and stylish. The piano playing continues, and the romantic atmosphere spreads in the room like spring water. But what Qin Qin felt at this moment was only a deep sense of irony and incompatibility. She didn't belong here. Gu Mingye seemed to have just noticed Qin Qin's mood change, and finally said, "I can explain." Qin Qin's eyes were red, and she was stubborn and refused to let her voice show any emotion. She said calmly and coldly, "What do you want to explain to me? On our wedding anniversary, my husband spent his birthday with his ex-girlfriend. I should be magnanimous and not care about it. I'm sorry, this is all unnecessary for you and me, because we are getting divorced soon, and it's your freedom to choose whoever you want to be with." After saying this, Qin Qin pursed her lips. Under the light, she was wearing a black evening dress and her makeup was delicate and elegant. Because the lip color and eye details are highlighted, it is brighter and more vivid than daily light makeup. But at this moment, she seemed a little more cool and elegant because of a deliberately distant and indifferent look in her expression. Gu Mingye seldom saw her with such bright makeup, and even more rarely saw her with such a stubborn temper. For a moment, he was stunned, and between his handsome eyebrows, besides helplessness, there was also a bit of incomprehension. Because her behavior was more like. With his brows slightly furrowed, Gu Mingye asked directly, "Are you jealous?" But as soon as he said this, he immediately denied it in his heart. The person she loved was someone else, so how could she be jealous of him? Qin Qin naturally would not admit it. Besides, why would she, who was not important to him, be jealous? Qin Qin smiled calmly and stared into Gu Mingye's eyes. "Gu Mingye, it was you who agreed to celebrate our anniversary together yesterday and acted in front of your mother. Today, you left me to go find your ex and it was you who spent her birthday with her. Am I some kind of pet that you want to play with? Tease me when you're happy, and throw me aside when you're unhappy. It turned out that he was so angry because he felt he was tricked. Gu Mingye explained. When I was almost home, I received a call from Aunt Bai. Xiaoyu suddenly disappeared in the hospital, and she asked me to go over and help look for her. As you know, she has bipolar disorder and is emotionally unstable. And because it was night, what if something happened? Qin Qin sneered lightly. So what? You think I'm emotionally stable? I called you so many times and you just ignored me and didn't even bother to answer the calls. There was no need for me to explain, right? Hearing this, Gu Mingye's eyes darkened, but his tone softened. The phone was left in the car, and I just asked Li Fang to deliver it to me. You saw it too? Qin Qin fell silent. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased slightly, Gu Mingye continued to explain. I came here to try my luck because today is her birthday. She always came here to celebrate her birthday in the past, so. That's enough, no more words. Qin Qin's heart choked and she interrupted Gu Mingye directly. She was afraid that if she continued listening, she would really become hysterical. Birthday. He not only remembered her birthday clearly, but also remembered the places she used to go to on her birthdays. Thinking of the scene of the two of them hugging each other just now, and thinking of the news that she was missing, he hurried to look for her. Qin Qin suddenly realized. It is true that he is deeply in love and a romantic man of unparalleled talent. He took out the gold card that his mother-in-law had given him and handed it to Gu Mingye. This is a gift from my mother. The original intention was for us to celebrate our 2-year wedding anniversary at Xingyu tonight. This is why I am here. But as it is today, the anniversary will end here. After saying that, he stuffed the card into Gu Mingye's arms and pretended to leave without looking back. But just as I took a step, I remembered my mother-in-law's advice to post on WeChat moments. In order to reassure Grandpa Gu. Qin Qin gritted his teeth, stopped abruptly, and decided to consider the overall situation. He turned around and glanced at Gu Mingye. Let's put on a show. Chapter 26 Happy Second Anniversary. After saying this, Qin Qin turned and walked towards the dining table where she had just Saturday. Gu Mingye paused slightly, then understood something and followed him. The two sat opposite each other, and their waiter came over. Excuse me, would you like to serve the food now? Qin Qin nodded. Soon, exquisite dishes were placed on the table, and romantic candlelight illuminated the table. Behind the slightly flickering candlelight was Gu Mingye's face wearing gold-rimmed glasses. That face was truly flawless, elegant and refined, and extremely handsome. Qin Qin had no intention of looking closely at this moment. Suppressing the bitterness in her heart, she turned on the camera on her mobile phone and motioned to Gu Mingye to raise their red wine glasses together. Gu Mingye did as he was told. Qin Qin found the best angle, took a photo of the two of them clinking glasses of red wine, and edited the text, year after year, grateful for your company. Happy 2-year anniversary. I also skillfully circled the tags that were only visible to my family and posted them on my moments. It took less than 3 minutes to complete a set of smooth movements. Then he nodded to Gu Mingye as if he had completed a task. Okay. He stood up and left quickly and decisively. Gu Mingye said, don't you want to eat something? Qin Qin pursed her lips and said in a dull tone, I have no appetite. You eat. I'll leave first. Gu Mingye didn't hesitate and stood up and followed. He was tall, had long legs and took big steps, and soon stood in front of Qin Qin. Where are you going? Qin Qin pursed her lips, her eyes stubborn and calm. This play has been completed. Wherever I go, it shouldn't affect your report to Mom and Grandpa, right? Gu Mingye, Mom is not that easy to fool. She will find out from this card that we have no record of checking in a hotel. Qin Qin paused, then smiled. This smile seemed gentle, but it contained silence. Then you can get a room and stay here, and finish this script by yourself. After saying that, without any hesitation, he turned around and left. It was late at night and the temperature difference was becoming apparent. Qin Qin didn't feel it when she was in the hotel, but as soon as she came out, she felt a chill running down her bones. She was wearing thin clothes, and a breeze blew, causing goosebumps to appear on her bare arms. He rubbed his arms quickly, wondering where to stay tonight. She would not stay at Xingyu Hotel, and she could not go back home, so why not stay at Su Ling's place for one night? Just as she was thinking about it, she caught a glimpse of a wonton stall with orange lights on not far away. The aroma was wafting in the air, and her stomach rumbled without warning, as if she was in the middle of an empty city. Thinking about how I was busy in the company all afternoon today, I rushed home and then rushed here without eating or drinking. I was indifferent to the table full of delicious food just now, probably because I was dominated by impulsive emotions. Now that I've calmed down, I'm indeed hungry. So, without hesitation, I walked straight to the wonton stall. "Boss, give me a bowl of wontons." "Okay." The steaming wontons were served and she added plenty of white pepper and vinegar. Just as she was about to eat, a tall figure approached and stopped in front of her, blocking the orange light. When Qin Qin raised her eyes, she saw Gu Mingye, who was wearing an expensive suit and looked out of place here. The man's handsome face remained calm as he stared at Qin Qin quietly. In just 1 second, he took off his suit and put it on her. "Boss, give me a bowl too." After saying this, Gu Mingye pulled open the small stool opposite Qin Qin and sat down. Without the covering of the suit, as he sat down, Gu Mingye's white shirt was slightly pulled and deformed, and his muscular lines were faintly visible under the shirt, full of tension. Qin Qin hadn't even swallowed a bite of wonton yet, but she felt the warmth of his suit and the familiar pine scent, and stared at him blankly, obviously not understanding. "I don't understand why he chased out and appeared here." Gu Mingye seemed to have the ability to read her mind. He saw through her confusion and pushed the gold card of Xingyu Hotel in front of Qin Qin. "Don't run around if it's too late. I've already booked a room." After a pause, Gu Mingye added, "Don't worry, I'll stay at the company." Qin Qin was stunned for a moment, and wanted to say something else, but Gu Mingye's bowl of wontons was already cooked and was brought up by the boss. He doesn't like vinegar, so he only added white pepper. Heat rose and mist spread, covering Gu Mingye's lenses, looking a little funny. Based on Qin Qin's past experience, he would always take off his glasses at this time. Sure enough, the next second, Gu Mingye took off his glasses and put them on the table. Without their seal of glasses, Gu Mingye's deep eyes became sharper, with an unstoppable edge. He glanced at Qin Qin and tapped the tabletop with his slender, bony fingers. "Why don't you eat? It's going to get cold soon." Qin Qin was indeed very hungry. She didn't have time to think about anything else. She turned her attention away from Gu Mingye and lowered her head to eat the wontons. She was 1.67 meters tall, which was not considered short among the girls, but Gu Mingye was nearly 1.9 meters tall. At this moment, wrapped in his large coat, Qin Qin looked inexplicably small and cute. She blew on the wontons in the spoon and chewed them slowly, like a kitten eating. This well-behaved look caught Gu Mingye's eyes, and suddenly her distant and cold look in the restaurant just now emerged in his mind. My heart tightened and a feeling of irritation emerged. At this moment, their kitten, who was concentrating on eating, seemed to notice his gaze. Looking up, Qin Qin looked at him through the mist lingering on the table, and imitated him, tapping the table twice with her knuckles bent, reminding him without emotion. Eating cold food will cause stomach problems. Gu Mingye tightened his grip on the spoon handle, looking a little unnatural. "Eat now." He lowered his head and started eating the wontons. But while eating, Gu Mingye suddenly thought of the past. At that time, he was just starting his business and often attended various social events until very late. It is very difficult to have a peaceful meal in a bar. Often after the meal, I go back home with a belly full of wine, suffering from headache and stomachache. But no matter how late it was, Qin Qin would always prepare delicious food for him in different ways. Sometimes it is a bowl of hot noodle soup, sometimes it is porridge she cooks herself. Sometimes it's a bowl of wontons. And she made it herself. Each piece is filled with meat, has a thin skin and large fillings, is juicy and very delicious. After eating it, my whole stomach feels warm. It tastes much better than this. Gu Mingye was immersed in his memories, and for a moment he even forgot that they were about to divorce. He blurted out, "These wontons are not as delicious as the ones you made. Some other time." As he was speaking, he paused and swallowed the rest of the words, "Wrap it again." Qin Qin naturally understood the meaning of his words, but did not respond. She had finished eating, took a tissue to wipe her mouth, took a breath and said calmly, "You should go to the old house again in the next 2 days to see Grandpa and make it clear that we are getting a divorce." After a pause, he said, "Some things need to be faced sooner or later. I can't let them drag on forever. Besides, Besides, Grandpa might not be as fragile as you and I think. He has been through a lot and will understand. After saying that, Qin Qin stared at Gu Mingye. Her eyes were clear and bright, like the bright moon in the distant sky. She remained silent, suppressed her trembling heart, and waited for his answer. Finally, Gu Mingye replied, "Okay." After saying this, the man lowered his eyes and stared at the soaked wontons in the bowl. His deep, dark pupils were unclear. Chapter 27. Believe in the light. The little wolfdog appears. Gu Mingye kept his promise. After sending Qin Qin back to the hotel, he left for the company. Qin Qin stood alone in the romantic and luxurious Xingyu VIP suite. When she heard the door being closed, her suppressed emotions finally burst out like a dam breaking. She leaned against the door, shaking uncontrollably. Yes, she showed her hand. Just now when she faced Gu Mingye, she was so calm and indifferent, but it was all an act. She was actually heartbroken. Now that her disguise was removed, her chest heaved violently and her breathing became a little rapid. My eyes were filled with hot and wet feelings. I wanted to cry, but I didn't have the right position. She even hated herself. I hated myself for being so useless. When I was heading to this date for our second wedding anniversary, I actually felt a glimmer of anticipation in my heart. But she forgot. Forgetting that her marriage with him had come to an end long ago. A tear finally rolled down from my eye. Just when Qin Qin was in so much pain that she could hardly breathe, the phone in her bag rang, indicating that there was an incoming WeChat message. Qin Qin opened her phone and a message from Gu Mingye popped up. "I will go to Grandpa tomorrow to explain everything. Don't worry, I won't hold you back any longer." Qin Qin's breath choked, and with tearful eyes, she took several deep breaths before she could barely control her trembling fingers. One word reply, "Okay." After turning off the phone, Qin Qin squatted on the ground and hugged herself tightly, letting the tears roll down from her eyes. After a long time, she raised her head and looked out the floor-to-ceiling window with her red and swollen eyes. At this moment, outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the lights are on. The bright orange lights are dotted and reflected on the sea, sparkling, like stars and fireflies landing on the earth. Romantic and beautiful. But it also makes her, who is left alone, look even more lonely. After being invaded by sadness and loneliness, the heart is in chaos and desolation. Qin Qin took a photo of the scenery with trembling fingers, and posted it to her circle of friends, with a short line of text, "Does thinking lead to gain?" Not necessarily. Of course, this time she blocked the Gu family. Afraid that Su Ling would worry, she didn't forget to block Su Ling as well. After sending this message, Qin Qin's mood gradually calmed down. After calming down, she turned off her cell phone and went to the bathroom barefoot to take a shower. Half an hour later, when I got into bed, the post I just posted on WeChat Moments had received a lot of likes and comments. One of the comments was quite interesting and caught Qin Qin's attention. "If you don't get anything from your thoughts, then change your mind, maybe the gains are somewhere else. Sun. The person who left this comment used the nickname "Believe in the Light," but did not indicate his real name. I opened the chat box with the other party and found that the previous chat history had been cleared by me. So just looking at the nickname, Qin Qin really couldn't tell who the other person was for a moment. Qin Qin was extremely tired and had no energy to delve into the other party's identity. After putting the phone aside, he turned over and concentrated on falling asleep. The next day, when Qin Qin went to work, her eyes were still a little swollen because she cried so hard the night before, and she looked very haggard. When he arrived at the company, Su Ling saw him and was shocked. "Did you stay up all night? What's wrong with your eyes?" Qin Qin was afraid that Su Ling would act impulsively again, so she did not tell her what happened last night. She just said that she had insomnia and did not get enough rest, and muddled the issue. While the two were talking, a woman wearing a bright suit and meticulously made up came down from the elevator. "It's Bai Qinshuang." When Bai Qinshuang passed by the employee work area, her eyes swept over Qin Qin intentionally or unintentionally. When she saw Qin Qin's tired face and red and swollen eyes, her lips curled up slightly, and there was a cold and complacent look in her eyes. Yes, she suddenly called Gu Mingye away last night. She directed and acted all of that herself. It was her idea for her daughter Bai Xiaoyu. Just to verify her guess, Gu Mingye didn't value Qin Qin, or rather, he didn't value her that much. In Gu Mingye's heart, his daughter Bai Xiaoyu was the most important one. This also indirectly confirms that the relationship between Gu Mingye and Qin Qin is not as solid as Gu Mingye appears to be, and there must be flaws and cracks. Therefore, when facing Qin Qin again at this moment, Bai Qinshuang did not feel any psychological pressure at all. She smiled at Qin Qin without revealing her feelings, and the contempt in her eyes flashed away. Morning, Qin Qin. Qin Qin clenched her palms and smiled back. Good morning, Manager Bai. In response to Qin Qin's address to herself, Bai Qinshuang smiled and nodded in agreement, thinking that she knew how to distinguish between public and private matters. In that case, I will be impartial to her. In front of all the employees, he reminded Qin Qin, Lu's project is urgent, so we need to do it as soon as possible. If the project progress is delayed or there are complaints, I'm afraid. Qin Qin took a breath and said, I know Manager Bai. I will go to Lu's to submit the bidding contract today. I will definitely not delay the progress. Bai Qinshuang pulled her lips with a fake smile, as if she was too lazy to pretend anymore. That's good, I wish you success. After saying that, he seemed to remember something, looked at Su Ling, and gave the order directly. Su Ling, there is a bidding meeting at the education center today and we are short of staff. Please go over and fill in. Then, he turned around and went back to the office. Su Ling was stunned and her open mouth almost couldn't close. Looking at Bai Qinshuang's back as she left, she widened her eyes, looked at Qin Qin, and whispered, No. What does she mean by this? Qin Qin lowered her eyes and began to sort out the information she would bring to the Lu group. She replied calmly and indifferently. Send you away and let me go to Lu's group alone. Su Ling was very angry, she lowered her voice and started to curse. How can there be such a person? What the hell is this? Isn't she deliberately making things difficult for you? She is doing it on purpose. The deliberate and insidious act of cutting off the source of the trouble left Qin Qin isolated and helpless. Bai Qinshuang knew clearly that Qin Qin had just returned to their workplace. Moreover, this is her first project after returning, which plays a vital role in her gaining a foothold in Zixing. Qin Qin picked up the organized information bag, but just patted Su Ling on the back. It's okay, I can do it alone. Su Ling refused to give up. She put her hands on her hips and waved her fist towards Bai Qinshuang's office, lowering her voice. She is a 1,000-year-old fox, why is she pretending to be a ghost? Look at her hypocritical face just now. Like daughter, like mother. She is so mean. Qin Qin was unmoved. Suddenly, she curved her eyebrows and gently soothed the restless Su Ling. Be good, I know you're worried about me, but please trust me, okay? Su Ling was stunned for a moment, then she calmed down, but she also realized that Qin Qin seemed very different today. Bai Qinshuang's behavior was blatant targeting and unfairness, and in the past, when Qin Qin faced this kind of situation, although he was able to remain calm, he did have some emotional fluctuations. But now, she is so steady that it's outrageous. No, Qin Qin, what have you been through? How did you become so calm and indifferent? Qin Qin curled her lips. Only she herself knows that the reason why she is so stable is that she was reshaped after her core was shattered. It was after the severe pain that the blood and flesh began to stick together. Extremely hard. She looked at Su Ling, I'm finding myself, a better self. After saying that, he left the company and prepared to drive to Lu Group. But just as I left the company, a clear and sunny male voice suddenly came from behind. Sister Qin. Chapter 28. The little wolfdog's obsessed look at Qin Qin. Qin Qin turned her head following the voice and met a pair of clear and bright eyes. The other person was about 22 or 23 years old, handsome and sunny, wearing a dark gray sports suit. He was grinning at her, a refreshing and energetic feeling came over her, and his eyes were full of sparkling kindness. A feeling of both familiarity and unfamiliarity came over Qin Qin. She was sure that the other person was also an employee of Zixing, but she couldn't remember his name for a moment. Who are you? Seeing Qin Qin's hesitation, the other party began to introduce himself. Sister Qin, I'm Shu Zai. 2 years ago, I came to Zixing for internship and you taught me for 2 days. Oh, by the way. I commented on your moments last night. Did you forget? Qin Qin paused, then she remembered who their boy in front of her was, and smiled. Your WeChat name is Believe in the Light. Yes, Believe in the Light. Qin Qin frowned, but I remember you didn't call it this before. Shu Zai scratched his head and smiled slightly reservedly. I changed it some time ago. He paused and asked tentatively. Sister Qin, have you been unhappy recently? I saw what you posted on your moments. Qin Qin cleared her throat. No, I'm fine. Then, he calmly changed the subject. You are not in the project department now. I haven't seen you in the past few days. Shu explained, I have been transferred to the contracting department. I just ran into Sister Suling. Sister Suling said you were going to lose to discuss the details of the cooperation. I also happen to be going to lose to do something. How about joining me? The contracting department of a bidding and tendering agency usually does not have an office location within the company, but instead works outside to solicit cooperative business, and their working hours are more casual. In that case, Qin Qin shook the car keys in her hand. I'm driving, come with me. Shuzai nodded quickly, okay. The Porsche was driving on the viaduct, and Qin Qin was driving while listening to the navigation. Shuzai sat in the passenger seat, looked around at the low-key and luxurious interior decoration, and sighed sincerely, Sister Qin, I never thought you would come back. Qin Qin curled her lips, turned the steering wheel and drove into the main road, her voice indifferent and smiling, I didn't expect it either. Shuzai said again, do you know, Sister Qin, since you left, the old employees of the company still often talk about your glorious deeds when you were there. I believe that after you come back, you will definitely create more brilliance. Shu's tone of admiration and encouragement made Qin Qin feel warm, but also a little embarrassed. But at the same time, she also found a long-lost sense of recognition and accomplishment. Thank you. I will try my best. The two chatted casually, and when Qin Qin was looking ahead, she didn't notice that Shuzai glanced at her from time to time in the rearview mirror. That look was not pure, but contained a hint of obsession. Soon, the two arrived at Lu Group. Qin Qin parked the car in the parking lot and was about to open the door to get out. Shuzai had already gotten out of the car first and trotted over to help Qin Qin open the door of the cab. Qin Qin didn't pay attention, and when she pushed the door open and leaned out, she almost bumped into Shuzai. Close. The clean and refreshing scent of mint shower gel on the boy's body wafts into my nose, and my heartbeat rings loudly inside his solid chest. Qin Qin subconsciously took a half step back, but was tripped by the car door and fell backwards. Shuzai immediately reached out to steady her and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Sister Qin. I was trying to run over to help you open the car door, but I was a little reckless and accidentally. Qin Qin shook her head and gathered her scattered hair, it's okay, thank you. This scene just happened to fall into the eyes of Gu Mingye, who was about to enter the Lu Group. The man was wearing a well-tailored black suit, looking dignified and tall, and although he gave off an aura that said, keep away from strangers, there was a faint smile between his brows. He was smiling, and was about to greet Lu Lingche, the head of the Lu Group, who had come to greet him, but the moment his peripheral vision caught sight of the scene in the parking lot, the smile on his brows suddenly disappeared. Through the lenses, his deep gaze darkened. Lu Lingche wore a white suit with a black shirt underneath. He was tall and had long legs, and he looked like a handsome man, like a gentleman. She was extending her hand towards Gu Mingye enthusiastically, but seeing that he had no intention of returning the hand, she followed his line of sight. Then he saw Qin Qin and Shuzai in the parking lot. Lu Lingche asked, someone Mr. Gu knows? Gu Mingye withdrew his gaze and nodded. Want to go over and say hello? Gu Mingye raised his wrist and glanced at his watch. No need, the time is almost up, let's start the meeting first. Yes, the reason why Gu Mingye appeared in Lu Group was because he was invited by Lu Lingche to hold a strategic consultation meeting here. Lu Lingche glanced over again, his eyes lingering on the elegant Qin Qin for a second, then he looked away and nodded, okay. The two were surrounded by their subordinates and walked towards the elevator together. But here, Qin Qin did not see Gu Mingye. Shuzai had already politely taken a step back. She calmed herself down, bent down to take the document bag out of the car, closed the door and locked it. She raised her chin slightly, speaking in a tone like an older sister talking to a younger brother. Which department of the Lu Corporation are you going to work in? Shuzai replied, Marketing department. There was a small problem with a previously completed project, and I need to go over and solve it. Okay, I'll go to the purchasing department. If you finish first, wait for me. I'll take you back after I finish here. After the two of them had discussed it, they each went their own way. Lu Group Purchasing Department. When Qin Qin took the documents to find the purchasing manager Lu Yumor, the purchasing department's morning meeting was about to end. As soon as I stood in the purchasing department, I heard the sound of a glass being smashed in the conference room, accompanied by a young woman scolding. A bunch of rubbish. Qin Qin was startled for a moment, and after she managed to calm herself down, she was led to the reception area to sit down and wait. As soon as I sat down, the door of the conference room was opened from the inside. Then a large group of employees came out of the conference room. When passing by Qin Qin, Qin accidentally heard the whispers of those employees. The content is extremely sarcastic. Two of the employees, who were nearly 40 years old and seemed to have a certain level of experience, said something even more sharp and pointed. What are you so proud of? You are a yellow-haired girl who just graduated and hasn't even fully grown hair yet. You dare to step on our heads and challenge us. Do you really think you have so much meat on your body? That's right, why are you so arrogant? If she wasn't Mr. Liu's sister, I would have retorted to her long ago. TSK, it's not certain whether this sister is my biological daughter or not. I heard she's a fake daughter, %#%. The sound of conversation that followed gradually faded out of Qin Qin's capture range as the two employees walked away and could no longer be heard. Qin Qin frowned. It seems that the purchasing manager Lu Yumore is not liked by his employees. In other words, she was not convinced. While Qin Qin was thinking, the receptionist who had just guided her to sit in the reception room came over and said, "Hello, Manager Lu wants you to go to her office." Qin Qin curved her lips to thank him, then stood up and walked towards the purchasing manager's office. The door of the office was ajar. Before Qin Qin knocked on the door and entered, she vaguely saw a young woman in a high-end suit, wiping her eyes with a tissue. Like crying. Qin Qin paused as she was about to knock on the door. After the other party wiped away his tears completely, took a deep breath and returned to normal, she gently lowered her raised hand and knocked on the door. "Come in." A woman's cold and solemn voice came from inside. Chapter 29, Qin Qin's career is at its peak and she takes down the female devil. Qin Qin pushed the door open and entered. At first glance, the entire purchasing department office is decorated in only 3 tones, black, white and grey. The only striking color is the Chanel colorful floral bag hanging on the hanger. Qin Qin looked at Lu Yumore behind the desk. She clearly had a cute and pure face like a girl. But the other person's hair was neatly tied up, and the professional suit she wore suppressed all her agility, making her look serious and rigid. And that seriousness and rigidity seemed to be deliberately put on. Qin Qin raised her lips slightly and took the initiative to introduce herself. "Hello, Manager Lu, I am Qin Qin, the bidding agent of Zixing." Lu Yumore's eyes fell on Qin Qin's face, and a hint of surprise flashed across her pupils. Then he cleared his throat and said, in a pretentiously dignified manner. Qin Qin walked over, took out the document, knocked it neatly on the table, and handed it over with both hands. "This is the bidding document I prepared according to your requirements. Do you think there are any additional clauses?" Lu Yumore took it and began to read it with her head down. She frowned from time to time, and sometimes relaxed her brows, as if she had many objections to the documents made by Qin Qin. Qin Qin kept looking at the other person calmly. 3 minutes later, Lu Yumore slammed the file shut and threw it over. "It doesn't meet my expectations. It needs to be redone." Qin Qin barely hesitated. "Okay, I'll listen to you and redo it." Lu Yumore was stunned. She didn't expect Qin Qin to be so straightforward. She didn't even ask why. Because normally when she does this, the other party would at least be stunned for a moment, then try to explain a few words, and then let her speak for herself. Qin Qin's obedience caught her off guard. It also made her curious about the woman in front of her. Clearing her throat, Lu Yumore raised her eyebrows slightly. "Don't you even try to make up for yourself?" Qin Qin smiled, with a humble and kind attitude. "You are the client, so naturally we have to follow your own standards. You pointed out the problem, and I solved it. This is my job. Besides, you must have your reasons for redoing it." Qin Qin's words were flawless. While praising the other party highly, she also demonstrated her professional qualities to the fullest. Lu Yumore was just in the meeting, and her frustration due to the inconsistency between the old guys under her command was instantly calmed down. She curled her lips and looked at Qin Qin with interest. "You are quite interesting." Qin Qin smiled calmly. "Manager Lu, you are too kind." Lu Yumore was in a good mood, and her tone was not so serious anymore. "Well, I'm not the kind of person who deliberately makes things difficult for others. In fact, your bidding documents are pretty good. There are some minor flaws, but they are not a big problem. I will send you the problems by email. You can go back and modify them and show them to me next time. After saying that, as if his patience had run out, he pinched his brows and ordered me to leave. I have other things to do, so I won't see you off. Qin Qin paused after hearing this. Send email? If this happens, I'm afraid that problems will be pointed out again next time I come. Only through face-to-face consultations can all the details be thoroughly perfected. Thinking of this, she looked at the time on the clock on the wall and said to Lu Yumore, Manager Lu, you have very high standards for yourself and are very particular about time management. I have long admired your vigorous and decisive approach. Having said this, he paused. I know that my document is not perfect. I actually want to sit down with you, Manager Lu, and discuss the details face to face. I know you may have other things to do, but please consider giving me some time for a cup of coffee. We will finalize the details in person today. I promise that next time I come, I will give you a perfect document. I promise that the bidding answer sheet for this project that you submit to Lu's senior management will be flawless. Qin Qin said this neither humbly nor arrogantly, then stared at Lu Yumore sincerely. Qin Qin was born extremely beautiful, and her eyes were as clear as pure amber. Lu Yumore stared at her for only 2 seconds before she gave in and said, Okay, I only have half an hour to give you. Qin Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. Half an hour later, the negotiation was over, and Qin Qin went over all the existing problems in the document with Lu Yumore. Qin Qin lowered his head to record the last question, clicked the mouse to save, closed the computer, and reached out to Lu Yumore. Thank you, Manager Lu. Lu Yumore stared at Qin Qin and shook her hand back. I've dealt with those people in your company before, but you're different from them. You know what's going on, and you have a lot of drive. Manager Lu, you are too kind. I only know that everything can only be achieved through initiative. Lu Yumore raised her eyebrows, showing appreciation, and finally smiled, Don't let me down. Qin Qin put the computer into the computer bag, looked at the girl who was about the same age as her, stood up, and smiled, No. After saying goodbye to Lu Yumore, Qin Qin left the purchasing department. While waiting for the elevator, I ran into Shuzai who had just finished his work. After all, it was someone else's territory. The two looked at each other and nodded without any idle chat. It was not until he walked out of the gate of Lu Group that Shuzai asked with concern. How is it, Sister Qin? That female devil in the Lu Group's purchasing department is even harder to deal with than by Qin Shuang, the director of our Zixing project department. Have you been bullied? Qin Qin smiled and shook her head. I don't think she is some kind of female devil, and I haven't been bullied. Shu looked incredulous. Qin Qin patted the computer bag in her hand. If nothing unexpected happens, the bidding documents for this project can be finalized next time and the project can move forward smoothly. Shu Zai's eyes widened. You know, before he was transferred from the Zixing project department to the contracting department, he had dealt with Lu Yumore several times. That woman is more than just difficult to deal with. I won't give up unless I torture you 5 or 6 times. Qin Qin can get it done with just 2 trips. But after questioning it in his heart, Shuzai inexplicably believed Qin Qin. At this moment, he looked at Qin Qin's smiling face and full of confidence, and felt that there was a light shining on Qin Qin. So he exclaimed sincerely like a fanboy, I know there will be no project that Sister Qin can't get, and no client that she can't win over. Qin Qin laughed out loud. In fact, only she herself knew that the reason why she was so confident was because she had seen through another side of Lu Yumore. This was also thanks to Gu Mingye's story about Lu Yumore's life experience. Lu Yumore is not Lu's biological daughter, but an adopted daughter of the Lu family. But even though she was an adopted daughter, the 2 brothers of the Lu family loved her very much. This meant that even if Lu Yumore lay down and did nothing, she would have endless money in her life. Why bother to join the Lu Group? Now that she has joined the Lu Group, she will definitely want to achieve something to prove herself and make her 2 brothers proud of her. Moreover, although her personality seems to be somewhat strong, it is more like their bluffing behavior of a child. From the moment Lu Yumore secretly wiped her tears, Qin Qin had already realized that she was a donkey that went with the flow and could not go against her will. The black, white and grey decoration style of the purchasing department's office is very similar to her deliberately serious appearance. That brightly colored Chanel floral bag is what the real Lu Yumore would like. However, these belong to Lu Yumore's personal privacy. Qin Qin didn't want to gossip with Shu in detail. But after all, it was a big thing that was accomplished. As the two of them walked towards the parking lot, Qin Qin's face was filled with a smile because of joy. But it was not until he was almost next to his car that he looked up and saw the tall figure leaning against the door of the Porsche. He had a noble aura, was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and was smoking a cigarette. The smile on Qin Qin's face froze. It's Gu Mingye. Chapter 30. The competition between the little wolfdog and Gu Mingye. Gu Mingye seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. A whole morning passed and it was already noon. The sunlight spread down and landed on the man's shoulders, which should have given people a warm feeling. However, when Qin Qin felt the other person's casual gaze through the smoke, she felt a bit of coldness. As her steps paused, her breathing became choked. And Xu Zai of course also saw Gu Mingye. After looking at Gu Mingye and then at Qin Qin, Xu asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Sister Qin, who is this?" Gu Mingye introduced himself, her husband, Gu Mingye. When he said this, the originally easygoing and elegant man exuded a fierce and oppressive feeling. Gu Mingye held the cigarette with his slender fingers and took another puff. Perhaps he puffed too hard and he accidentally choked. After a muffled cough, he crushed the cigarette butt. Only Qin Qin knows. He seldom smokes. He can even be said to be unskilled in smoking. Because she had seen the pictures of black lungs caused by excessive smoking on the internet before, and the pictures were too horrifying for his health, she advised him to stay away from that stuff. He agreed at the time and never smoked again. But why did he suddenly start smoking today? Qin Qin frowned slightly, then regained her calm and indifferent attitude, nodded to Xu Zai, indicating that Gu Mingye was right. Xu Zai slightly widened his eyes as if he had suddenly realized something, then he smiled and stretched out his hand towards Gu Mingye, saying cheerfully, "Hello. I'm Xu Zai. Sister Qin's colleague." Gu Mingye's eyes fell on the other party's outstretched hand, feeling the other party's highly contagious sunshine and sporty atmosphere. Gu Mingye's deep pupils narrowed slightly, and a hint of darkness flashed. No words. He paused for 2 seconds before reaching out his hand, shaking hands with the other person and retracting his strength. But the other party didn't seem to be afraid at all and also exerted the same strength. And the force is not light. Gu Mingye slightly raised his eyelids and looked directly into the other person's eyes, which contained a clear smile. Once again, he exerted his strength secretly. The two of them seemed to be shaking hands in a friendly manner, but in fact there were undercurrents. Qin Qin didn't notice anything, but she felt that the two people's handshake seemed to last a little too long. He coughed lightly and asked Gu Mingye, "Why are you here?" The two finally let go of each other's hands. Gu Mingye pulled the tie around his neck and said, "Lu Group invited me to discuss a cooperation." Qin Qin nodded in understanding. "Are you done with your work?" Gu Mingye hummed and glanced at Xu Zai indifferently. Somehow, he felt that he was annoying and unnecessary. He continued, "I'm done, ready to go back." "Oh." Qin Qin said nothing more, shaking the car keys in her hand. "We are going back to the company." The implication of their words was obvious. They wanted Gu Mingye to move aside as they were going to drive away. But the next second, Gu Mingye said directly, "Li Fang drove away. I just happened to be going to Zixing to do something. I'll take your car with me." Qin Qin. Before she could say anything, Gu Mingye had already stretched out his long legs and walked towards the passenger seat. This person is really self-aware. Qin Qin curled her lips towards Xu Zai embarrassedly. "Then you can sit in the back row." Xu Zai nodded readily. "Okay, Sister Qin." In this way, Qin Qin drove the two men to Zixing. The temperature at noon was still quite high. The car had been outside in the sun for the whole morning and it was stuffy inside. Qin Qin rolled up the car window and turned on the air conditioner, but unexpectedly, she was sweating a little from walking outside just now. When the cold air from the air conditioner blew, she subconsciously took a breath of cool air due to the huge temperature difference. The next moment, a thin sun protection jacket was handed to me from behind. It was a men's jacket in dark grey and sporty style. Xu Zai's concerned voice, "Sister Qin. Are you cold? Why don't you put on some clothes or you will catch a cold?" Qin Qin paused with her hands on the steering wheel, and before she could respond, the coat was intercepted by Gu Mingye, who was sitting in the passenger seat. The man's slender fingers were clutching the coat, his joints were distinct and veins were faintly visible on the back of his hands. He said nothing, but a powerful and murderous aura permeated the entire car. Xu Zai smiled and explained, Boss Gu, Sister Qin has been very caring to me before. We are colleagues and friends. Don't think too much. Besides, this coat is brand new. I just bought it yesterday and I haven't worn it yet. Gu Mingye still didn't say anything. He forcefully pushed Xu's coat back, then took off his suit jacket and draped it in front of Qin Qin. Then he said, Xu is here, right? Xu Zai responded, yes. Gu Mingye took off his glasses and pinched his brows. Without the seal of the glasses, the gloom lingering between the man's brows suddenly appeared, and his voice was cold. Has anyone ever told you that you have no sense of boundaries and are noisy? After he said this, the smile on Xu Zai's face froze. Qin Qin, who was driving, was so shocked that she almost mistook the brake for the accelerator. She was not stupid and could clearly hear the hostility in Gu Mingye's voice. He slowed down the car, glanced sideways at Gu Mingye, and whispered to him to be careful with his words. What are you talking about? Xu Zai means well, why would he say that about others? Kindness? In his opinion, there was clearly an ulterior motive. Gu Mingye curled his lips coldly and did not respond to Qin Qin's words. He glanced at Xu Zai in the back seat in the rearview mirror. Xu Zai's face had regained its usual cheerful smile, and the two men just stared at each other. No one gives in to anyone else. It was not until Xu Zai's phone rang, indicating that there was an incoming WeChat message, that he looked away, lowered his head, and replied to the message. Finally, the car became quiet. About 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the Zixing office building. We're here. Qin Qin breathed a sigh of relief and quickly got out of the car, freeing herself from the weird atmosphere in the car. Xu Zai also followed down from the back seat. It's time to get off work. The two had just gotten out of the car when Qin Xuan, who was about to drive away after work, saw Qin Qin next to a BMW parked nearby. Qin Qin also saw Qin Xuan. Their eyes met, and Qin Xuan paused in opening the car door, looking at her with a half smile. Are you back? Qin Qin nodded. Yes, Manager Bai. At the same time, Gu Mingye, who was about to push open the passenger door and get out of the car, paused and listened carefully to the conversation outside. How is it? Is everything going well? As she said this, Qin Xuan crossed her arms, raised her chin slightly, and a hint of mischief in her eyes seemed to be watching the fun. Qin Qin answered truthfully. It went pretty smoothly. I sat down and talked with Manager Lu for a long time and finalized all the details of the tender. I'll go there again in the next 2 days, and then we can go through the rest of the project process. There won't be any major problems. The mischievous look on Qin Xuan's face froze. What? Can she sit down and talk for a long time with an unreasonable person like Lu Yumor? And one more trip would advance the subsequent progress of the project? Qin Xuan didn't believe it. He snorted softly, and even his tone of voice changed. Young people, don't make up stories. Be careful that the project will be stuck in a few days and you won't be able to hand it in. Qin Qin always said calmly, no, I am sure of it. You? Qin Xuan wanted to say something else when suddenly the passenger door of the Porsche was pushed open. A tall and long-legged man got out of the car, walked around the front of the car and walked slowly towards him. Qin Xuan looked at it and was startled. She swallowed the sharp words that she had not yet spoken, and smiled in surprise as if she had changed her expression. You're here too. Chapter 31. Protect her. Praise her. Gu Mingye stopped beside Qin Qin and nodded to Qin Xuan. His attitude was no longer as warm as the last time they met, and there was a hint of frost on his face. The reason why he didn't get off the car immediately was that he wanted to hear Qin Xuan's true attitude towards Qin Qin. Yes, the reason why he came to Zixing last time was because Li Fang reported that Qin Qin found a job in Zixing, and Qin Xuan was Qin Qin's immediate superior. Qin Xuan is Xiaoyu's mother. The one Qin Xuan dotes on and protects the most is her only daughter. He formally introduced Qin Qin to Qin Xuan at that time just to make Qin Xuan be more polite to Qin Qin. However, she did not expect that the other party would be so neglectful and harsh in his words and attitude towards Qin Qin in private. Aunt Bai. What did you mean by that? As he spoke, Gu Mingye's handsome eyebrows slightly frowned. Without any beating around the bush, he directly questioned Qin Xuan, what do you mean by fabricate out of thin air? When Qin Xuan felt the coolness in Gu Mingye's eyes, she coughed quickly, rolled her eyes, and smiled to make amends. Oh. I was so surprised that I forgot to organize my words. I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to remind Qin Qin to be more cautious in her work. I just meant well. After hearing this, Gu Mingye pursed his lips slightly and took a step closer to Qin Qin. He brushed his fingers along her arm and held it gently, in an intimate manner. He has the intention to protect her. Bai Qinshuang saw this and her heart skipped a beat, and she began to wonder. That night, Gu Mingye was clearly called away by me with just a phone call. It was obvious to everyone that he cared and valued my daughter Bai Xiaoyu. How come now that Qin Qin has been bullied a little, his care and attention towards Qin Qin doesn't seem fake? Then you need to verify it again. Her eyes rolled around again, and the smile on Bai Qinshuang's face became even more kind and brilliant, and she asked in a persuasive way. But now I believe Qin Qin has the ability to win-lose project. The reason why she did it so smoothly must be because Yi helped to put in a good word with President Liu, right? In her opinion, to see whether a man loves a woman, don't look at what he says, but look at what he does. Liu Yumor has a notoriously difficult reputation in the industry. If Gu Mingye loves Qin Qin, it is very likely that Gu Mingye will intervene to help Qin Qin. On the contrary, if you don't love, then just stand by and watch without doing anything. If that's the case, the reason why he is so angry now may just be because he accidentally heard what I said just now and felt ashamed. After all, Qin Qin is now his Mrs. Gu in name only. After she finished speaking, Gu Mingye glanced at Qin Qin and replied, "Aunt Bai guessed wrong. Her strength is not mine, but her own." Bai Qinshuang paused. No one stepped in to help. And how come she could see an emotion in Gu Mingye's eyes that was more complex and advanced than care and value? Like admiration. Bai Qinshuang couldn't make up her mind for a moment, so she just went along with it and said, Really? Then Qin Qin is really outstanding." Gu Mingye nodded and said in a low and deep voice, "It is indeed excellent. Make him look at you with new eyes." On the side, Qin Qin's face turned red when she heard Gu Mingye's evaluation of her. It's not like he hasn't praised me before. After being a full-time housewife at home for 2 years, the words of praise he most often used to describe her were suitable for family life, virtuous, and well-behaved, but he never used words like excellent to describe himself. For some reason, Qin Qin had heard others praise her for being excellent before, and she felt happy at that time. But at this moment, he is the one who identifies with me. The concentration of this pleasure was inexplicably raised several times. At this moment, her heart felt like it was being nibbled by a small ant, making her feel numb and itchy. She was happy and throbbing, but also felt a little bitter. Because she clearly understands that no matter how outstanding and powerful she is, she cannot just do things for the sake of gaining recognition from others. But, for myself. From now on, even if she falls to the bottom 1,000 times, she will accept herself 1,000 times. Unwavering. Qin Qin collected her thoughts and said calmly, "I have to go back to the company to sort out the information, so I won't accompany you any longer." After saying that, he nodded politely to Bai Qinshuang, then glanced at Gu Mingye, "I'll go first." He locked the car and walked towards Zixing's office building. Xu Zai shouted, "Sister Qin," and chased after her. Bai Qinshuang looked at Qin Qin's back, with a murderous coldness flashing in her eyes. Gu Mingye stared at Xu Zai's back, and his deep gaze gradually became dark and unclear. But when he cast his gaze at Qin Qin's back again, his eyes softened a little. But the tenderness only lasted for a breath, and he thought of what he had promised her. It has to be done today. After the small incident in the parking lot, Qin Qin returned to the company. Su Ling had been busy outside all morning and had just returned. After seeing Qin Qin, he immediately greeted her with a smile. "Congratulations. Congratulations to our beautiful and capable Lady Qin Qin for her great victory in her first battle in the Lu Group's project." Qin Qin was surprised, "You know." Su Ling glanced at Xu Zai, who was following behind Qin Qin, and winked at him with a smile. Xu Zai understood and raised his hand to confess, "It was me. I told Sister Su Ling on WeChat." Qin Qin looked at the two of them, smiled and shook her head. "How about it? It's almost noon. Do you want to treat us to a meal to celebrate in advance, beautiful Qin Qin?" Su Ling put her arm around Qin Qin's shoulders and suggested with a smile. Qin Qin thought about the details of the negotiation with Liu Yumor, which needed to be further improved, so she said, Next time, I'll strike while the iron is hot and fix the problems in the bid. After the project is completely completed, I'll treat you to a big meal. Su Ling stuck out her tongue. All right. I'll help you out and unconditionally support the rise of strong women. Let's just order takeout for lunch today. After saying that, he glanced at Zai, who took the initiative to say, I'll help too. I just happen to have nothing to do this afternoon. Qin Qin felt warm in her heart and did not refuse. The three of them had a quick lunch and then worked overtime on the bid until they got off work in the afternoon, ending the day's work. Qin Qin glanced at the setting sun outside the window. For the first time, I felt that my days as a full-time housewife without focusing on a man and family could be so fulfilling. Qin Qin stretched out her arms and said cheerfully, Get off work, go home. After saying that, Qin Qin packed up her things, said goodbye to Su Ling and Shu Zai, and drove home. On the way, without those work details filling her mind, Qin Qin naturally thought of the scene in the parking lot at noon today when Gu Mingye stood by her side, spoke for her, and questioned by Qin Shuang. She pursed her lips, and it would be a lie to say she wasn't moved. Because Bai Xiaoyu is Gu Mingye's white moonlight and sweetheart. Bai Qin Shuang is also Bai Xiaoyu's mother. From any perspective, one's own weight cannot match that of the other party. But he actually stood against Bai Qin Shuang for himself. This doesn't make sense. Why? She couldn't think of an answer. He thought of the WeChat message Gu Mingye sent him last night, saying that he would go to the old house today and confess to his grandfather that they were going to divorce. It's already this point. Has he already finished talking to Grandpa? As Qin Qin was thinking, she was a little absent-minded, until the urgent ring of the phone interrupted her thoughts. She didn't look at the contact and just put on the Bluetooth headset to answer the call. On the phone, Gu Mingye's voice was more calm and steadier than usual, with a hint of urgency and forbearance. Where are you? Qin Qin heard something wrong in his voice and quickly replied, I just got off work and was about to go home. Come directly to the hospital. Hospital? What's going on? Qin Qin subconsciously thought that it might be Bai Xiaoyu's problem again. But the other end said, Grandpa had a sudden heart attack and was notified of critical illness. Chapter 32 You two are sinners of the Gu family. When Qin Qin rushed to the hospital's emergency room, all the descendants of the Gu family were already there. Normally, everyone who was too busy with work to often visit the old man in his residence looked anxious, staring at the closed door of the emergency room. As soon as she came, everyone's eyes turned over. That look was complicated, as if it could pierce through her. Qin Qin paused, and her heartbeat and breathing slowed down. Then he fixed his gaze precisely on Gu Mingye. The man was dressed in a black suit. His back, which usually stood straight like a pine tree, was now slightly bent, as if he had been criticized by someone. In addition to anxiety, there was a hint of deep guilt and regret between his deep brows. He looked over. They looked at each other and nodded towards Qin Qin. The two of them have developed a deep tacit understanding over the past 2 years, and Qin Qin understood it instantly. Perhaps it was because Gu Mingye confessed to the old man that they were going to divorce, which irritated the old man, so the old man. With a pang of heart, Qin Qin walked towards him. You're here. But before she could walk to Gu Mingye's side, she was stopped by a dull voice with a hint of disappointment. It's my mother-in-law Chu Qingzhu. Chu Qingzhu's eyes were slightly red and swollen, and she glared at Qin Qin. Qin Qin pursed her lips. Mom. Chu Qingzhu didn't seem to want to hear her call him that, and looked away. If anything happens to the old man, you too. As he said that, he glared at Gu Mingye again, gritted his teeth and said in a harsh tone, he is the sinner of the Gu family. That's a serious statement. Gu Mingye pursed his lips and walked to Qin Qin's side, blocking her in front of him. Mom, this is my problem, it has nothing to do with Qin Qin. Chu Qingzhu took a breath, looked at Gu Mingye coldly, opened her mouth, seemed to have a lot to say, but shook her head as if she was disappointed in him, walked aside with red eyes, thinking out of sight, out of mind. At this time, father-in-law Gu Jingxing also came over. He has a handsome and dignified appearance. He is over 50 years old and wears a black Zhongshan suit. His aura is truly powerful. Because she takes good care of herself, she looks like she is only in her 40s. At this moment, Gu Jingxing looked at Qin Qin with an almost livid expression, full of oppression, and said bluntly, divorce. Are you bored? Qin Qin suddenly clenched her fingers and paused for breath. But just when Gu Jingxing was about to say something, Gu Mingye had already grabbed Qin Qin's wrist and led them towards the stairwell. "You kid, bring that person back to me." Gu Jingxing's powerful voice seemed to contain the wrath of thunder. Gu Mingye paused slightly and turned to look at Gu Jingxing. "Grandpa is still in the hospital and the incident has already alerted the media. You'd better calm down now. If the incident gets out of hand, it will not be good for the Gu family's reputation. Please put the overall situation first." After saying that, he pulled Qin Qin away again. Qin Qin staggered and was forced to follow, subconsciously looking back. Then he saw his father-in-law trying to catch up with him, but was stopped by the Gu family. Qin Qin knew. "Back then, the person who was most opposed to Gu Mingye marrying me was my father-in-law. The reason why Gu Mingye took me away like this was probably because he was afraid that he would say something outrageous." Stairwell. The sky outside the window had darkened without anyone noticing, blocking out the sunlight. Gu Mingye released Qin Qin's hand, took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. In the smoke, the man's handsome and deep facial features seemed to be covered by a layer of fog, and his expression could not be seen clearly. He said, "He was fine when I said it." When I finished speaking and was about to leave, Grandpa suddenly fell down from his wheelchair and lost consciousness. Qin Qin understood clearly what Gu Mingye said to his grandfather. For a moment, she felt like a sinner. "I'm sorry." Qin Qin's voice was filled with uncontrollable tears as she opened her mouth. She is actually very delicate normally. When she cries, her eyes will quickly turn red and bloodshot, like a rabbit. Every time he saw her like this, Gu Mingye's heart would be in turmoil and he would want her to stop crying. At this moment, Gu Mingye saw her looking like she was about to cry, and he became agitated and distracted. Suddenly he was choked by the cigarette in his hand, and he took the cigarette away with his slender fingers. He slightly hunched his back, shrugged his shoulders and started coughing. He coughed so hard that tears were about to burst out of his eyes. It was so heartbreaking that Qin Qin's heart tightened when she heard it, and she went forward to pat his back. Choking with sobs, he said, "Stop smoking." Gu Mingye coughed for a long time again, put out the cigarette on the windowsill, and said in a hoarse and low voice, "It's none of your business, you don't have to feel guilty." How could it be none of my business? It was after she had eaten wontons that night that she got emotional and asked him to confess to grandfather as soon as possible that they could no longer live together and wanted to divorce. Qin Qin shook her head, tears finally rolling down her cheeks. "If it weren't for me." Gu Mingye interrupted Qin Qin and stared at her solemnly, trying to calm her down. "Even if you hadn't urged me, I wouldn't have dragged it out like this. So, there's nothing wrong with you." After a pause, he said, "Things have come to this, the situation has become like this, even though this is something no one wants to see, but, you are free. You are free." These four words should obviously make people feel relieved, but at this moment, they feel like 1,000 pounds in Qin Qin's heart. The pressure made her breathless. All the good things that Grandpa Gu had done to her over the past 6 years came flooding back to her mind, shocking Qin Qin's nerves. She closed her eyes sadly. If her so-called freedom was bought with Grandpa Gu's life, then she would rather not have it. Qin Qin felt like there was a huge rock blocking his heart, and could only pray silently in his heart. Pray that Grandpa Gu will recover. As long as Grandpa Gu can survive this disaster, she even thought that if Gu Mingye did not take the initiative to file for divorce, she could continue to live with Gu Mingye for Grandpa Gu. The two stayed in the stairwell for a while, and after calming down, they returned to the door of the emergency room. Even after they reappeared, the Gu family still looked at the two of them with strong dissatisfaction. But Gu Mingye is now considered the most promising youngster in the Gu family, and everyone is somewhat wary of him. And just as Gu Mingye pointed out when he left just now, as a famous old entrepreneur in Guangxin, Mr. Gu holds a very important position in Guangxin. A wealthy family like the Gu family will be the focus of media attention at the slightest sign of trouble. Because his descendants were getting a divorce, Mr. Gu was so angry that he had a heart attack and was rushed to the emergency room. Once this kind of news gets out, it will be considered a family scandal. Don't air your dirty laundry in public. Therefore, everyone took the overall situation into consideration and held back. Including Gu Jingxing, who had just been noisily grabbing Qin Qin and Gu Mingye and wanted to teach them a lesson, now had a sullen face and said nothing. But just when Qin Qin and Gu Mingye were waiting anxiously outside the emergency room with everyone else, suddenly, the elevator door opened and two figures came down together. Before the person came to him, an exaggerated crying voice came over. "Oh, Uncle Gu. How come you suddenly fell ill?" This voice is familiar. Qin Qin's eyebrows jumped and she looked up. Then he saw Bai Qinshuang wiping her tears and supporting the pregnant Bai Xiaoyu. Their mother and daughter ran over together with sad looks on their faces. Chapter 33. Be careful when getting divorced. When Bai Qinshuang and Bai Xiaoyu, mother and daughter, appeared, not only Qin Qin was surprised, but everyone in the Gu family was also stunned. The atmosphere was eerily quiet for 2 seconds before everyone reacted. But no one responded to her words, let alone came forward to greet her. But Bai Qinshuang seemed to have an extremely strong psychological quality. Her eyes rolled around and locked onto the person in the crowd who was least likely to not give her a way out, Gu Mingye. Walking towards Gu Mingye with Bai Xiaoyu, Bai Qinshuang finally squeezed out 2 tears from her eyes. How is your grandpa?" Gu Mingye's expression was not welcoming, but he still maintained basic courtesy and replied. "Grandpa is still being rescued, why are you here?" Bai Qinshuang wiped the tears from her face and explained. "Xiaoyu is hospitalized in this hospital. When I bought her food just now, I heard people talking about how the old man had a sudden illness and was sent here for emergency treatment. So I quickly brought Xiaoyu here." After a pause, he asked, "What's going on? Hasn't the old man been in good health all along?" Gu Mingye opened his mouth and was about to say something when Chu Qingzhu came over and took over the conversation. "Wow, I haven't seen this for many years. Some people still have such a keen sense of smell and come here just by smelling the smell." Chu Qingzhu's attitude was arrogant, and the sarcasm was evident in his words. After hearing this, Bai Qinshuang's face turned red and white, which was very interesting, but she just hesitated for a long time and did not retaliate. On the side, Qin Qin, who was standing next to Gu Mingye, opened her eyes wide in surprise. Because she didn't understand why her mother-in-law was so hostile towards Bai Qinshuang. In her opinion, since Gu Mingye and Bai Xiaoyu had a romantic history, her mother-in-law and Bai Qinshuang should be old acquaintances. Since they were old acquaintances, why would the mother-in-law speak harshly and not give Bai Qinshuang face in front of so many people? Is there any deep hatred between the two? While Qin Qin was confused, Gu Mingye stood up and spoke for Bai Qinshuang. He said to Chu Qingzhu, "Mom, Aunt Bai came here because she is worried about Grandpa. It's well-intentioned. Please be polite." Chu Qingzhu rolled her eyes and said sharply, "Good intentions? I think it's just false and hypocritical." After saying that, he glanced at Bai Xiaoyu, who was tightly holding Bai Qinshuang's arm. His eyes fell on her slightly bulging belly, and he pulled his lips coldly with a smile. Then, as if he was too lazy to waste words with the two of them, he snorted coldly and turned away. This situation made Bai Xiaoyu bite her lower lip tightly. Her eyes were reddened by humiliation. She pinched her palm tightly and endured it again and again. Gu Mingye saw this and said to Bai Qinshuang, "Aunt Bai, please take Xiaoyu back to the ward first. We are here with my grandfather and will tell you if there is any news." Bai Qinshuang twitched her lips, seeming a little unwilling to be ordered to leave like this just a short while after arriving. But after looking around at everyone, she saw that no one was looking at her straight in the eye, so she kept silent and found a way out for herself. "Okay, it just so happens that Xiaoyu needs to have her water transfusion, so let's go back first." After saying that, he took Bai Xiaoyu's hand and turned to leave. Before Bai Xiaoyu turned around, his eyes swept over Qin Qin. The look was resentful and flashed with deep resentment. She hated why it wasn't her who was standing next to Gu Mingye. But it's that bitch Qin Qin. The little episode between Bai Qinshuang and her daughter has been brought to the past. Although she didn't know what exactly happened that year, Qin Qin could see that the Gu family was very unwelcome to Bai Qinshuang and her daughter. Why is that? But before the mystery could be solved, the lights in the emergency room suddenly went out. Everyone in the Gu family held their breath as they waited anxiously. Finally, their door opens. The doctor, who had been fighting for several hours, pushed open the door and came out in surgical gown. He took off his mask and announced the good news to everyone in the Gu family. The operation was successful, and Mr. Gu was saved. "Oh my God, that's great. I'm glad you're okay. I was so scared. Thank God." As the ecstatic voices of the Gu family rang out, the huge rock hanging in Qin Qin's heart finally fell to the ground. Her tense expression relaxed a little, and she looked at Gu Mingye. The anxiety in Gu Mingye's eyes finally dissipated a little. He nodded to Qin Qin and took a step towards the doctor. "Doctor, how is my grandpa doing now?" The doctor replied, "He still needs to be observed in the ICU. If he can pass the observation period smoothly, he can be transferred to the VIP ward. But before that, family members should not visit for the time being. Wait until Mr. Gu's condition stabilizes." After a pause, he instructed again. "Mr. Gu is already old, and his heart function is weak. Even if he stabilizes, his tolerance is still worse than that of a normal person. So you must take good care of him and never let him get stimulated again. The development of things here is a huge turning point." So, after a few hours of tension, everyone in the Gu family dispersed one after another. As for Gu Mingye and Qin Qin, they will just have to wait until the old man recovers before he personally settles the score with them. During the days of waiting for the old man to recover, Qin Qin took the initiative to have a frank talk with Gu Mingye. "I've thought about it, and considering Grandpa's situation, I think it's better to be cautious about divorce and not divorce for now. What do you think?" Gu Mingye was silent for a long time. "Wouldn't that be too unfair to you?" He didn't want to see him keep dragging her along and delaying her from being with her first love. Qin Qin shook her head and expressed her opinion. "I remember all the kindness that Grandpa Gu has shown me over the years. To me, he has long been like my own grandpa. This is not an injustice. I did it voluntarily." After a pause, he thought of his white moonlight. After careful consideration, he added, "But if you want to leave on your own initiative, I respect that. It's okay with me." Gu Mingye looked at her quietly. "You have done this for Grandpa. I will naturally cooperate with you, so I won't leave you." The two reached a consensus in this way. To keep the marriage going. A few days passed in peace. A few days later, Qin Qin received a call from Gu Mingye while she was at work. They said that Grandpa had successfully passed the observation period and has now been transferred to the VIP ward. After being transferred to the VIP ward, the first people he was asked to see were Gu Mingye and Qin Qin. On the phone, Gu Mingye asked Qin Qin, "Shall I pick you up now? Should we go together?" Qin Qin knew that Gu Mingye's South Xingming group was close to their hospital. If he came to pick her up and then went back, it would waste a lot of time. So I replied on the phone, "You go first, don't let Grandpa wait anxiously, I will take a leave and go there right away." "Good." After hanging up the phone, Qin Qin prepared to go to Bai Qinshuang to ask for leave. But for some reason, Bai Qinshuang hasn't come to work these few days. Helplessly, Qin Qin said hello to Su Ling and left Zixing. It was 20 minutes later when we arrived at the hospital. Arriving at the floor where the VIP ward was located, Qin Qin quickly found the ward where Grandpa Gu was. The door was closed. She took a deep breath and walked over. Through the transparent glass on the door, I saw that Gu Mingye was already inside. She raised her hand and was about to knock on the door when Grandpa Gu's old and weak voice came out from inside. "I told you back then that if you want to be the head of the Gu family, in addition to having outstanding abilities, you must also have a stable love life, and your significant other must have a clean background. The reason you agreed to marry Qin back then was not only because she looked a bit like that by guy, but also because you wanted to use Qin's innocent identity to lay the foundation for your future position as the head of the Gu family, right? Why? You're suddenly clamoring for a divorce. Do you want to rekindle your old relationship with Bai Xiaoyu, who is divorced and pregnant? Or do you want to give up your position as the head of the Gu family?" Qin Qin paused while knocking on the door. Her heart suddenly tightened. Chapter 34: The Truth. His loyalty and loyalty. The VIP ward floor was originally sparsely populated, and the corridor was very quiet. Therefore, Qin Qin heard clearly everything that Mr. Gu said to Gu Mingye in the ward. Those words were like a blow to the head, crashing down upon Qin Qin right in the heart. Her frail body swayed twice, and she managed to keep her balance by holding onto the wall next to her. It turned out that the reason why Gu Mingye was willing to marry me was not only because I was somewhat similar to her white moonlight by Xiaoyu, but also because of a more important reason. It was my clean background that could be used by him. Buzz. While Qin Qin was stunned, the cell phone in her bag rang. She subconsciously covered it and walked to the end of the corridor. He didn't take out his cell phone until he was sure he had walked far enough. Seeing that it was a work call, I clicked to answer and tried to keep my voice steady. Hello. Hello. Just as Qin Qin answered the phone, in the ward, as Mr. Gu's questioning just now came to an end, the room fell into silence for a long time. Gu Mingye stood tall and slender, silently beside the old man's bed. Although this noble and elegant man lowered his head slightly and deliberately restrained his powerful aura, he still made people dare not underestimate him. On the hospital bed, although Mr. Gu had been ill and looked haggard, the gaze he cast towards Gu Mingye was still as sharp as an eagle. Grandpa. Gu Mingye finally spoke, looking up at old man Gu. I didn't want to delve into or explain the past, but since you have misunderstood me until now, I think I need to explain it. Yes, I admit that when I suddenly agreed to marry Qin Qin, I did consider her clean background. But this is a win-win situation. She can help me take the position of the head of the Gu family, and I can give her a shelter from the wind and rain. I don't think I am despicable. But as for the other reason you mentioned, it's because she looks a bit like Bai Xiaoyu. No. Otherwise, there are many people in the world who look more like Bai Xiaoyu than Qin Qin. Why should I choose Qin Qin? Besides, the reason why I married Qin Qin was more for Grandpa. Hearing this, Mr. Gu stared at Gu Mingye more deeply. For me. Gu Mingye nodded and answered slowly, neither arrogant nor humble. Grandpa taught me to repay a drop of kindness with a spring of water, and that was the kindness of 2 lives. Qin Qin's adoptive parents both died to save Grandpa, so someone has to repay them. Mr. Gu pondered for a moment and nodded. The sharp gaze towards Gu Mingye gradually softened, as if he had recalled the past, and with a distant look in his eyes he sighed. You are very open-minded and responsible. Qin girl is indeed a pitiful child. Gu Mingye pursed his lips slightly, using silence to express his agreement. Old Master Gu looked at him and said, now that Bai Xiaoyu has returned from abroad, what are your plans? Gu Mingye said without hesitation, just be friends. Are you really just friends? I heard that you've been taking care of the Bai family's mother and daughter recently. Have you forgotten how Bai Xiaoyu followed her mother's arrangement and left you behind to go abroad? Gu Mingye was silent for a long time. The Bai family mother and daughter have been very kind to me. If it weren't for them, I would have been drowned when I was a teenager. So no matter what, I can't just sit there and watch them in need of help. Mr. Gu sighed deeply again. You are indeed a man of loyalty and righteousness who cares about the overall situation, but sometimes, loyalty is a person's shining point, but it is also a shackle. Gu Mingye, I'll weigh the pros and cons. Old Master Gu shook his head. Weigh the pros and cons, weigh the pros and cons, be careful not to lose your most precious thing. After a pause, he turned and asked in a trembling voice. You and Qin girl, are you really planning to divorce? After 2 years of living together, are you really giving up just because of a sentence like incompatible personalities? Yes, a few days ago, Gu Mingye told the old man that he and Qin Qin had personality incompatibility, so they wanted a divorce. He did not tell the old man the truth about his divorce from Qin Qin. The old man didn't even know about the agreement signed and verbal agreement between the two. Hearing the old man's question, Gu Mingye replied. I was indeed impulsive in this matter. I sat down with her and had a good talk these few days, and finally decided not to divorce. Mr. Gu nodded with satisfaction. That's great. That's great. Just live your life well. The fate between people is predetermined. The fact that you have come this far must have been destined. Cherish it. Gu Mingye nodded. I don't know if it's because of the old man's advice, or because Qin Qin is really willing to let go of her first love and live with him for the rest of her life. At this moment, he inexplicably felt a sense of peace of mind. Just when the grandparents and grandchildren had almost finished their conversation, Qin Qin finally finished her work call. When she turned back, she heard no more conversation leaking out of the ward. She took a deep breath and knocked on the door. The one who opened the door was Gu Mingye. The man was dressed in a suit and had a noble aura. The moment he saw me, his deep eyes curved slightly and he said in a gentle manner, I'm here. Staring into the man's eyes, Qin Qin's fingers curled up slightly and trembled. It's not that I didn't know that his character has always been like this. He is a modest gentleman, gentle as jade, and treats everything with a calm and steady attitude. It was as if nothing could arouse the slightest emotional response in him. At that time, she was fascinated by this personality trait of his. He thought that this was not a realm that anyone could reach through casual practice, but after accidentally hearing what Grandpa Gu said just now, Qin Qin finally understood that all this was just a mask. The reason why he married me was not just to use me as a substitute. There is an even more important reason. In order to secure his position as the head of the Gu family, he deliberately married a woman he did not like. She felt more and more that he was too strange and she couldn't see through him. But no matter what, this is not the time to expose his mask. Grandpa Gu is still lying in the hospital bed and has just recovered. Qin Qin loosened her tightly curled fingers and curled her lips slightly. Well, there was a little traffic jam on the road. Come in. Gu Mingye turned sideways and let Qin Qin in. Qin Qin kept smiling as she walked in. When she saw Mr. Gu lying on the hospital bed, who had just returned from the gates of hell, her nose felt sore and her eyes suddenly turned red. Grandfather. Hey. Miss Qin. When he saw Qin Qin, Mr. Gu also had tears in his eyes. Qin Qin is a person that Mr. Gu cares about and is deeply connected to in this world. When he chants Buddha's name, he pays attention to cause and effect. Qin Qin's adoptive parents died because of him, so he must be responsible for Qin Qin's life. The grandfather and grandson both talked for a while with tears in their eyes. The old man was a little exhausted and began to feel sleepy. Qin Qin was very considerate and didn't bother him any further. After saying goodbye, she left with Gu Mingye. When they arrived at the hospital parking lot, the two prepared to drive their own cars. Before getting in the car, Gu Mingye called Qin Qin, "If you are not busy at work tonight, come back early." Qin Qin paused. "What's the matter?" "Compensate you." Chapter 35 Male Model Gu Mingye. Gu Mingye admitted that the old man's words in the hospital gave him inspiration. He reflected on himself and felt that what the old man said was right. There has to be a limit to what you can weigh. If the balance is not stable, you will lose precious things. So, he decided to celebrate Qin Qin's 2-year wedding anniversary. After Qin Qin heard what Gu Mingye said about compensation, she subconsciously asked, "What compensation?" "Make up for our 2-year wedding anniversary." Qin Qin paused, then nodded. "If I finish work early, I will come back early. But if I am busy until very late, forget it, I don't need to make up for it." After saying that, he turned around and drove away without looking back. After she left, Gu Mingye looked at the Porsche speeding away with his handsome brows slightly furrowed. Why did he feel that there was something strange about her since she just came out of the hospital? After returning to Zixing, Qin Qin started to work. After careful revision and verification over the past few days, the details of the bidding documents of Lu Group have been almost completed. You can make an appointment in the next few days to go to Lu's company and give it to Lu Yumore for review. Once Lu Yumore signs and stamps the document, the project can be moved forward. Qin Qin was busy until the end of the day and finally finished her work. According to previous habits, after saving the modified electronic file on the computer as a backup, Qin Qin locked the paper version of the file in a public safe. At this time, Su Ling came over with a cup of coffee. "Thank you for your hard work, strong woman." Qin Qin pressed his temples. Because he was busy, his voice was a little tired. "It's not hard, not hard." He paused and looked at the coffee in Su Ling's hand. "It's going to be dark soon, aren't you afraid that drinking coffee will keep you awake at night?" Su Ling smiled and lowered her voice. "I'm preparing for tonight's nightlife. It is said that the activities in the bar tonight will be more exciting than last time, hee hee." As he said this, he once again extended an olive branch to Qin Qin, tempting her. "Do you want to come with me to take a look? I promise that all your troubles will disappear once you go there. All the troubles vanish." This is indeed very tempting. Although Qin Qin's career is starting to take off, her love life is visibly going downhill. Thinking of Gu Mingye, Qin Qin felt like there was a thorn stuck in her heart, making her feel uncomfortable but unable to swallow it. I remembered what he said, that I should go home early after finishing my work tonight, so that I can celebrate our 2-year wedding anniversary. Anniversary? Is it necessary to have it? Qin Qin was in no mood to celebrate this anniversary at all. So when Qin Qin heard Su Ling's patient persuasion at this moment, she was moved. "Okay, I'll go." Su Ling blinked in disbelief and even looked out the window to see if the sun set in the east today. "What are you doing?" Qin Qin asked with a smile as she looked at Su Ling's exaggerated expression. Su Ling's excitement was evident in her words. How did you figure it out? I called you so many times before, but you refused to go. Qin Qin sorted her bag and zipped it up. Before was before, now is now. Before, she was a naive girl living in a fantasy world. Now, maybe I'm still stupid, but I'm trying hard to become less stupid. She wants to live for herself. No matter what, Su Ling was very excited because Qin Qin agreed to go with her. Su Ling and Qin Qin met in college. She knew that Qin Qin had been a well-behaved student since college, following the path set by Mr. Gu and never overstepping the boundaries. After graduating and working for a while, I entered into marriage, which lasted for 2 years. After marriage, she revolved around Gu Mingye all day long. How much happiness on earth did Qin Qin miss because of the shackles of marriage? Thinking of this, Su Ling felt that the burden on her shoulders was even heavier. She patted her chest and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely help you open your eyes today. Kick away all your worries." So, as soon as they got off work, the two of them immediately ran away. However, Qin Qin didn't expect that Su Ling also called Shuzai. The excuse was, since we are there, we have to drink. How can we drive after drinking? So we asked Shuzai to come over to act as the driver. Moreover, this was Qin Qin's first time attending such an occasion. She is beautiful, and having a man by her side who acts as a flower protector will block many people who come to approach her with bad intentions, so the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. The three of them soon arrived at the bar street. Su Ling was familiar with the place and took the two of them to a bar called Red Heart K on the street. Inside, the rhythmic music was deafening, the colorful lights were flickering in the dim environment, and the crowds of people were swaying to the beat of the music. It was so lively. Qin Qin just stood still and frowned a little uncomfortably. It's noisy. How is it? Are you able to adapt? Su Ling looked at Qin Qin and raised her voice a little. Qin Qin curved her lips and nodded. Just make the best of it and force yourself to adapt. Follow Su Ling to the table she had reserved in advance. As they passed through the crowd, Shuzai quickly caught up and moved towards Qin Qin, keeping a gentleman's hand to protect her at all times. Almost as soon as the three of them sat down, Qin Qin's cell phone in her bag began to vibrate. However, the music was too loud, and the vibration was not noticeable at all. And at that moment, in the Rolls-Royce speeding on the road, Gu Mingye frowned slightly. Next to his seat was a beautifully wrapped gift box. He held a mobile phone in his hand and was making a call. But no one picked up the phone until it automatically hung up. The man frowned. He called Qin Qin again. On the other side, the drinks ordered by Su Ling have arrived. She specially ordered a glass of orange and yellow special drink, tequila sunrise, for Qin Qin. Qin Qin took a sip. The sweet taste of the wine accompanied by the refreshing orange juice made Qin Qin like it unexpectedly. His attention was completely attracted by the wine, and he didn't even notice the cell phone ringing in his bag. Inside a Rolls-Royce. When the phone automatically hung up for the second time, Gu Mingye's brows furrowed even deeper. It's this late, and you haven't gotten off work yet. Gu Mingye bent his knuckles and tapped the phone screen twice. After a moment's thought, he gave an order to Li, who was driving. Go to Zixing. But when he rushed to Zixing, he found that Qin Qin had already left work and the office building was empty. But he met Bai Qinshuang at the door. Bai Qinshuang knew the purpose of Gu Mingye's visit and added fuel to the fire. I don't know where Qin Qin went, but I heard that she got in a car with a guy named Shuzai from the contract department last time, and she seemed quite happy when she left. After hearing this, Gu Mingye's face darkened. Qin Qin thought that the sweet wine was not that strong, so after drinking a glass of tequila sunrise, she had another one. After 2 glasses of wine, my dizzy head finally began to feel some reaction. In a dizzy state, the noise around him became pleasing to the eye. Qin Qin relaxed more than ever before. He stretched out his hand and wanted to try other drinks on the table. Drink slowly, Sister Qin. Shuzai stopped her from the side. Qin Qin glared at him, her tongue a little big when she spoke. Don't meddle in my sister's affairs. Shuzai smiled and went along with her. Okay, whatever. At this time, Su Ling, who had already had a round of high spirits, ran over in the middle of the dance floor, put her arm around Qin Qin's shoulders, and said drunkenly, "Today, you came to the right place with me. Let me tell you, do you see that T-shaped stage over there? There will be male models coming soon. Let me tell you. What we have this time is a fairy product. You are in for a treat. Qin Qin's mind was already confused, and she didn't understand what Su Ling said. She just kept nodding and laughing foolishly. Okay. Qin Qin had almost finished speaking. Su Ling excitedly pointed to the end of the stage, where a blurry figure was walking against the light, and said, "Look! The male model is here. The handsome guy is here. Wow! Such long legs. Wow! Such a good figure." Qin Qin looked up. The male model on the stage gradually approached her. It was true that he was tall, had long legs and a great figure, but the closer he got to Qin Qin, the more confused he became. Because that male model, how come he looks like Gu Mingye? Chapter 36 Male Model, Give Me a Smile. Qin Qin was indeed not mistaken, the person who came was Gu Mingye. After he arrived at Zixing, he learned that Qin Qin had already left work, so he asked Li Fang to check Qin Qin's whereabouts. Upon checking, they found out that she went to the bar. The bar was crowded with people, making it difficult to find her, so Li Fang suggested calling the bodyguard to help look for her. But Gu Mingye couldn't wait and jumped directly onto the stage. With a wide field of vision, he saw the drunk Qin Qin at a glance. He originally didn't believe that she would come to such a place, but at this moment, seeing that she was really here, the man who was always calm, steady and self-controlled, tightened his jawline and his face turned pale. It's Gu Mingye. Qin Qin focused her eyes on the man's elegant face. She chuckled drunkenly and said to Su Ling beside her with a big tongue, "Why is he here?" Su Ling was startled, and the alcohol had mostly gone. She rubbed her eyes and looked carefully. Seeing that it was really Gu Mingye, she took a deep breath and said, "Oh my God." At this time, Gu Mingye had already come down from the stage and was walking towards Qin Qin with big strides. But his appearance had already attracted the attention of all the guests in the bar. In terms of body shape and appearance, he has thriving muscles, narrow waist and broad shoulders, long legs, and a strong body. He is indeed worthy of being the best. He also wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and his gentle and restrained sexual tension is at its maximum. In addition, he was wearing a suit and had a strong aura, so everyone thought he was their fairy male model introduced in today's Suit Thugs theme. I watched him walk down from the stage and towards a woman in the seating area. Everyone quit shouting. "Eh? The show hasn't started yet. What's going on? Could that woman be a rich woman who has kept him in advance? How can this be possible? Ask him how much he wants. I'll pay twice as much. I'll pay 5 times as much. 10 times. The wolf-like and tiger-like booing around him was getting louder and louder, drowning out the sound of the music and reaching Gu Mingye's ears. Gu Mingye paused and turned around to glance at everyone. His gaze was like sharp arrows shot from a bow, shooting towards everyone through the lenses. However, this kind of gaze did not have the desired, discouraging effect, but instead caused a more violent and crazy scream. Wow! So manly! So manly! I love it! It's amazing! Gu Mingye's heart skipped a beat. He took a breath and looked at Li Fang, who came hurriedly with his bodyguards. With just one glance, Li Fang understood instantly. After giving the order, the bodyguards quickly started to clean up and instantly cleared away the people who had gathered around and were making a lot of noise. Li Fang went straight to the bar manager and asked him to turn off the loud music. In an instant, except for the flashing light ball, the bustling bar fell completely silent. With a sullen face, Gu Mingye walked towards the still confused Qin Qin, the light casting ever-changing shadows on his face. He glanced coldly at Su Ling and Shu Zai, then bent down to pick up the drunk Qin Qin by the waist. Qin Qin frowned, hummed subconsciously, and pushed away his hug. Gu Mingye clenched his teeth a little, and tried to speak in a gentle tone as usual, "Let's go home." Qin Qin muttered, "Don't go home." This time there was no trace of gentleness. Gu Mingye's patience was exhausted and his voice inevitably became solemn and cold. On the side, Shu Zai couldn't stand it anymore and stood up. "Boss Gu, Sister Qin doesn't want to go back with you." Gu Mingye paused for a moment, then raised his eyes and stared at Shu Zai. His eyes were so fierce that they seemed to be able to eat people, and they were full of oppression. Su Ling's eyelids jumped. Where had she ever seen such a terrifying Gu Mingye? She was almost scared to death. He quickly grabbed Shuzai and gave Gu Mingye an embarrassed smile, as if he was pleading with his eyes for Shuzai, asking Gu Mingye not to bother with Shuzai. But Shuzai got stubborn and said again, "Boss Gu, you are such a powerful person, you should know how to respect women, right?" Gu Mingye's forehead twitched and he laughed out of anger. Have guts. The next moment, he picked up Qin Qin, whose body was as soft as a puddle of mud, and stood upright, staring at Shuzai. "Young man, instead of worrying about other people's wives, think about your own future." After saying that, he turned around and left while holding Qin Qin. Li Fang glanced at Shuzai with concern, lit a candle for him in his heart, and shook his head silently. Then he followed Gu Mingye. On the way back, inside a Rolls Royce, Gu Mingye embraced Qin Qin, who was drunk and talking nonsense, and held her on his lap without saying a word. However, he gave people a sense of oppression as if a storm was about to come. Li Fang sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere, so he tactfully raised the fender inside the car. The baffle rises and the space is sealed. But Qin Qin seemed not to feel this depressing atmosphere at all. The alcohol took over my head and I mumbled in a daze. Male model, top male model, what are you doing? Who are you showing such a stinky face to? Smile for me, okay?" Hearing this, Gu Mingye's face turned extremely bad. He suppressed his restless emotions and lifted the chin of the person in his arms with his bony fingers. With a gentle hook, he forced her to look directly at him, and said in a low, commanding tone, "Open your eyes and take a good look at who I am." Perhaps because her chin was a little uncomfortable being lifted up, Qin Qin tilted her head, broke free from his control, and looked at him with bright eyes blinking. After looking at it for a while, he suddenly realized, "Oh. Gu Mingye." Gu Mingye was so angry that he laughed. "Gu Mingye. From the beginning when she entered the Gu family, and then to when she married me, all these years, she either called me Big Brother, Brother Mingye, or Mingye." He had never heard her call him by his first name. How? Did he change his personality after drinking and dare to call me by my name? Or was it that, hanging out with that pretty boy, he gave her the confidence? Okay. Gu Mingye took a deep breath, calmed down and looked at Qin Qin. "Let me ask you, why did you go to a place like that to fool around, not answer the phone, and not even tell me in advance?" Qin Qin laughed very lightly. Because she was drunk, the handsome face of Gu Mingye in front of her was hazy and blurry, with some double images. She found it very interesting. He speaks and acts without thinking, and becomes bolder. He raised his hand and touched Gu Mingye's Adam's apple, saying stubbornly without any psychological burden, "What? You care about me?" Gu Mingye said coldly, "We agreed to celebrate our wedding anniversary together today." "Oh." Qin Qin giggled, and a faint orange-flavored sweet wine smell sprayed out. Her voice was soft and sticky. "I forgot about it. It's not an important day anyway. Whether I make it or not, what does it matter?" Gu Mingye's heart skipped a beat. He realized that he seemed to have no way to deal with her at this moment. Qin Qin was in a playful mood. She circled his Adam's apple with her slender fingers, mumbling to herself. "Only the governor is allowed to set fire, but the people are not allowed to light lamps. You can leave me to spend your birthday with your white moonlight. Why can't I go and have some fun?" Gu Mingye, these are two different things. Qin Qin smiled again, two different things, okay, two different things. As she spoke, her fingers suddenly gathered together and directly pinched his Adam's apple. Gu Mingye groaned reflexively. Then he held her hand and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't be silly, I'm talking to you about serious matters." Qin Qin smacked her lips, looking innocent, shaking her head, her expression looking a bit annoying, but inexplicably vivid. "I'm not kidding." Gu Mingye couldn't bear it anymore. The next moment, he took her hand away and leaned over to kiss her slightly open lips. Chapter 37, A gentle yet powerful kiss. The kiss came suddenly. Qin Qin's pupils widened and she wanted to resist rationally, but Gu Mingye's kiss was too gentle and with strong skills. Within 2 breaths, she gave up resisting and willingly indulged in this long kiss. With his refreshing breath, her body softened into a puddle. Gu Mingye didn't let her go until her breathing became rapid. Gu Mingye seemed a little drunk from the smell of alcohol on her lips and tongue, and asked her in a hoarse voice, "Are you still being stubborn?" Qin Qin's chest was still rising and falling in a fast rhythm, and her star-like eyes overflowed with some physiological moisture because of this kiss, becoming even brighter. She finally sobered up a little, struggled to sit up from the man's arms, and after a moment of silence, she said, "I just drank too much." The soft voice regained its coolness, and the sly and lively expression also regained its aloofness and calmness. The contrast came so suddenly that Gu Mingye was unable to react for a while. After calming down his slightly disordered breathing, Gu Mingye adjusted the glasses on his nose and smiled. "You know you've drunk too much, that's good." Qin Qin pursed her slightly swollen lips, hearing the mockery in the man's tone, and recalled the outrageous nonsense she had just said when she was drunk. For a moment, I felt ashamed and embarrassed. But she didn't show it. She cleared her throat, trying to make up for her outrageous behavior today, and also trying to excuse Su Ling and Shu Zai. "I've never been to a bar. I was curious and wanted to go over and experience it. Don't blame Su Ling and Shu Zai." Gu Mingye lowered his eyes slightly, his expression unclear. His slender fingers rested on the window control key and pressed down lightly, causing the window to lower most of the way. The dry evening breeze blew, and the remaining ambiguity in the car dissipated. The man opened his lips with a cold tone. "Experience? Experience being a male model. Qin Qin." She didn't know why she felt so guilty. She opened her mouth and wanted to explain something, but she couldn't find a way to explain herself. After thinking for a while, he just muttered dryly, "I just wanted to take a look and see the world. I didn't think about really experiencing anything." "World?" Gu Mingye laughed angrily. "You want to go to a place like that to see the world? Is it because their world at home can't satisfy you?" Qin Qin choked, and immediately understood what he meant. Her face suddenly turned red and she lowered her head. Gu Mingye pinched his brows, and a layer of ice formed on his usually gentle face. However, when he saw the little girl's bewildered look, he suppressed his anger. "Although you tried your best to speak for Su Ling, I also know that she must have instigated you to go." After a pause, he said in a calm voice, "This won't happen again." Gu Mingye said this because he knew Qin Qin was not that kind of person. He had privately checked Su Ling and found that she was playful and crazy. Although he looked down on Su Ling, he also found out that although her private life was a bit messy, she was not a bad person by nature. Besides, they were the friends chosen by Qin Qin after all. Never mind. As for Shu Zai, Gu Mingye's deep pupils darkened. "I let him off once last time, but this time he actually took the initiative to run into the gun. Don't blame yourself then." So when Qin Qin arrived at the company the next day, she heard from Su Ling that Shu Zai had been suspended. Su Ling's mind was taken over by alcohol yesterday. When she saw Gu Mingye falling from the sky, she was really frightened when she saw Gu Mingye's fierce and aggressive look. But deep down, she is a fearless person. When she learned that Shu Zai was in trouble today, the first thing she thought of was that it must be Gu Mingye's doing. For a person like Gu Mingye, it would be a piece of cake to get rid of Shu Zai's job. She was so angry that she pounded the table and said to Qin Qin, "It must be Gu Mingye. Didn't Shu Zai just speak up for justice and say a few more words yesterday? Gu Mingye is too narrow-minded. Qin Qin, don't stop me, I'm going to Xingming Group to find him now. At worst, I'll give up my job. I still want an explanation." Qin Qin knew that Su Ling was capable of anything. This could be seen from the last time she scolded Gu Mingye and by Xiaoyu on her behalf in the mall. So she would definitely not let Su Ling act impulsively again. Qin Qin comforted Su Ling, "Calm down, Shu Zai also stood up for me, and I should handle this matter. Don't worry, I will keep his job." Qin Qin did what she said and contacted Gu Mingye during the lunch break. The man on the phone seemed to have just finished a meeting. His voice was gentle and a little tired. "What's wrong?" Qin Qin cleared her throat and got straight to the point. "Did you do the suspension of Shu Zai?" After a 2-second pause, Gu Mingye admitted openly, "Yeah." Qin Qin took a breath. "Why?" Gu Mingye, "No reason." Qin Qin choked, "You are abusing your privilege. Shu has been working diligently since he joined Zixing. You said, no reason, and made him lose his job. Besides, he stood up for me with good intentions." Gu Mingye chuckled, "Good intentions?" He paused, his voice cool and gentle. "How pure is the kindness you have towards a member of the opposite sex?" Qin Qin was stunned. "What do you mean?" "I don't mean anything else. He just coveted someone he shouldn't have coveted. Qin Qin was stunned. Covered? As smart as she was, she had already understood what Gu Mingye meant. She defended herself, you think too much. Shu and I are above board. He just took good care of me because I mentored him when I first joined the company. And I just treat him as a younger brother and a friend. Friend? After 2 seconds of silence, Gu Mingye asked Qin Qin through the phone, do you believe in pure friendship between men and women? This question touched some nerve of Qin Qin, and she asked directly. What about you and Bai Xiaoyu? Gu Mingye choked and stopped talking. Qin Qin took a breath and asked, why don't you talk? Gu Mingye, my relationship with her is different from your relationship with Shu Zai. This time it was Qin Qin's turn to laugh. Okay, I have nothing to say. Anyway, you are right. Gu Mingye gritted his teeth and felt for the first time that this woman was really sharp-tongued. Whatever. After a pause, Gu Mingye said in relief, can you get off work and go home on time tonight? Qin Qin responded unhappily, what's wrong? Let's talk about Shu's work in person. Qin Qin nodded immediately when she heard that there was still room for maneuver. Okay, I will go home as soon as possible after work. Just as he was about to hang up the phone, Gu Mingye suddenly said, I want to eat wontons, which you made. Qin Qin was stunned, and the hand holding the phone tightened slightly. Okay. Qin Qin has her own secret recipe for making wontons. Choose farm-raised pork, the kind with 3 layers of streaky pork, alternating between fat and meat, so that the stuffing will not be dry. After chopping the meat, pour in a little bit of onion and ginger water gradually. This can remove the fishy smell and enhance the flavor. The secret to making the dish juicy is also from this. Liu Ma was not involved in the whole process. When she was putting the cooked wontons into the bowl with her own hands, the sound of vehicles rolling over the ground outside was gradually approaching. The wontons were served on the table, and Gu Mingye came in with a suit jacket draped over his arm, walking calmly, elegantly and dignifiedly. I'm back. After all, she was asking for help, so Qin Qin's tone was much gentler than in the past few days, and the smile on her face bloomed generously. Knowing that she was being so flexible in her approach to plead for another man, Gu Mingye became agitated. He nodded at her, washed his hands, and sat down. Where's the vinegar? He asked. Qin Qin was puzzled. Don't you usually eat wontons without vinegar? Gu Mingye, I want to try it today. Chapter 38 A Gentle Yet Powerful Kiss. Qin Qin smacked her lips, looking innocent, shaking her head, her expression a little bit asking for a beating, but inexplicably very vivid. I'm not kidding. Gu Mingye was dazzled by her lively and bright expression. Suddenly, a dryness rose in my throat, and even my eyes felt hot. But Qin Qin didn't notice the change in his eyes, and she kept muttering words to provoke him. As if he could no longer bear it, the next moment, Gu Mingye took her hand away and leaned over to kiss her lips. The kiss came suddenly. The drunk Qin Qin's pupils widened. Gu Mingye's kiss was too gentle, yet with strong skills. Within 2 breaths, Qin Qin indulged in this long kiss. With his fresh breath, her body softened into a pool of water. Gu Mingye didn't let her go until her breathing became rapid. Gu Mingye seemed a little drunk from the alcohol on her lips and tongue. He asked her in a hoarse voice, are you still being stubborn? Qin Qin's chest was still rising and falling in a fast rhythm, and her bright eyes overflowed with some physiological moisture because of the kiss, becoming even brighter. She finally sobered up a little. After realizing what had just happened, Qin Qin held her breath and suddenly widened her eyes. Then, without hesitation, she struggled to sit up from the man's arms. After tidying up his slightly disordered breathing, he said, I just drank too much. The soft voice regained its coolness, and the sly and lively expression also regained its aloofness and calmness. The contrast came so suddenly that Gu Mingye was unable to react for a while. He adjusted the glasses on his nose, cleared his throat, and said in a deep voice, you know you've drunk too much, not bad. Qin Qin pursed her slightly swollen lips, hearing the mockery in the man's tone, and recalled the outrageous nonsense she had just said when she was drunk. For a moment, I felt ashamed and embarrassed. But she didn't show it. She cleared her throat, trying to make up for her outrageous behavior today, and also trying to excuse Su Ling and Shu Zai. I've never been to a bar. I was curious and wanted to go over and experience it. Don't blame Su Ling and Shu Zai. Gu Mingye lowered his eyes slightly, his expression unclear. His slender fingers rested on the window control key and pressed down lightly, causing the window to lower most of the way. The dry evening breeze blew, and the remaining ambiguity in the car dissipated. The man opened his lips with a cold tone. Experience? Experience being a male model. Qin Qin. She didn't know why she felt so guilty. She opened her mouth and wanted to explain something, but she couldn't find a way to explain herself. After thinking for a while, he only said, just to take a look and see the world. I don't think about really experiencing anything. World. Gu Mingye laughed angrily. You want to go to a place like that to see the world? Is it because their world at home can't satisfy you? Qin Qin choked and immediately understood what he meant. But at the same time, because of their disciplinary meaning in his words and his ambiguous and intimate tone. But it suddenly shocked Qin Qin's heart. Thinking about myself now, I have completely lost hope in him. So when he said this to her at this moment, no matter how she responded, it would be inappropriate. He remained silent and avoided this ambiguous topic. I remembered that when I was in college, Gu Mingye was still my elder brother and he had repeatedly warned me to stay away from places like bars and nightclubs. At that time, she saw that he was concerned about these places, so she was always very obedient and did as he was told, never overstepping the line. Qin Qin believed that she was ready to bear all the consequences of this out-of-line behavior. But at this moment, she was really worried that Gu Mingye would hold Su Ling and Xu Zai responsible. So, she took a breath and said to Gu Mingye again, in short, don't blame Su Ling and Xu Zai, it has nothing to do with them. Hearing this, Gu Mingye pinched his brows, and a layer of ice formed on his usually gentle face. After a long pause, he said in a calm voice, this won't happen again. Qin Qin breathed a sigh of relief. What Qin Qin didn't know was that Gu Mingye's "this won't happen again" was directed at Su Ling. He had investigated Su Ling privately. The other person's private life may seem a bit messy, but his nature is not bad. Although he looked down on Su Ling, she was the friend chosen by Qin Qin after all. But that Xu Zai. Thinking about how the other party was so ignorant that he actually called me ex-husband. Gu Mingye's deep pupils darkened. He is dead. Of course, Qin Qin had no idea about the evil side behind Gu Mingye's calm face. At this moment, Qin Qin's eyes inadvertently fell on the exquisitely wrapped gift box beside her and paused. Gu Mingye saw it and handed over the gift box. This is for you, a 2-year anniversary gift. Qin Qin was a little speechless. She didn't expect that he had prepared a gift for her. But on this anniversary, she was very reluctant and didn't want to think about it. She paused, didn't take the gift box, and said, the anniversary has passed, so there's no need for a gift. Gu Mingye's expression paused slightly. Is this a rejection of my attempt to remedy the situation? Yes, he thought that after leaving the hospital yesterday, her attitude suddenly turned cold and distant because she was still thinking about how he had ignored and forgotten her on the night of their second wedding anniversary. But since the two of them had already agreed to continue living together, and with his grandfather's advice, he didn't mind lowering his head. So, at this moment, he patiently said, take it. You deserve it. On the anniversary, I was inconsiderate. I should have informed you anyway. I'm sorry for not considering your feelings. The man spoke sincerely and with a proper attitude. Qin Qin realized that he was apologizing to her for what happened on the anniversary. Inexplicably, her cold heart softened slightly. But the problem between the two of them can no longer be solved by just bowing their heads. His biggest sin is that he uses himself as a substitute and tool, and it is very likely that he has already cheated on his ex. Of course, she didn't need to say these. Anyway, she just wanted to accommodate him for a period of time. When he took the initiative to file for divorce and when Grandpa Gu was in better health, she would leave him sooner or later. Moreover, the first anniversary gift he gave himself was a Porsche, so there was no doubt that this anniversary gift would not be something cheap. Once this gift is accepted, it means that the bond between the two will become even more complicated. So, she can't accept it, and she won't accept it. Pursing her lips, Qin Qin said, what happened that night is in the past. Don't worry, I won't hold on to it anymore. As for the gift, you can take it back. When Gu Mingye heard Qin Qin's polite and unfair refusal, his handsome eyebrows frowned. Is this what you said, that you want to continue to live a good life with me? Qin Qin was stunned for a moment, remembering that when Grandpa Gu was under observation in the ICU, she had a heart-to-heart talk with Gu Mingye. During that conversation, the two reached a consensus to continue their marriage. After all, these are what I have said over and over again. So when faced with Gu Mingye's questioning, Qin Qin was speechless for a moment. Seeing Qin Qin stunned, Gu Mingye took a deep breath, thinking that she was embarrassed. Without hesitation, he domineeringly stuffed the gift box into her hands, and said in a gentle but unquestionable tone, "Take it, it's yours, don't be embarrassed." Qin Qin couldn't refuse any longer. But when she got home, unwrapped the gift and saw what was inside, she was stunned. Chapter 39, Crushing the Shu family is like crushing ants. Gu Mingye has always been generous, so Qin Qin was not unprepared. But when he saw the property certificate with only his own name written on it in the gift box, he was still stunned. The property certificate clearly states that it is an 800 square meter sea view villa, the highest end property in Guangzhou. Qin Qin had paid attention to the housing prices of this property and knew that this one would cost at least 80 million. Is Gu Mingye crazy? She wanted to ask Gu Mingye if he had made a mistake, but at this moment Gu Mingye had already gone to the second bedroom to rest. Yes, ever since Qin Qin and Gu Mingye's divorce, the old man was so angry that he was admitted to the hospital. Chu Qingzhu was too lazy to care about these two people anymore, so he moved out in a huff. After the mother-in-law moved out, although the two reached the decision to continue their marriage, Qin Qin still refused to agree to sleep in the same bed. Seeing that it was already late, Qin Qin thought for a while and decided to talk to him about this matter tomorrow morning. So the next day at breakfast, Qin Qin pushed the property certificate in front of him and said, "This gift is too valuable. I can't accept it." Gu Mingye was stirring the coffee in the cup with his eyes lowered. Hearing this, he raised his eyes and looked over. The man stared at the property certificate and tapped the coffee spoon gently on the edge of the cup. His posture was elegant and dignified, but his brows were slightly furrowed. "Didn't we agree yesterday that it's yours, so just keep it?" "But it's okay. Your name is already written on it, so it's already yours. I give it to you voluntarily, and you can do with it as you like." After saying that, Gu Mingye picked up the coffee cup, took 2 sips, and put it down. Then he stood up, picked up his coat, and said, "I'm going to work." Qin Qin was speechless, watching the man's back as he left. She suddenly had the illusion that she was being kept by a wealthy boss. This feeling was subtle, and gave her a sour and sweet feeling in her heart. But at the same time, she was also clearly aware that she could no longer indulge in his giving, which was not pure and true. Because of this, you will lose yourself. She has to focus on her career. Putting the property certificate away for the time being, Qin Qin finished her breakfast and set off for Zixing. At that time, after Gu Mingye got on the Rolls-Royce heading to Xingming Group, he asked Li Fang, "How is that matter going?" Li Fang replied, "It has been done. Calculating the time, the latest share price of Shu Group should be updated soon." Gu Mingye nodded, and a dark and sharp light flashed in his gentle eyes. Yes, he never gives up on something he does not do twice. He can let it go the first time, but if someone provokes him twice in a row, he will not give the other person a third chance. Li Fang had previously checked Shu Zai's family background. Although the Shu Group had some status in Guangxin, its size was not enough compared to the Xingming Group. Using some means to cause Shu's stock market to be turbulent and evaporate tens or even hundreds of millions of market value is as easy as crushing an ant for Gu Mingye. Since Shu Zai dared to collide with him twice, he must bear the consequences of tenfold backlash. And this is just the beginning. At that time, as soon as Qin Qin arrived in Zixing, he heard from Su Ling about the news of Shu Group's stock fluctuations. Moreover, Shu didn't come to work today. Su Ling also said that the Shu family is now in a state of panic. Su Ling is not stupid. When she learned that something happened to the Shu family today, the first thing she thought of was that it must be Gu Mingye's doing. For a person like Gu Mingye, doing all this is a piece of cake. Angry, she pounded the table and said to Qin Qin, "It must be Gu Mingye. Didn't Shu Zai just speak up for justice and say a few more words yesterday? Gu Mingye is too petty." Su Ling thought that it was she who instigated Shu Zai to go to the bar with them last night. If Shu Zai hadn't gone along, the collision with Gu Mingye wouldn't have happened. Nothing will happen to the Shu family. Su Ling felt that she couldn't just stand by and watch this happen. As he was talking, he got emotional and rolled up his sleeves and said directly, Qin Qin, don't stop me, I'm going to Xingming Group to find Gu Mingye now. At worst, I'll give up my job. I still want an explanation. Qin Qin was shocked, knowing that Su Ling was capable of anything, as could be seen from the last time she scolded Gu Mingye and Bai Xiaoyu on her behalf in the mall. So she would definitely not let Su Ling act impulsively again. Qin Qin grabbed Su Ling and soothed her, calm down. Xu Zai also came up with this for me. I should handle this matter. Don't worry. Qin Qin did what she said and contacted Gu Mingye during the lunch break. On the phone, the man seemed to have just finished a meeting. His magnetic voice was gentle and a little tired. What's wrong? Qin Qin cleared her throat and got straight to the point. Did you do anything about the Shu group? After a 2-second pause, Gu Mingye admitted openly, yeah. Qin Qin took a breath. Why? You promised me that this won't happen again. Gu Mingye, what I meant is that I won't pursue Su Ling, but Xu Zai bumped into me, so I can't let him off easily. He was standing up for me. He meant well. Gu Mingye chuckled, good intentions. He paused, and said in a cool voice, how pure is the good intention you have towards a member of the opposite sex? Qin Qin thought of what Su Ling had said to her. Shu had hidden obvious feelings for her. For a moment, she was actually choked. She wanted to retort like she did last time and tell Gu Mingye with confidence that who she was close to and who had a crush on her was her own freedom and he had no right to interfere. But now, she has openly agreed to continue her marriage with him, and he has actually taken action against the Shu family, which shows how ruthless and sinister he is. So, she couldn't speak impulsively anymore. After a few seconds of silence, Qin Qin suppressed the emotions in his heart and said, no matter how he treated me, I always treated him as a friend and a brother, and never crossed the line. So there is really no need for you to retaliate against him like this. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Gu Mingye's voice came, solemn and powerful. Friends. Do you believe that there is such a thing as pure friendship between men and women? His question touched some nerve in Qin Qin, and she asked directly, what about you and Bai Xiaoyu? This time it was Gu Mingye's turn to choke. Gu Mingye was silent for a moment. My relationship with her is different from your relationship with Xu Zai. Why is it different? You explained to me before that you and Bai Xiaoyu are also friends. So is your friendship not as pure as you said? Gu Mingye gritted his teeth and witnessed the little girl's sharp tongue again. He took a deep breath, tried to slow down his tone, and said patiently, I have already explained to you clearly what happened between Bai Xiaoyu and me. There is nothing more to say. As for Xu Zai, he coveted someone he shouldn't have coveted. This is the warning he deserves. Qin Qin's breathing gradually stopped. Because she clearly heard possessiveness in Gu Mingye's tone. But soon, she figured out where his possessiveness towards her came from. After a moment of silence, Qin Qin smiled at herself. On the other end of the phone, she slowly clenched her hand holding the phone and blurted out. Just because I bear the title of Mrs. Gu. If it were anyone else, as long as you wore this title, you wouldn't allow anyone else to covet it. Right? Chapter 40 Xu Zai must disappear. After Qin Qin finished speaking, Gu Mingye on the other end of the phone fell silent again. For some reason, he felt vaguely uncomfortable when he heard her ask this question. But after a long time, he only uttered one word, yes. Although she had already guessed what his answer would be, after hearing his affirmative reply, Qin Qin's numb heart still couldn't help but tremble with a dull pain. Yes, any woman, as long as she has this identity, will be his property. What he possessed powerfully and domineeringly was only this identity that was tied to his reputation and fame. Rather than yourself under that identity. She took a deep breath, her voice slightly hoarse. I understand, you just treat me as a tool, an accessory that doesn't seek to add luster to you, but only to not hold you back. But. At this point, Qin Qin's voice became uncontrollably sharp. Who likes me or not? You can control Xu Zai, but can you control everyone? After a pause, she shook her head again and laughed at herself. No, with your skills as President Gu, there is no one you can't control. But I am a human being, not someone's inherent property. Don't you think that what you are doing is a bit too suffocating? After saying this, Qin Qin pursed her lips tightly. My heart was pounding in my chest, beating faster and faster, and the more it hurt. On the other end, Gu Mingye naturally heard the sharp emotion in Qin Qin's tone. Ever since she belittled herself as a tool, accessory, and object, the uncomfortable feeling in his heart became particularly strong. After a moment of silence, a hint of compromise finally emerged in his voice, and he spoke in a gentle manner. Okay, what do you want me to do? When Qin Qin heard that there was finally room for maneuver, she quickly calmed down and said directly, let the Shu family and Shuzai go, remove the hand that mudded the Shu Group stocks, and let the Shu Group's volatile stock market return to calm. Similarly, I will keep my distance from Shuzai, and I will not allow Mrs. Gu to have any handle on her private life that could be used by others. Her tone was too calm and distant, as if she was bargaining for the role she played and striving for the maximum benefits. Gu Mingye's thoughts had just begun to relax, but he was suddenly stimulated by her flexible appearance and tensed up again. On the other end of the phone, he pinched his brows and suddenly didn't want to agree to her so straightforwardly. After a pause, he said, after we get home tonight, let's talk about this matter face to face. Since he was willing to give in, Qin Qin was more than happy. Okay, I'll go home as soon as possible after work. Just as he was about to hang up the phone, Gu Mingye suddenly said, I want to eat wontons. You made them. Qin Qin was stunned, and suddenly remembered the night of their wedding anniversary, when they were eating wontons at a wonton stall, and he blurted out that he wanted Qin Qin to make wontons for him. At that time, she was disheartened and ignored it completely. Hearing him mention this request again, she agreed without hesitation. Okay. So, after work, Qin Qin rushed directly back to Jixingting Villa. As I put the cooked wontons into the bowl, the sound of vehicles rolling over the ground outside gradually approached. The wontons were served on the table, and Gu Mingye came in with a suit jacket draped over his arm, walking calmly, elegantly and dignifiedly. I'm back. After all, she was asking for help, so Qin Qin's tone was much gentler. Gu Mingye nodded at her, washed his hands and sat down. Where's the vinegar? He asked. Qin Qin was puzzled. Don't you usually eat wontons without vinegar? Gu Mingye, I want to try it today. Good. Gu Mingye really didn't like vinegar, so every time he ate wontons, he only added white pepper. But for some reason, he felt his teeth ache when he saw Qin Qin was willing to please him for another man. Suddenly I wanted to eat vinegar and cover up the sourness with something more sour. Qin Qin didn't think much about it, went to the kitchen to get a bottle of aged vinegar and handed it to Gu Mingye. Gu Mingye took it and poured it into the wonton bowl. The clear soup instantly turned brown and a sour smell wafted into his nose. Gu Mingye stirred the soup evenly and took a sip. The strong sour taste made his breathing stop and the calmness on his face almost broke. Pause. Finally, he swallowed the soup. Qin Qin sat down opposite him and observed his expression with bated breath. Are you okay? Okay. It's impossible for a man to say no. Gu Mingye nodded. Just right. That's good, you eat first and we can talk after you finish eating. Gu Mingye ate slowly and leisurely, while Qin Qin waited for him quietly. Soon, Gu Mingye finished eating the wontons one by one, and his teeth were already sore and numb. He took a tissue and wiped the corner of his mouth, then looked at Qin Qin and finally expressed his opinion on Shuzai's matter, with a seemingly easygoing attitude. I can promise you to let the Shu Group go, but there is a condition. What conditions? Shuzai must resign from Zixing and disappear from your sight. Qin Qin was stunned, thinking that this condition was too harsh. She learned from Su Ling that the reason Shuzai came to work in Zixing was because the Shu family's family motto was similar to that of the Gu family. Not only did he allow his descendants to work hard on their own, he also encouraged them to find jobs outside. Even if you don't work in the family business, as long as you can make progress, it can be used as a plus point in the assessment of family heirs. After 2 years of hard work, Shu has been promoted to the position of deputy manager of the contracting department in Zixing. If he leaves just like that, all his previous efforts will be wasted. Qin Qin suddenly felt that the man in front of her was really cunning and vindictive, and was not an easygoing person at all. She took a deep breath. Can we change the conditions? Gu Mingye didn't answer. He leaned back lazily, took out a cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth. But as his beautiful fingers holding the lighter lightly rubbed it, the flames began to flicker, and his handsome eyebrows and eyes became even more profound and handsome in the light of the fire. The cigarette butt was about to ignite with the flame. At this time, Aunt Liu came over with the boiled medicine. Madam, it's time for you to take your medicine. As he was talking, he saw Gu Mingye was about to smoke, so he kindly reminded him. Sir, during the pregnancy period, it's best not to smoke. Gu Mingye paused in his action of lighting the cigarette, and the flame jumped with a crackling sound before being extinguished by him. Yeah. He nodded and threw the cigarette and lighter on the table. He really didn't want to smoke. Aunt Liu turned and left. Qin Qin held the bowl of medicine and started drinking it. After drinking it in one breath, bitterness spread on her lips and tongue. Qin Qin couldn't help but cover her mouth and frowned. A strawberry-flavored lollipop was handed to me, with the candy wrapper already peeled off. Qin Qin thought of the conditions Gu Mingye had just proposed and pursed her lips stubbornly, not wanting to accept it. Gu Mingye said in a low voice, "Don't force yourself, eat quickly." Qin Qin then took it and put it in her mouth. The sweetness spread, and the unbearable bitterness was finally suppressed. The man's voice fell on her head. "Have you been taking this medicine for a week?" Qin Qin thought about it, calculated the days in her mind, and nodded, yes. Gu Mingye's eyes fell on the bulging cheek on one side of her face. I remembered Fu Jun's private advice to me. 1 week is a course of treatment. If it is the right treatment, it will be effective in one course. You can try it before having sex. If the effect is not good, the prescription should be adjusted in time. Thinking of this, Gu Mingye looked at Qin Qin and said, I might be able to make some concessions on Shuzai's matter. Let him stay in Zixing, but there is a condition. Qin Qin's eyes lit up, and she took the lollipop out of her mouth, her pink lips sparkling. What are the conditions? Gu Mingye stared at her. Don't sleep in separate rooms anymore.